Chapter 901, Scared Off. The young man at the center quickly gave a command: move back 100 kilometers. Kill them if they dare to chase us. Boom! The three of them quickly activated their constitutions and merged with their pets. They released a horrifying secret technique that was manifested as a magnificent tortoise, protecting everyone behind it. Consecutive noises burst out, but the tortoise still stood. All of a sudden, a sword aura and a green leaf appeared amid the many secret techniques. They seemed unremarkable, but they dazzled and eclipsed everything else when they dashed out. The sword aura struck the tortoise in the neck and produced a crack. The green leaf was even more horrifying. It seemed soft, yet it was able to penetrate the fourth space and land on the tortoise's back. Countless vines proliferated in an instant, and the tortoise manifested by the secret technique was quickly strangled. A woman behind the defensive shield launched a fiery hand that grabbed all the group. She then passed through the fourth space and appeared dozens of kilometers away to later flash again. The other two young men used their own secret techniques with a cold attitude. After that, they moved 100 kilometers back and looked at the misty mountains. The woman withdrew her fiery hand and asked, "Is everybody all right?" Everybody looked at her gracefully, saying they were fine. The young man, who was obviously the leader, narrowed his eyes aggressively. The nerve to chase after us. The mountains had vaguely been rearranged into an array earlier on, but they managed to distance themselves as commanded. He didn't think that any array could have such a wide coverage. Just kill them if they dare to come. The other young man coldly said, "Only two of the guys who attacked us are strong. They must be the leaders. Humph. They come in numbers, but they're just a bunch of weaklings. Prepare to counterattack." Die. All the people at the rear was determined to fight. They would have been injured, if not eliminated, were it not for the woman's protection during the ambush. Ghastly powerful auras began to manifest as they merged with their pets. They also summoned their powerful pets, which hid behind them to cast enhancement skills and change the terrains to their advantage. Those pets were all in the advanced phase of the star state, which would be ideal for most people in the fate state. However, geniuses of their caliber would see early star state pets as subpar. They could only assign them supporting tasks. Suddenly, a terrifying sword aura slashed out of the void, followed by a black-haired young man who was moving in the fourth space. Behind him was a beautiful woman who had a green leaf on her forehead. She had fair skin and an alluring body figure. They were none other than Linghu Jian and the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady. They didn't hesitate to chase after the enemy when Su Ping ordered them to give chase. "There they are, kill them." The three people in the lead instantly realized they had been the ones who had launched the most powerful attacks earlier on. Both had a cold attitude. The trio had been worried that the pair would hide behind the others. However, they currently had a chance to kill them since they had taken the lead to attack. Great Fire Divine Seal. Intense crimson flames emerged from the woman. She waved her hands, and the illusion of a phoenix appeared on her arm aggressively. She flipped her hand, gathering the flames into a red hand that pressed down from the sky. The attack was as horrifying as Su Jinner's grand phoenix deity-destroying fist. It was burning up the air and compressing space, making it impossible to break free. The expressions of both Linghu Jian and the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady changed when they saw that. They didn't expect to find enemies as strong as Su Jinner and Su Ping. Are there really a lot of geniuses in the universe? Having no time to think, they quickly activated their constitution and used their ultimate skills. A streak of golden light then darted close with a mountain-like momentum, carrying the air of laws. It ripped apart the Great Fire Divine Seal. Whoosh! A young man appeared next to them, with golden wheels in his pupils. He was exactly the young man who had been enslaved by Su Ping. His astral power was burning like a furnace, rising to the clouds, making him the most dazzling figure in the world. However, he was quite solemn. He thought he had been unlucky when he met Su Ping, who was probably the most horrifying guy in one of the galaxies. However, The woman who had just attacked was also a monster, as strong as himself. She was much stronger than other geniuses. Heh, the real leader is here. The three of them slightly changed their expressions when they saw the newcomer, but then they sneered. The guy was indeed strong. None of them was confident of defeating him in one-on-one. However, they were fighting him as a team. "It figures. These two guys couldn't have gathered that many people," said the young man in the middle, sneering. "Let me take care of him, finish off the others." The white-robed young man shrugged and said, "About to enjoy yourself again, aren't you? Fine. They do have a lot of annoying minions. I'll take care of them first." The woman wrapped in flames remained cold and silent. Boom! The young leader unleashed his power, surrounding himself with a lot of astral rings. This phenomenon was only possible when he had enough astral power. He roared and pushed his hands forward, producing horrifying waves as mighty as two mountains that were directed towards the young man with golden wheels in his eyes. The latter's mood was cold. He had been angry ever since Su Ping had suppressed him. He finally had a chance to show his real strength to the observers beyond the battlefield. The others also took action while they fought. "You dare to fight me?" The white-robed young man charged at Ling Hujian with pride and disdain in his eyes. While Ling Hujian was stronger than most geniuses present, he was just an ant in comparison. The gap between them was too massive. Ling Hujian had goosebumps all over his body. He didn't flinch, even in the face of such great horror. He then remembered a sword technique his master had taught him. "You will only hurt yourself if you perform it at your current level. You'll be able to use it freely by the time you grasp the third level of the Sea Slasher sword will." Boom! He roared. His sword was burning, his astral power was boiling, and countless illusionary swords appeared behind him. All of them were gathered in his hand as he waved his sword. He suddenly had an epiphany. Epiphany in the middle of a battle. The white-robed young man noticed the unusual light in Ling Hujian's eyes, which came as a surprise. He didn't expect the guy to become enlightened during that life-or-death moment. However, it wasn't unusual for geniuses like them. He sneered as he was intending to interrupt. This would prevent the other from ever finding that revelation. He unleashed an even greater power. A glittering purple spear appeared in his hand, which he used to stab forward. All his laws were gathered at the tip of the spear, which tore into the fifth space and rushed to stab the target's forehead. However, exactly at this moment, a hand ablaze with golden energy came out from the fifth space and seized the unstoppable spear. The white-robed young man paused and narrowed his eyes. He filled the spear with astral power in order to blow the hand away. However, a force that was even more violent and horrifying was bursting out of the hand. Like 1,000 tides, it suppressed the power on the spear. Another hand then came out and punched at the hand the white-robed fellow was using to hold the spear. The latter was shocked. He quickly activated his constitution. Divine light burst out of his body, and he roared like a madman as he made an attempt to destroy the incoming hand. And yet, the first hand had a titanic grip by the top end of the spear. The other hand bashed him like a comet, having turned the air into fluids as it moved. There was a crack. The white-robed young man's wrist was ghastly crushed. Then he was kicked right in the chest and knocked away. The spear seemed to be sentient, radiating purple light. Su Ping seemed to be holding a purple lightning bolt as the spear struggled. "You're just a dead thing. You dare to resist me." A snort echoed like the order of a majestic god. A golden divine power surged out. Su Ping's hand squeezed harder and the purple light on the spear was dispersed. The weapon stopped moving. Now, the power of laws was spread out, covering the purple spear. Su Ping then narrowed his eyes and gazed at the woman who was marching towards the crowd before he hurled the spear at her. Boom! The void was shattered, and the spear entered the fifth space as it traveled. The woman was about to suppress the average geniuses with her secret techniques, but then she felt that her back was cold. The shock prompted her to instinctively launch several skills. A bell that had red phoenixes engraved over the surface appeared to protect her, but it was quickly shattered. However, it bought her enough time to turn around and see the incoming purple spear. She narrowed her eyes in shock. Isn't that my friend's weapon? Did he betray me? The idea flashed in her head but quickly disappeared, because she saw a horrifying man who had completely locked onto her from a distance. Bam! She waved her fist and invoked the Great Fire Divine Seal again. This time, she pushed it to the front. The laws imbued on the fist were quickly torn apart after the collision with the spear. Still, the laws on the spear also took a hit. She had cold sweat all over her body. She punched almost 10 times in a row before she finally neutralized the spear's momentum. Half of her astral power was exhausted, and she breathed heavily. What kind of monster is he? The woman thought in fright. She looked at another side, only to find that the white-robed young man was treating his broken wrist. His weapon was taken. This came as a great shock to her. Losing your weapon meant death on the battlefield. Inferno Dragon, Su Ping roared, ready to finish the battle quickly. Roar! A dragon roar echoed, inspiring awe in all the combatants. The roar sounded majestic and ancient, as if it came from a dragon that had already gone extinct. The next moment, the Inferno Dragon turned into flames and disappeared into Su Ping's body. His strength instantly skyrocketed. The white-robed young man's eyes almost popped out. The guy who had defeated him and robbed him of his weapon hadn't even merged with his pet before. He instantly sobered up when he saw the pointy horns on Su Ping's head. Cold sweat surged out of his pores. He roared, "Run!" He had no time to fetch his weapon after that, simply tearing away into the fifth space and moving quickly. The fifth space was extremely dangerous even to those in the star state. Only the geniuses of his caliber would brave into such a dangerous place. The woman was rather stunned to see that the white-robed young man had felt such fear that he was so panicked that he abandoned his weapon. However, a greater shock came when she saw that Su Ping was merging with his pet. Hurling the spear with such power without the support of a pet was unbelievable. Let's go. She no longer dared to stay, so she quickly tore space open and fled. She considered herself a top genius and was confident of winning the championship of the galaxy, but she had found a lot of geniuses during the competition. She had been touted to have ascendant state potential. However, the white-robed young man and the other person were as strong as her. That guy is a top monster even among people with ascendant potential. Overwhelmed by the shock, the woman gritted her teeth and escaped to the void. Su Ping glanced at her, choosing to let her leave. It could be dangerous to enter the fifth space, even for him, especially if the enemy attacked desperately. He looked at the young man who had golden wheels in his eyes, only to find that the guy had been suppressed. It was clear that both him and his opponent were top geniuses, but his opponent was stronger. Boom! Su Ping simply marched towards them. That is horrifying. At the rear, the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady and the others were in shock after seeing Su Ping scare off the two top geniuses. They currently felt that he was even more frightening than they had thought before. It seemed that he hadn't even tried his best in the battle against Su Jinner. Chapter 902, Final Battle. Huh. Lin Feng, the one fighting the young man with golden wheels in his eyes, suddenly noticed that his companions were gone. He was shocked. The next moment, he saw Su Ping going after him. He could see the guy and the brutality in his eyes, but he couldn't detect any killing intent at all. He probably wouldn't have noticed the guy until he drew close if he hadn't been keeping an eye on his surroundings. Where are my companions? Lin Feng had a bad feeling. He punched the young man who had golden wheels in his eyes and then attacked Su Ping. Bang! Su Ping punched abruptly. A golden fist appeared with a sharp aura hidden within. It was the fist sword technique that Su Ping had grasped. The sword aura was the fatal move. Lin Feng felt that something was wrong the moment he touched Su Ping's fist. He became wary, then tried to withdraw his hand, but it was too late. He felt an excruciating pain. His hand was cracked, blood splashed out. Even his wrist had been torn, the attack had left a hole. Su Ping didn't stop. He unleashed his astral power, and the aggression of the astral painting melded with the fist sword again. He punched his opponent in rapid succession, making it impossible for the latter to flee. The only option was to endure all his attacks. He would still get killed if the guy did manage to flee into the fifth space. How is this possible? Lin Feng was horrified. It was the greatest crisis he had encountered since he joined the competition. He had never thought he would be caught in such grave danger. He even thought of a possibility. Could this guy be the reincarnation of one of the shameless old guys too? He reacted while the thought crossed his mind. He fully activated his constitution, looking like a god of war basking in the sunlight. A thick law was swept out like a chain and surrounded his hands. He then used a horrifying ancient technique that contorted space. Bang, bang, bang. The fist sword in his hand collided, causing ripples in deeper spaces. The spatial torrents were completely shattered. The nearby young man who had golden wheels in his eyes saw an opportunity and also took action too. At first, he had thought that the battle would be a chance for him to showcase his abilities, but he was suppressed again. It was really frustrating. Arrival. His eyes glittered, and he suddenly evinced the daunting vibe of an emperor. Lin Feng felt like his heart had been hammered. He was frozen for only 0.001 seconds, but Su Ping seized the opportunity and punched him in the chest. He was knocked into the fourth space and then squeezed out. Su Ping was right behind him. The agony shocked and infuriated Lin Feng, who finally realized why his companions fled. Theirs was a temporary alliance to begin with. They had surely fled because they found out how horrifying the young man was. Damn it! He burned his blood out of despair and tried to tear space open to flee. However, the fist auras around him made it impossible. He roared, "You want to eliminate me? In your dreams." His aura quickly soared after his loud remark. One of the astral rings that surrounded him was broken, making him become several times stronger. He shattered the frozen space and Su Ping's fist auras the next second, before he stepped into the fifth space. "I'll remember you." He was already gone, but his voice lingered. Su Ping stood by the crack of the fifth space as it began to heal. He chose not to give chase. That guy obviously had other trump cards. His despair might cause Su Ping severe injuries. Those top geniuses are truly good at keeping themselves alive. They might even be able to defeat Star Lords if it weren't for the lacking power of faith, Su Ping said to himself. "Damn it," said the young man with golden-wheeled eyes. He felt gloomy after missing the target. His hope for garnering attention after eliminating a future ascendant was dashed. He would have become famous. However, he failed to do so even with Su Ping's help. That Universe Geniuses contest was truly a competition for monsters. Su Ping said, "Let's clear them." After that, he turned around and marched toward the geniuses who had been following that power trio. The geniuses in that group had an average combat ability in the middle and advanced phases of the star state. They would have shocked a lot of Fate State and Star State cultivators. However, they were only mediocre there. They couldn't even compare to Linghu Jian. Run! Damn it! The other geniuses finally recovered from their shock. The battle had happened so fast that their leaders had run off before they could react. Su Ping's subordinates stopped them when they tried to flee. Several minutes passed. They fought until all of them were defeated and eliminated. Some of them were as strong as Dragon Emperor. Regretfully, they were also eliminated. Dragon Emperor, Linghu Jian and the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady felt lucky to be on the right team. It would have been impossible for them to make it to the top 100 on their own, unless they had ascendant state potential. On the balcony. Those two kids aren't bad, especially the one who uses fists. The pet he merged with was just a Fate State dragon. He can't be going all out. He's quite talented since he grasped 100 laws. What a shame. He might have already condensed a path and become a Star Lord any minute if he would have focused on one class. Which galaxy is he from? Does he have a master? Don't even think about it. How can such a talented young man not have a master? You can't have him as a disciple. A lot of Ascendant State experts noticed the battle from the balcony. Although there were at most 30 kids on the continent who had Ascendant potential, not all of them were fighting. So, the battle from moments earlier had attracted a lot of attention. Cyro finally put on a smile after hearing their discussion. All of this was an honor for Sylvie. Su Ping in particular managed to enslave such a tough genius to do his bidding. He saw the gloomy look of the Ascendant from the galaxy of the young man who had golden wheels in his eyes. Not once did he flash a smile. It was understandable. He probably would have buried himself to deal with the shame. An Ascendant State old man suddenly said, 100 laws aren't a big deal. I sense the air of the fruit of laws in him. While rare, they are still out there. I heard that there are several geniuses who have improved after consuming fruits of laws too. One of them has even grasped more than 200 laws. I wonder how powerful he is. Someone asked in surprise upon hearing him, more than 200 laws. Aren't they too much? It's fine if he manages to absorb them all, but it would take too long to study them if they're hard to digest. It wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. I think he's reasonably good with those laws. Although his control isn't the best at the moment, he should be able to understand them on a deep enough level. On the other hand, his astral power and physical build are quite astonishing. That's true. The kid has a shocking amount of astral power and special aggressiveness. I wonder how he cultivated it. So weird. In any case, hopefully he'll reach the Ascendant State if he's well groomed. It's a fair deal to recruit him in advance. Although the Ascendant State experts noticed some of Su Ping's flaws, they were generally satisfied. Having potential didn't mean that he would surely rise to the Ascendant State, but he would still become a top star lord either way. Recruit right then, and he might reach the Ascendant State several thousand years later. It was definitely a fair deal. Time flew. Su Ping and the others encountered more and more battles as the terrain was constricted. Some of the contestants were eliminated. The total number was reduced from 60 or so to around 50. Su Ping didn't disappoint the Ascendants who thought highly of him. He won each of the following battles and showed great astral power and physical strength. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The vast continent had been reduced to an area comparable to one state on the blue planet. Given the circumstances, the keen geniuses would easily detect and run into each other. Battles were bursting out more and more frequently. Several places had been regarded as forbidden areas as battles went on. One of them was the mountain where Su Ping's group was staying. The actual mountain had been reduced to a hill. They could only rebuild the mountain with the power of their pets, and then they set up a sword array. There were several other places defended by tough guys. So frightening. He was crushed without the chance of escaping. Is the divine constitution really that good? It's said that the guy might even rise to the celestial state with proper training. That kid has ascendant potential, but he was still knocked out of the top 100. On the balcony, everybody was shocked by the battle they had just watched. The two sides had top geniuses they had been paying attention to. They expected the battle to be fierce, but it quickly ended with an overpowering victory. The winner was the champion of the Woody Galaxy, the one they had been discussing the whole time. He has a chance of reaching the celestial state. Many of the Ascendants became solemn. That was a rare genius that even they couldn't neglect. Cyro was equally solemn while he sat at the edge. He heaved an inward sigh, wishing that the genius would have been born in Sylvie. This time the Woody Galaxy had been glorified for the kid. It would be groundbreaking news if he did reach the celestial state. The galaxy would be known as the hometown of a Lord Supreme in the whole universe. Su Ping and his group were gathered on the mountain, and the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady asked him in a low voice, "There are fewer and fewer contestants left. Are we still going to wait?" Everybody's advancement depended on Su Ping from then on. All of them stood around him. Su Ping nodded and said, "The others are preparing for the last battle too." "But if nobody takes action, how can we figure out how the top 100 will be settled?" asked a young man curiously. Su Ping smiled and replied, "The terrains are still shrinking. Even if nobody moves, we will face and fight each other eventually. No one said anything for a moment. The terrains would keep reducing if the total number wasn't reduced to 100, which meant that they would run into others very quickly. We have 30 members right now. I wonder how many are out there, said Dragon Emperor, narrowing his eyes. A fair part of their original 60 members were lost during the past 2 days. They had run into some of the tougher enemies. Su Ping didn't say anything. He looked at a girl who was sitting. She was none other than Su Jinner. She had been running about until she met them. She also joined their group, along with 3 companions. I heard about a horrifying genius who has awakened one of the 9 divine constitutions. Su Jinner whispered to Su Ping with graveness in her eyes. Su Ping raised his eyebrows and asked, "Where did you hear that?" "From some that I've taken down. They ran into him and survived. He didn't seem to be of the bloodthirsty sort. I hope we won't run into him," said Su Jinner. Su Ping smiled and said, "You don't look like the kind of person who flinches." Su Jinner rolled her eyes at him. "I simply don't want to expose my trump card." Not giving any comment on that, Su Ping said, "But he's alone. Even if we run into him, there's no need to fear." "Maybe." Su Jinner shook her head, not elaborating on the matter. She had found that Su Ping was quite ignorant of a lot of common knowledge after their time fighting together. He probably didn't know anything about the 9 divine constitutions. She actually had one and knew what it meant. It symbolized that she had celestial state potential. Passion flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly gone. She could still rise to the celestial state in her own way, even without any of the 9 divine constitutions. Half a day passed quickly again. The terrain was further reduced, and another group appeared next to Su Ping. They seemed to be the survivors of multiple galaxies, and the strongest 4 of them all had ascendant state potential. A fierce battle burst out. Su Ping, Su Jinner, and the young man who had golden wheels in his eyes fought them and pushed them back. The others weren't as lucky. 8 members were lost, and only 20 remained. Chapter 903, Divine Constitution's Inherited Technique. There are so many geniuses. Both the young man with golden wheels in his eyes and Su Jinner had grave looks after the battle. 4 enemies from the latest group encountered were as strong as them. Adding the ones they had met earlier, they felt that there were at least a dozen contestants who were as strong as them. They still thought that very few people were like Su Ping, but then again, they realized that the universe was truly too big. They were very special, up to the brim with secrets, but other people were in similar conditions. Linghu Jian, Dragon Emperor, the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady, and the others were currently resting with heavy hearts. Their greatest reward from the battle was that their pride was completely gone, feeling like ignorant beginners, scared of everything again. Su Ping was taking a break too. He had seen it coming and wasn't too surprised. After all, he had seen a lot of eccentrics in his outings to the cultivation sites. Not just the battle pet warriors, even some of the wild beasts were as strong as star lords. Dikyang and the other golden crows he has met could also be counted as monsters able to challenge opponents beyond their level. Even the beasts were able to do this, let alone human beings who had countless resources. They met another group of people several hours later. They only had 10 members, led by a top genius who had ascendant state potential. The latter soon realized something was wrong the moment he fought Su Jinner, so he quickly fled. Su Ping and the young man who had golden wheels in his eyes tried to stop him but failed. Su Ping didn't think much of it, but the young man was regretful. Ousting a top genius from the top 100 would have definitely attracted the Ascendant's attention, and even that of Lord Supreme. Unfortunately, the opportunity was gone again. Half a day later, the continent shrinked again, and only a few hills could be seen in the distance. There were 6 groups in total. Apart from Su Ping's, the other group had members ranging from 10 to 100. There were also top geniuses whose compatriots had been completely eliminated. Those geniuses wandered about with cold eyes. They would probably survive as long as they weren't attacked collectively. "Brother, I can see that you have a large group, My friend told me that some of you are top geniuses just like me. We're the strongest around. Why don't we settle this in peace by abandoning the unworthy members and avoid fighting each other? A dozen men stood on a mountain on the east side. There weren't as many as in Su Ping's group, but two of them were the top geniuses that Su Ping had defeated earlier. The young man in the lead who had just spoken was tall and handsome. Some of the people around him seemed to have become nervous the moment he made that proposal. On Su Ping's side, Fang Hangsu, Shirley, and some of the others looked at Su Ping anxiously too. After having gone through so many battles, they knew they were too weak to make it to the top 100. Even the geniuses like Linghu Jian and Dragon Emperor were at risk of being eliminated. It would be a good thing if Su Ping were to abandon some members, considering the interest of top experts such as him and Dragon Emperor, who would avoid getting hurt. That's not a bad idea, said Su Ping, making a lot of people nervous. But he then quickly asked, however, we're not the only group. If both our groups abandon some people, how can we ensure that the other groups will also abandon their members, so that we can end this competition in peace? The young man smiled and said, we can join hands since you're interested. I heard that you have several members who are very strong, so I will be able to negotiate with others if we join forces. I don't think anyone would dare to disagree. What do you say? Su Ping smiled and said, it's not a bad idea, but who will be in charge if we do join forces? The young man seemed to have expected the question. He replied with a smile, the strongest would be the logical choice. However, our combination is intended to reduce unnecessary fighting, so let's just communicate if anything happens. Su Ping nodded and said, we don't need to abandon anyone yet if that's the case. Our members would make a total of 50. We can join our forces first and discuss with others. The young man realized what Su Ping was thinking. He said with a smile, that works too. There were two young men with ascendant state potential behind him. Both remained silent. They had escaped from Su Ping and all their allies had been defeated. However, they didn't show any anger on their faces. They were considering the big picture. The others were relieved to hear the deal struck between Su Ping and the young man, but there was still a lingering worry. Someone would probably be abandoned in the end if other groups did join the group. Let's go and ask them, said the young man to Su Ping. Su Ping thought for a moment and agreed. Even though Linghu Jian's sword array had been established there, it was time to march out to fight others. It was better to take action while the other groups had yet to merge. Leaving the sword array wasn't a huge loss. Su Ping had ascertained that it was only 80% as powerful as one of his attacks. Linghu Jian was only exaggerating when he claimed that it could defeat anyone below the Star Lord state. My name is Wu Linchuan. How should I address you? Su Ping. The young man nodded. He then led his subordinates to one of their turfs. Su Ping followed them. Su Jinner and Linghu Jian tagged along. No one made a comment. Su Ping had the final say in their group. Su Jinner was the only one who could offer suggestions, but she had never disagreed with him. It seemed that she didn't care about anything. The two groups were moving forward together, but they were still mutually vigilant in secret. They were currently one big group, but Su Ping didn't really trust them. Such an oral deal could be broken at any moment. The sky thousands of kilometers on the west side turned red while they moved forward. Thunderous waves were approaching, as if a massive battle were in progress. Su Ping and Wu Linchuan looked at each other. They quickly changed their direction to the west side without uttering a word. It would be for the better if they could seize the opportunity to eliminate the losers. They had to kick others out if they wanted to stay. On the west side, a great battle was being waged. Dazzling light was flashing all over. All kinds of elemental skills covered the sky and tore the tertiary space open, filling it with violent particles. The power of laws was swept left and right. A lot of dispersed laws had been reduced to a hazy mist. At the center of the battlefield, 3 men were fighting a single person who was entirely golden, looking like a god. He was holding a lance that had crescent blades on one end. The spear was currently shrouded by a thick layer of laws and divine power that destroyed all the incoming attacks. "Hoo-woo-woo," he roared. His sound waves cleared the surrounding chaotic energy and revealed the sunny sky. "You're just a bunch of country bumpkins. You think you can make it all the way to the top 100? Break." The man's eyes radiated a dazzling light. He waved the long spear, causing a huge hole in the space to form. It looked like a vortex, which had a terrifying attraction force. "Not good. My power of laws has been swallowed." "Look at his body. Is it an inherited technique from his divine constitution?" The three men who were fighting him narrowed their eyes. The other geniuses who were attacking further away with secret techniques looked puzzled after they heard that. Chapter 904, 3 against 1. There was a horrifying vortex on the man's chest. It was revolving like a black hole, swallowing and twisting laws and energy. The three talents fighting him were horrified, as they had only heard of such methods in tales. Only the top constitutions could have awakened such a horrifying ability. "Let's go." They grew weaker after fighting for a while, so they chose to flee in anger. "What? Who is he? He's so strong." "He fought against three and crushed them. Those people were as strong as us." At the edge of the battlefield, many people observed from the deeper spaces in surprise. The recently arrived Su Ping and Wu Linchuan looked at the scene from hundreds of kilometers away. The latter came to a stop. He was in shock, obviously not expecting any of the contestants to be that strong. "What? He's awakened an inherited technique from his divine constitution. That constitution must be one of the best." "Horrifying. Such a guy can go anywhere he wants. He can easily break free from any siege. Nobody can stop him." Wu Linchuan and the other ascendant hopefuls next to him were frightened. They had thought that Su Ping was one of the best geniuses they had ever seen, yet another one had just shown up. "Is it a divine constitution's inherited technique?" Su Ping was also observing the battle. His eyes flashed. The Closeby Su Jinner whispered solemnly, "If my guess is correct, he must be the guy that everybody's talking about. He has the top divine constitution." The young man who had golden wheels in his eyes, Linghu Jian and the others were shocked by this. The man was in the fate state too, but he was much stronger than them. They suddenly sympathized with the normal geniuses who were dwarfed by them. Boom! The man then unleashed his strength after defeating the three top experts and defeated the other geniuses who weren't able to flee in time. He held the spear and looked around, as if noticing the men who were hiding in deeper spaces. "Tigers walk alone, only ants live in groups. You're just a bunch of chickens. Is that how you want to make it to the top 100? But then again, even if you do, so what?" He sneered, not hiding his disdain in the slightest. "Quit the competition right now, or I'll kill each and every one of you." He was absolutely domineering. Everybody was shocked and infuriated, but they held back as they remembered the strength he had shown. They held themselves back as if they had just been showered with cold water. What? On the balcony, outside of the celestial court, many ascendant state experts had been observing the battle. There were still several hundred survivors left. The top 100 would be chosen very soon. As expected of one of the 9 divine constitutions, he's so smart that he has awakened an inherited technique of his divine constitution when he's only in the fate state. Is his constitution related to reincarnation? Well, it's said that whoever has such a constitution can be reborn, even if they are executed. They normally remember their previous lives when they're kids. That way their training will be smooth. Not just that, the inherited skill can annihilate other people's astral power and laws. It's almost invincible when fighting with people on the same level. The ascendants had glittering eyes. In terms of talent, the man had a good chance of rising to the ascendant state, with the chance of becoming a top ascendant. It was worthy of note that ascendants were right beneath the celestial state. Top ascendants were quite horrifying too. After all, ascendants rarely showed up. Why was such a genius not born in Sylvie? Syra watched the battle in regret, but he dropped that thought quickly, as it was already lucky for Sylvie to have 2 top geniuses, Su Ping and Su Jinner. Many other galaxies didn't even have one. A chaotic battle was taking place on the deep space continent. The young man with a divine constitution went on a rampage. The remaining groups also fought each other. Some were crushed by him, while some were shattered by Su Ping and Wu Linchuan. Some of the other groups were ambushing too. The situation was quite chaotic. Humph, let's see how you'll betray each other. The top geniuses whose partners had been eliminated observed coldly by the edge of the battlefield, and declining the thought of joining any other group. It was obvious that more than 100 people would survive, and some of them would have to be abandoned. They weren't scared of being surrounded. Even if they were determined to flee, the young man with divine constitution would be incapable to stop them. Half a day passed again. No more than 150 from the hundreds of survivors remained. The young man with a divine constitution routed several groups and felt bored, so he stopped attacking. Su Ping and Wu Linchuan were confronting another merged group. What do you think? I suggest that we each abandon some people. There aren't many survivors left. If we each abandon 20 members, the game will be over. On the opposite side, a group of geniuses were gathered on the top of a hill. They stood together like stars and looked at Su Ping coldly. Su Ping and Wu Linchuan had taken in a lot of geniuses during the battles. They had 80 members, but only 6 top geniuses, including Su Jinner. One of them had been invited in with Wu Linchuan's personal connections. The companions from his galaxy had all been eliminated. As a lone wolf, he had intended to stand by and watch, but Wu Linchuan persuaded him to join his group, promising copious rewards. Brother Su, what do you think? Wu Linchuan didn't reply. He turned around and looked at Su Ping. He had seen the latter attack on the way. Indeed, as his companions defeated by Su Ping said, he was very strong among the top geniuses. Even he wasn't confident of defeating Su Ping. Although he had trump cards, who knew whether or not Su Ping had any? He threw the question back at Su Ping, and everybody fixed their eyes upon him. Fang Hangsu, Ibataluna, and the others had heavy hearts. They were the weakest in the group and would surely be abandoned first. Without being pretentious, Su Ping shook his head and said, "My teammates have fought by my side all the way here. I don't want to let them be eliminated just like this." Wu Linchuan frowned. Actually, he wanted to agree with the man, but he was already exhausted from fighting and hoped to leave as soon as possible. "Brother, you're truly sentimental." On the opposite side, the young leader said coldly, "Even if you make it to the top 100 with your friends in tow, so what? They will only fail, faring even worse if the rules get crueler." Su Ping looked at him indifferently and replied, "It's just a game anyway. They won't get killed as long as they admit defeat in time." "So to speak, you're offering them free access to the top 100, said the young man angrily. "The others told me that you're very strong, that you've defeated multiple top geniuses, but don't presume that you're capable of protecting others. You are not that madman." By madman, he was referring to the young man who had awakened an inherited technique related to his divine constitution. "What did you say?" At this moment, the very same young man was taking a rest in deeper spaces. He widened his eyes coldly. The young leader was stunned. He changed his expression and said, "No offense, sorry. Let's get this over with already, losers." The one gifted with a divine constitution snorted, but didn't take action. It was clear to him that Su Ping and the others would take advantage if he attacked the guy. He was angered by what Su Ping had said. He didn't want him to take advantage. That guy is an idiot who thinks he's capable, wanting to protect others. Weaklings should just stay in the mud. They would only contaminate others if they were to crawl out. The people on both sides changed their expressions after hearing the loud yelling. Being the proud geniuses they were, it was a first for them to be cursed like that. However, they could only hold back since they had seen how strong the man was. Su Ping wasn't too angry about being confronted by that guy. He looked at the young leader close by and said, "Say no more. Let's just fight it out until 100 of us are left." "You really want to start a fight?" The young man said gloomily, "Fine, Don't think that we're scared of you. Let's see how good you are." On Su Ping's side, Shirley and the others wore complicated expressions. They didn't expect Su Ping to protect them until the end. It was too great a favor. The crazy man was right. They would fail sooner or later even if they advanced to the top 100. However, a spot in the top 100 was precious enough. It could bring them great returns. The nearby Wu Linchuan was lost for words when he saw that Su Ping ended negotiations with only a few words. However, he had to attack Su Ping at this moment. His reputation would take a hit if he chickened out or abandoned the members on his side. Lord Supreme was probably watching this. He suddenly wondered if Su Ping had been as persistent, because he thought of that too. They didn't know what Lord Supreme's standards were, but some celestial state experts liked kind-hearted people. Never mind. Wu Linchuan secretly shook his head, stopping that train of thought. He had to finish that battle first. Boom! Soon a battle burst out. The failed negotiation meant that they would have to fight. Fang Hangsu and the others were fully focused. They didn't want to waste the opportunity that Su Ping had fought to give them. They would only have themselves to blame for being too weak if they were eliminated in the battle. Hardly had Su Ping and Su Jinner taken action when several guys rushed toward them. One of the women went straight for Su Jinner. She looked like an angel, and her eyes reflected the passage of countless years. One quick glance was enough for Su Jinner to be secretly alarmed already, knowing that she was facing someone just like her. On the other side, 3 men flew towards Su Ping. There were 2 guys next to the young man who was negotiating earlier. Both were top geniuses that Su Ping had defeated earlier. "Since you want to get eliminated, we'll start with you first." They approached Su Ping aggressively. One of them sneered and said, "Do you remember me? You defeated all the people from my galaxy. It's your turn to taste failure now." Su Ping raised his eyebrows, not saying a thing. He simply summoned the Inferno Dragon and merged with it, then unleashed his strength to approach them. Boom! The 2 men instantly launched their powerful secret techniques, but Su Ping simply ignored them, simply attacking the man who had talked earlier. The man's cold smile was instantly replaced by fury. Is he dead set on getting rid of him? "Kid, you're asking to be killed." He quickly lost his astral power as he tried to resist Su Ping's fist swords. He had to flee through the 5th space in their previous fight, but he couldn't run anymore, now that everybody was watching. That was the final battle, and Lord Supreme might be watching. Su Ping punched without saying a word. The astral power inside his body was as vast as an ocean. All his cells were condensed stars filled with astral power. They released a horrifying and destructive amount of power when they spun. The other 2 men realized Su Ping's intention and attacked with full strength, trying to wound him. However, to their astonishment, Su Ping was wielding the power of 100 laws, which were able to resist their attacks even if they were weakened. Apart from the law-based attacks, the elemental power and their secret techniques weren't making a single dent on Su Ping. He's shockingly sturdy. His body is as tough as that of an advanced star-state beast. The longer they fought, the more shocked they became. The young man whom Su Ping had locked onto retreated non-stop as Su Ping pressed on. While he looked at the continuous attacks of his companions, he said angrily, "Are you still not trying your best? I'm leaving if you don't help me stop him." Both of them were silent. Our best. They were already using their full strength except for their trump cards. Who would have thought that the man was also crazy? Why are there so many monsters? Fortunately, he doesn't have a top constitution or inherited techniques. Both of them looked awful. They finally understood why Su Ping was unwilling to concede. He didn't need to concede when he was that strong. The crazy man whom they saw as stronger than Su Ping even had the courage to call them losers right to their faces. They were attacking Su Ping together, but they weren't able to defeat him right away. The battle soon attracted a lot of attention. Linghu Jian and Su Jinner were intending to help at first, but then chose opponents for themselves, seeing that Su Ping was able to resist them. Wu Linchuan was shocked to see how Su Ping was faring. However, he soon found that the attacks from the other two men looked splendid and terrifying, but none of them were. Are those two just pretending to attack? It was true that temporary allies weren't reliable at all. He was relieved, so he no longer paid attention to Su Ping anymore. He would be fine even if Su Ping was truly eliminated. They weren't really friends anyway. In deeper spaces, the young man with a divine constitution noticed the situation too and seemed eager to fight. Huh, that kid is rather interesting. He's not as worthless as the others. Chapter 905, The End. Attacking him now would be unfair, even if I win. I can spar with him when the contest is over, the young man with a divine constitution thought. Su Ping was being surrounded at the moment and was surely tired. He didn't want to take advantage of him. Su Ping became fiercer as he fought the three men. The young man he had chosen as main target decidedly retreated at a fast speed while coughing blood. He then roared, "Are you pulling my leg? I'm done." After that, he tore an opening into the fifth space and escaped. He would fight back if Su Ping dared to chase after him. Naturally, the latter would choose not to waste energy to catch up. It was easier to deal with the other two after forcing the man to go. Again, he attacked only one of them and simply left the other alone. That's impossible. Both of them were shocked. They didn't know what to say about the young man who had escaped. Su Ping's body was too sturdy. Their secret techniques were only able to cause minor injuries. He only had to deal with their power of laws. Their only choice was to use their trump cards, but then they would be revealed for all to see. The others would take precautions against them in following battles. This would make things really difficult for them to reach the top 10 in the finals. Top geniuses like them would be unsatisfied with only being in the top 100. All of them were aiming for the top 10, if not the championship. Only the top 10 would gain access to the Divine Sea mysterious realm and the key to the ascendant state. They might end up being defeated if they exposed their trump cards prematurely. Su Ping could tell what they were thinking. He didn't unleash any greater strength either, even though it could allow him to protect those around him, because that would expose his own trump cards. It would not benefit him in the following battles. They fought and moved. None of them used any ultimate attacks, but they were significantly stronger than the other geniuses, and their battling was fierce. Someone help me hold him back. The young man who had talked to Su Ping earlier looked awful. It was really hard for them to deal with Su Ping after one of his companions ran off, which came as a shock to him. He still had his stash of trump cards. He had also used enough strength to suppress a lot of geniuses, but things happened differently since Su Ping had suppressed them instead. Su Ping was undoubtedly a monster that was only second to that madman. He was beginning to understand why Su Ping would dare to protect others. He did have that kind of strength. Nobody answered his call for help. The young man looked around and felt cold. All his allies were busy fighting Su Ping and were unable to lend a hand. He realized that he needed a strong ally to counter the guy's momentum. However, his previous collaborator had run off, and he didn't have any more allies. "Everybody, I will hand the 1,000 spirits divine fruits to whoever helps," he quickly shouted. Some of the top geniuses who had been watching coldly were stunned upon hearing that, not expecting him to be that lavishly generous. The 1,000 spirits divine fruits could increase a person's power of understanding. It was said that you would never forget anything you saw once you ate 3 of them. You would also be able to understand anything you were learning. Only the complex secret techniques would take them some time to grasp. Having 5 of these fruits would make it easy to perceive laws, just as if you were having water. Humph, shameless. The young man with a divine constitution laughed in disdain. Of all the contestants, Su Ping was the only one who showed enough strength to win his admiration. The others were simply garbage in his eyes. "Let me have a go," someone responded in the void. Then a brawny man who had a sun tattoo on his arm asked solemnly, "Will you keep your word?" "There are many ascendants watching. We're in the celestial court too. How could I ever dare lie?" said the young man quickly. "Sure." The brawny man agreed. He was about to step up, but then a spear was brutally hurled at them from deeper spaces. The brawny man changed his expression and slammed the void with a horrifying force, dodging the attack with the counterforce. What's the fun in outnumbering your enemy? Fight me if you think you're capable. The young man with a divine constitution emerged from deeper spaces and looked around at everyone majestically. Everyone was shocked to see that crazy person intervene. What's the meaning of this? The young man changed his expression furiously. Wu Linchuan and the others were stunned too, not expecting the horrifying young man they had seen earlier to help Su Ping. "I'm telling you to get the hell out of here. I'm here if you want to fight," said the young man with a divine constitution. "Kid, do you want to die?" The brawny man gazed at him angrily. He had reached the ascendant state a long time before. That was just his reincarnation. He found it impossible to tolerate the humiliation of a junior. Boom! The young man with a divine constitution waved his spear, producing a crescent aura that carried a terrifying attraction force. The brawny man changed his expression and jumped back even more angrily. At this moment, the young man who asked for help said in frustration and fury, "Do you know each other?" The young man with a divine constitution replied casually, "No, but I like him. You're so weak and you call for reinforcements when 3 of you gang up on him. That's unfair." "What the heck?" The young man felt like vomiting blood. "How we fight is none of your business. Why did have to jump out?" Su Ping was quite surprised too, not expecting him to offer help. He nodded at the guy, thanking him for the favor. Since the young man with a divine constitution had intervened, the brawny man had to give up the hope of getting the 1,000 spirits' divine fruits and leave. The longer Su Ping fought, the more fearsome he became. He seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of astral power and was able to make his opponents retreat. Once some of them had left, Su Ping moved to pounce on the other geniuses like a tiger. Fang Hangsu, Shirley, Kleesabe and the others instantly faced a much lesser pressure. All their opponents were quickly finished off by Su Ping, which left them at a loss for words. They had fought those opponents for a long time, unable to win, yet Su Ping defeated them instantly. How much stronger was Su Ping in comparison became more than evident. "Let's go." As the size of his group dwindled, the young leader finally gave up and abandoned the others, choosing to make a run for it. A relieved Wu Linchuan led the others to chase and kicked the other geniuses out. The world suddenly shook as they gave chase. All the pressure and attacks in motion were instantly dispelled. All the power of laws, secret techniques and fatal attacks disappeared like a gentle breeze. A majestic and indifferent voice echoed in everybody's heads. "The screening is over." Chapter 906, The Heavenly Path Mountain. It was more of a telepathic message than a voice. Everybody felt the ineffable power of that voice. Their hearts started to race. Was that Lord Supreme? Shua? They suddenly disappeared from the continent. They found themselves standing in front of a splendid balcony when they reappeared. Many figures who couldn't be seen clearly were standing on the balcony like deities. Their casual glances were very shocking, giving off a great pressure. "The screening is over. Congratulations on making it to the top 100, everybody." A man rose from the balcony and announced indifferently. He was the one who had uttered the telepathic voice. The deep space continent was also his creation. The contestants were surprised to hear that, puzzled and more or less disappointed. They had thought that Lord Supreme had created the continent. There would have been a chance to catch his eye with their performances. "It's over." Fang Hangsu and the others found it rather hard to believe what they had heard. However, they soon realized that they had indeed made it. They managed to advance to the top 100. The top 100 of the Golden Star Zone. Their families would be glorified for thousands of years when they returned to Sylvie. Many of them blushed, shaking with excitement. They knew they couldn't have done it without Su Ping's protection. They had seen much stronger geniuses stronger than them be eliminated while being under his wing. Some of those geniuses were even stronger than Linghu Jian and Dragon Emperor, but they were still knocked out. Only the monsters as strong as Su Jinner could have been lucky enough to survive Su Ping's attacks. Given the circumstances, it would have been almost impossible for them to advance on their own. Apart from Fang Hangsu and the others, the top geniuses were feeling a bit let down since the creator of the continent wasn't Lord Supreme. They were confident of their advancement, so they weren't particularly delighted. A lot of them actually felt bad, because all the participants of their galaxies had been knocked out. According to tradition, everybody will compete for the top genius title of the 12 star zones. The top 100 players of each star zone are qualified to participate. All of you are all qualified to fight on behalf of this star zone. You will challenge other star zones to decide who is the best genius in the universe. The schedule is rather tight due to special circumstances, and the screening this year isn't as strict as before, but it doesn't matter. The geniuses who have the hope of becoming the champion or being in the top 10 will never be eliminated here anyway. Next, you will compete for the championship and the top 10 of our star zone. Those with high rankings will be rewarded by Lord Supreme. I hope you'll try your best. Everybody was surprised by what they heard. Then their eyes glowed. Fang Hangsu surely, and the others were also thrilled. They were to compete for the top genius of the universe. It was exhilarating. They were definitely too weak to contend for the championship, but they were at least qualified to participate. The top genius in the universe could very likely emerge among the contestants who would compete with them. Rewarded by Lord Supreme. The top geniuses were attracted to the Ascendant's announcement. Their eyes glittered. They had to fight for the championship in order to get Lord Supreme's prizes. Su Ping was similarly tempted. Lord Supreme could compare to the superior gods in the demigod burial and was stronger than Joanna's original self. His prizes would definitely benefit their cultivation a lot. The Ascendant State expert announced, "Bring the Divine Mountain here." The void shook right after, and the deep space continent disappeared. A crack appeared in a place above its former position, and an ancient aura radiated through it. A giant mountain slowly descended. It was quite a splendid sight. Su Ping could sense how extraordinary it was, understanding something new after merely giving it a quick glance. Two Ascendant State experts flew out from a place nearby, as if they were the ones carrying the mountain. "This is the Heavenly Path Mountain." The Ascendant State expert looked at them and added, "In 3 days, the one who climbs to the highest part of the mountain will become the champion. The rest of you will be ranked according to your altitude." Everybody was stunned. They were to climb for the championship. Contestants have always fought in pairs to decide the champion. However, time is limited this year. Wait until the finals if you want to fight. This Heavenly Path Mountain is Lord Supreme's treasure. He prepared it for you. It can precisely measure your combat ability. Apart from ranking you, the mountain will bring you great benefits too. The higher you climb, the more you will get. You will find out later. Now start climbing. You have 3 federal days. The Ascendant State expert stood there with hands behind his back. All the geniuses were stunned, not expecting that the championship would be sorted out differently. "We're going to climb right now. We just finished fighting. We haven't rested yet. They're not giving us any time to catch our breath. Bidding our time was right. We didn't fight, so we're still fresh." The top geniuses who had watched things happen without joining the fights felt relieved. The top geniuses who fought against Su Ping, Su Jinner, and the others were all frowns, but none of them said a thing. They were indeed tired, but they had treasures that could replenish their energy. "I have to climb this mountain. Boring. I was hoping I could teach those guys a lesson," said the young man with a divine constitution in the crowd, raising his eyebrows. Those around him looked his way, lost for words. The guy was truly a maniac. "Humph." The top geniuses snorted. "This guy is too arrogant. He has no respect for us at all." "Brother Su, thank you for your protection. The King Han family will forever remember your favor. You're always welcome to visit the Heavenly King planet," said a young man as he approached Su Ping. He was one of the guys who had been protected by the latter. Fang Hangsu and the others gathered around him too and expressed their gratitude. Not only they Their families would also remember Su Ping's favor. Su Ping looked at them. He had more than 20 people in his team close to the end, and only 15 remained. About 8 of them had been eliminated. Wu Linchuan had even fewer members left. He had lost a lot of companions in the final bloody battles, which caused the number of participants to meet the overall quota. Okay, Su Ping nodded at them. Those geniuses were mostly backed by big families that governed a solar system. He would have a lot of customers if they went to his store to train their pets. Ling Hujian also went to see him. He sincerely said in a low voice, "Thank you." Even though he had a chance of making it to the top 100 in normal circumstances, luck was one of the key factors, and a lot of contestants as strong as him had been eliminated. Dragon Emperor walked close and said solemnly, "I owe you a favor." "I'll remember you," said the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady with a smile. Su Ping replied, "You have to rely on yourselves in the final part of the journey. Keep it up. I hope that we all rise to the top." Well, everybody felt awkward after hearing that, not knowing what to say. The others glanced at him and rolled their eyes. He wants all of us to rise to the top. Does he think the championship is in the bag? Job well done. Cyro's voice echoed in Su Ping's head at that moment. He said, "This isn't a good time. I'll hand out your rewards after the Heavenly Path Mountain trial is over. By the way, climbing the Heavenly Path Mountain can be quite inspirational. Don't waste the opportunity. Try to make it to the top 5 or even the top 3. Cyro was very satisfied after seeing Su Ping's performance on the continent. Taking him as a disciple even crossed his mind. He only dropped the thought after learning that Su Ping had refused other Ascendant State experts since he had a master. It was highly unlikely that Su Ping would make it to the top 10, or even the top 5 for that matter. The top 3 was a long shot, but it would bring honor to Sylvie if it were possible. Sure, Su Ping replied in his head. The Ascendant State expert then waved his hand and said, "Go." Everybody felt that they were weightless. The scenery with the balcony and the Ascendant State experts before them was replaced by the Heavenly Path Mountain after their relocation. The air of laws is very strong here. All the geniuses had glittering eyes. Very soon, someone made a move towards the Heavenly Path Mountain. The others followed suit. There were 5 ladders embedded in the mountain's steep incline. Odd, the space here is closed. It can't be torn apart. I can't feel the deeper spaces here, nor can I fly, even though gravity is normal. A no-fly law must have been established by a Star Lord or an Ascendant. It's inviolable, unless you have a better understanding of the law or you're able to destroy it. The geniuses looked around. Just like a sharp sword, the Heavenly Path Mountain was desolate. Nothing but moss and vines could be seen. It was just a normal mountain in the eyes of normal people, while all the geniuses had noticed its unusual traits. "Brother Su, I'll be taking my leave." The nearby Wu Linchuan smiled at Su Ping. Both top geniuses had been temporary allies. The former saw how strong Su Ping was and thought highly of him. Su Ping nodded in silence. Very soon, a lot of people rushed to the ladders. "Don't fight. Get the hell out of here, it's mine." Fierce battles burst out right next to the ladders. 6 of the dozen men who launched attacks were top geniuses. They merged with their pets and forced others to retreat. "Who do you think you are, trying to compete with me?" A young man with ascendant potential kicked another man again and laughed. He then grabbed a ladder and quickly made his way upward. However, he soon started to shake and slowed down. Some of the others laid their hands on the ladders too and climbed, but they were also behaving in a weird manner. There are indeed obstacles. Why are they fighting? You can climb sooner or later. That Ascendant expert mentioned that this isn't about fighting, said a young man who also had Ascendant potential. The other top geniuses who didn't fight were casually walking to the ladders, as if they had guessed something. It is said that the Heavenly Path Mountain is a treasure found wandering in deeper spaces until it was retrieved. It must have been contaminated by evil things in the deeper spaces. However, Lord Supreme would have surely wiped out any evil influence before giving it to us. Su Jinner's telepathic voice echoed in Su Ping's head. He looked back at the girl. The lingering thoughts may be both inspirational and dangerous. Take care of yourself. Su Jinner smiled at Su Ping, showing her white teeth. Su Ping nodded. Just as he thought, the girl acted as if she were Joanna's clone. He looked around at the geniuses who had ascendant potential. Many of them had to be just like Su Jinner. Those people had to be there to secure a spot in the top 10. They wanted access to the Divine Sea mysterious realm. It seemed that the mysterious realm was tempting even to ascendant experts. Su Ping didn't stop. He also walked over to the Heavenly Path Mountain. What happened to the climbers made the other geniuses stop fighting. It was useless to get a head start since strength was what really mattered. They would be surpassed sooner or later. The geniuses who were vomiting blood on the ground wallowed in regret. Su Ping reached one of the ladders. Nobody competed with him. He grabbed one of the handles. It felt cold, as if it was made of deep-sea iron. Su Ping climbed one step after the other. He didn't rush it. He wanted to try his luck since he could understand something new. After all, his power of laws could still improve significantly. He had already mastered 100 laws, but he hadn't grasped them well, at least not as well as the other top geniuses would grasp a single law. Su Ping felt that his head was a lot clearer when managed to grab the 10th handle. A mist floated in front of his eyes. He could easily tell that they were condensed primitive laws. He quickly captured the laws. Once his mind made contact, the laws melted, turning into a tremendous amount of information flooding into his head. He instantly realized that they were shallow laws of the water class. He had already grasped the water class laws. That was why the improvement was negligible. However, Su Ping was quite shocked by the discovery. If any normal fate state cultivator were there, wouldn't they have been able to grasp those laws and rise to the star state? Su Ping's eyes glittered. He looked at the top of the mountain and felt the urge to reach the top. The next moment, Su Ping continued his climb. Once he reached the 12th handle, Su Ping sensed that the air was particularly cold. Blades of ice were shooting from the mist around him too. Chapter 907, Broken Pieces. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He shattered the sharp blades with the law of annihilation and reached for the last one. The sharp blade pierced into his palm. There was a vague feeling of pain. Su Ping was slightly alarmed to see the blood in his hand. He looked at the other ladders, only to find that the rest of the competitors were enduring similar attacks, trying to defend themselves. Looks like this isn't an illusion. Su Ping kept on climbing. The previous attack was on par with the might of the early star state. Su Ping wasn't in a rush. They had 3 days anyway, and it was the final height that mattered. Move. Get lost. At the rear, someone spoke impatiently, heavily pressuring every contestant. He strode towards one of the ladders. It was none other than the young man with a divine constitution who was scaring a lot of people. The other geniuses who were still watching focused their attention on the majestic man and whispered, "I heard that someone has awakened an inherent technique related to his divine constitution. Is it him?" His constitution is the one related to reincarnation. It is actually able to reverse life and death. One of the 9 divine constitutions. You can't be serious. I don't think many ascendant state experts have such a rare constitution. Unfortunately, he had been too arrogant, making many who stepped forward to befriend him hesitated, wary of a potential slap in the face. By then, the young man with a divine constitution had already arrived at a ladder that a couple of men were using. They heard noises behind them and turned back. Both of them changed their expressions. Humph. The young man with a divine constitution didn't say anything. He squatted and then jumped dozens of meters high, reaching the ladder's 11th handle. He seized the handle, and his expression changed ever so slightly. He seemed to have realized the unusual conditions of the Heavenly Path Mountain. Interesting. He glanced around and saw Su Ping, who was using another ladder. He shouted, "Kid, it's a shame that the rules have been changed and I can't fight you. Why don't we race to the top instead?" Su Ping didn't think that he would want to compete with him. He thought he owed the guy a favor for helping him earlier, but it seemed that the hadn't been selflessly helping him. "Fine, how should we compete?" asked Su Ping. "How about 10 handles?" The young man with a divine constitution waved his hand and said, "You win if your final position is within a 10-handle range from me." While slightly stunned, Su Ping shook his head with a smile. "Fine. Better keep up then." The young man with a divine constitution chuckled and exerted strength on the handle, dashing up quickly to the 17th handle. He was 5 handles above Su Ping. He no longer looked back as he made his way upward. Su Ping looked at him for a while and then withdrew his gaze. He wasn't hasty at all, as he simply climbed one handle after the other at his own pace. That guy is truly cocky. He has every reason to be cocky. The other guy is a genius too, but he probably can't compare to someone who has a divine constitution. Speaking of which, what constitution does he have? A lot of people had heard about the bet between the young man with a divine constitution and Su Ping. The latter wasn't as terrifying as the young man with a divine constitution, but he was a top genius nevertheless. Even he was openly despised by the young man, not to mention the secondary geniuses. They were probably no different from the ordinary street passers-by in the young man's eyes. However, they were actually the best geniuses selected from tens of billions of people from dozens of planets. A lot of people were stunned by the question, especially those who had fought alongside Su Ping or against him. What constitution does Su Ping have? They had never seen Su Ping unleash the power of his constitution. Wait a minute. That guy was that horrifying without using his constitution. Many people were shocked upon thinking that. They turned to look at Su Ping with awe. What a monster! A lot of people thought along those lines. Linghu Jian, Dragon Emperor and the others fell silent too. Is he really just an innocent man? Still distant from each other, Su Jinner looked at Su Ping's back with glittering eyes. She couldn't detect any aura similar to hers coming from Su Ping. His talent was truly shocking if he were just an innocent man. As the contestants on the ladders were attacked one after the other, those who had competed earlier realized why the rest didn't join the fight. They had surely guessed what lay beyond. Many contestants stopped at the foot of the Heavenly Path Mountain, ready to find out how dangerous it was. Soon after, the young man with a divine constitution had quickly climbed to the 20th handle. A thunderous cloud appeared above his head from deeper spaces. It was rife with the power of laws. The young man with a divine constitution suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth, sucking the cloud in the process. Then he burped and laughed, weak, so weak. He continued his climb and reached the 25th handle in the blink of an eye. He suddenly made a pause, remaining immobile for a few seconds. He laughed and continued climbing. The guy crossed more than 40 handles in a matter of minutes. Nothing unusual was seen again, except that his body shook a bit every time he grabbed a new handle. The same happened to the other climbers, but only after the 20th handle. Someone speculated, this must be a design to prevent us from cheating. We can't see the attacks they endured from the outside. Seems like we can't learn from other people's setbacks. We have to rely on ourselves. Behind Su Ping's back, a young man frowned and said, "I'll just jump over there if you're not in a rush." He wouldn't have been so courteous if he hadn't seen Su Ping's performance. Su Ping had just reached the 20th handle at the moment. Some of the contestants who had begun climbing later than Su Ping had already crossed by the 30th. The young man with a divine constitution had even crossed 40 handles by then. "Okay, be my guest." Su Ping turned aside, making room for the guy to pass. Without a word, the young man leaped over and stood in a place right above Su Ping's head. Those handles had been driven into the mountain like nails, with several meters between them. The young man who had surpassed Su Ping paused for a moment. He then exerted his strength again and jumped to a higher handle. Su Ping looked at him and continued climbing on his own. He endured some law attacks every time he reached a new handle. There would be shards of law when he shattered the attacks. Even though such laws were somewhat shallow, they were still beneficial after they were gathered. But they weren't as useless to the other geniuses, those who had grasped a single law all too well for them to improve upon it by using those broken pieces. Chapter 908, The 100th Handle. He's indeed leading the charge. The reincarnation divine constitution is truly remarkable. It seems that the first tier will be formed very soon. In the balcony, a lot of ascendant state experts were observing the situation. Only 100 contestants were left after the cruel competitions. The top 100 of a star zone in the early years would later become famous star lords, even if they couldn't reach the ascendant state. The rules this time were even more cruel, but a lot of people had luckily advanced with the help of others. However, luck didn't play a role at the Heavenly Path Mountain. Warriors would not stand out if they weren't impeccable in every aspect. The real test will begin until they cross the 100th handle. Considering their abilities, more than 10 of them will be able to surpass a 100th handle. I wonder if the kid with the reincarnation constitution can create a miracle and go beyond the 100th later. If he has the talent to accomplish that, well. The young man with a divine constitution was undoubtedly the center of attention. After all, he was an unparalleled genius who had the hopes of reaching the celestial state. Everybody was intent on finding out how strong a potential Lord Supreme could be, while still being in the fate state. Good luck. While standing among the ascendant state experts, Cyril looked at Su Ping and encouraged him as he was approaching the 20th handle. Su Ping had shown amazing strength by fighting 3 top geniuses by himself. He was the genius that was only weaker than the one with the reincarnation divine constitution, according to everyone's eyes. No more than 3 geniuses could compare to him. If Su Ping tried harder, he could even rise to the Star Zone's top 3. Nobody from Sylvie had ever reached the top 10 of the Star Zone. The highest they had managed was merely 12th place. It was just a mediocre galaxy among all the galaxies. At the Heavenly Path Mountain, everybody was climbing the 5 ladders. Su Ping was at the 12th handle on one of the ladders when a terrifying dragon head appeared in front of his eyes, extending its head from deeper spaces to snap at him. It was an extinct and ancient ferocious dragon. Its roar was thunderous and awe-inspiring. However, Su Ping realized that none of the other climbers seemed to see the dragon. They simply kept climbing. Su Ping had experienced the same in a previous handle. The participants could only see what they were going through. It looked like an illusion, but Su Ping was truly hurt when he tried to simply weather through the attack. Bang! Su Ping punched and shattered the dragon head, producing a chaotic mess of laws which contained assorted feelings, including the thirst for blood. Su Ping waited for a while to digest them. He felt that he had gained something, so he continued climbing afterwards. Once Su Ping reached the 13th handle, he discovered that the law-based attacks were obviously more powerful. It seemed that the difficulty was being increased every 10 handles. The young man with a divine constitution had already reached the 70th handle by then, ahead of everybody else. You're a true dawdler. The young man with a divine constitution snorted upon seeing that Su Ping was only at the 30th handle. Of course, he didn't think that Su Ping was only capable of that. He didn't feel challenged even though he was at the 70th handle, so it couldn't be a problem for Su Ping either. He didn't understand why the man was taking his sweet time. Having no time to think about it, he continued his upward climb. The more he climbed, the more powerful the attacks became. He shattered them and gained something from the broken pieces. However, he was too strong to receive much benefit from such broken pieces. They only made him gain a deeper understanding of other laws. Time flew. Half a federal day passed in the blink of an eye. 4 people had already passed the 100 handles mark. The young man with a divine constitution was still ahead of the group, being at the 120th handle, while the other 3 top geniuses were quickly following him. The young man who had golden wheels in his eyes had just reached the 90th handle. He didn't seem to be in a hurry, and he hadn't really exerted his strength yet. Su Ping had just reached the 50th handle. His speed slowed down as he tried to absorb and digest. Many would have thought that he was a weakling who had reached that point in the competition, thanks to someone else's help, if they hadn't seen his performance in earlier battles. Seriously, how can they keep moving that fast? I feel like I'm reaching my limits. I wonder if I can reach the 100th handle. Fang Hangsu, Shirley, Kleesabe and the others were also giving it a go. They were between the 70th and 80th handles. What shocked them was that the attacks received in that section were already quite hard to resist. Considering the rising difficulty, it would probably be too difficult for them to surpass the 90th handle. Monsters such as Su Ping, however, didn't seem exhausted at all when they got to the 90th handle. They seemed rather at ease. Why was I born in the same universe as them? I truly feel sorry for myself. I thought that a genius such as myself, able to easily grasp laws without much thinking, was already terrifying. But those guys are truly eye-openers. Cliché breathed heavily at the 88th handle. He looked at the young man with a divine constitution. The latter had reached the 130th handle that made him feel an urge to curse out loud. I don't want to fail. On the other hand, Dragon Emperor held on to the 95th handle with bloodshot eyes. He had tried his best to resist the previous attack he suffered, and his body was almost torn apart. Nobody else saw the battle, but it was truly fierce. It felt like an illusion, but his agony and the depletion of his stamina and astral power were real. He looked up at the guys still ahead of him with a contorted expression. He was the dominator of the Dragon Tomb Academy. Everybody felt awe at the mention of his name. And yet, 10 people had easily surpassed him during that test. He felt even more helpless as he remembered that it was just one of the 12 star zones in the universe. He wondered what kind of people could possibly reach the finals. The second half of the day passed in the blink of an eye. The climbers had obviously slowed down at the moment, including the young man with a divine constitution who still had the lead. However, the gap between the 100 geniuses on the 5 ladders was already obvious. Most were struggling around the 80th handle, while others had gone further than the 90th handle. Only a dozen had surpassed the 100th handle. The young man with a divine constitution was the most horrifying of all. He was at the 170th handle. He had indeed slowed down to the same pace used by the climbers down below, while having been tangled in fierce battles at every new handle. But he had already gone much further than any of the others. Many geniuses who felt that they were reaching their limits at the 80th handle would look up and see the man who was still climbing higher than anyone else. All of them wore troubled expressions. The man was too brilliant. They were the top 100 selected from the pool of geniuses selected from many galaxies, and yet the man was still the most brilliant among them. It wouldn't be long before the entire universe would learn the genius's name. He would receive countless invitations, and even the attention of the illustrious Lord Supreme. Many of them were greatly frustrated when they thought of that. They were destined to be the background in that competition. He's slowing down. The attacks will involve complete paths once they get to the 150th handle. His opponents are at the peak of the star state. It's quite astonishing to see he's reached the 170th handle. Even Star Lords would have a hard time fighting him without using the power of faith. He would be able to fight early Star Lords if he happens to get his hands on a secret treasure able to resist the power of faith. That truly is celestial state potential. He's crossed 2 major levels. Horrifying. In the balcony, the Ascendant State observers were amazed by the performance of the young man with a divine constitution. They had to admit that the young man was truly the most eye-catching among all the geniuses, eclipsing the whole lot of them. There are a few others who are not bad. They are also ahead of others, being the strongest of the top geniuses who have Ascendant State potential. Their odds of reaching the Ascendant State are higher. Unfortunately, they met someone who has the reincarnation divine constitution, which is absolutely unreasonable. At the 82nd handle of the ladder, Su Ping formed a sword with the power of laws and cut a foggy shadow apart that was immune to ordinary attacks. It was only vulnerable to the refined power of laws. The intensity of these laws compares to that of the advanced star state, yet I've only crossed 80 stairs. Su Ping was shocked when he looked up at the young man with a divine constitution, since he had managed to reach the 170th handle. Wouldn't it require the power of a star lord to reach that height? The vastness of the Federation became increasingly clear to him. He had traveled to many cultivation sites. Not even the demigod burial had that many geniuses. It seems like the Federation I'm living in is probably more advanced than the advanced cultivation sites, Su Ping thought. You're overthinking. He's from a Tier 1 advanced world at best, said the system. Su Ping was stunned for a moment. Unsurprised by the peeping, he asked, a Tier 1 advanced world, is it only inferior to the top cultivation sites? That's right, said the system casually. I'm counting the hidden beings in this universe. Otherwise, it would only be a regular advanced cultivation site considering your Lord Supreme as the strongest warrior. Su Ping's heart shivered. Hidden beings. Don't even think about them. You're still too far off from them. I may tell you the answer by the time you reach the path section on this Path Erudition Mountain. The Path Erudition Mountain, Su Ping was stunned. He then realized it was the system's name for the Heavenly Path Mountain. Maybe that was the mountain's original name. What's the path section? The area where complete paths are nurtured. It's somewhere 200 handles above your head, said the system casually. Su Ping looked up. 200 handles. It meant that the young man with a divine constitution was almost there. He nodded and said, I'll try my best. The system didn't respond. It fell silent again. Su Ping stopped thinking and simply kept on climbing. Suddenly, someone greeted him and said, Boss, you're here, keep it up. Su Ping looked up and saw that he was one of the guys he had protected. He nodded in response. Su Ping climbed a few more handles and soon encountered Fang Hangsu, Kleesabe, and a few others. A half of another day passed. Su Ping reached the 90th stair, where he saw the struggling Dragon Emperor and the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady. Both flashed a bitter smile at Su Ping when they saw him. Su Ping greeted them. What a coincidence. See you later. Okay. Su Ping surpassed them and continued climbing. Dragon Emperor, Linghu Jian and the others smiled bitterly when Su Ping passed them. They knew that Su Ping would surely do that, but they still felt bad when it truly happened. Very soon, Su Ping grabbed a hold of the 100th handle. He sensed that the attacks were evidently more powerful. A dark monster made by laws lunged at him and let out an ear-splitting roar. The roar contained a mental shock inducer. Su Ping felt that his head trembled, as if having been hammered upon. Still, he snapped back to reality fairly quickly. He looked solemn, as the attacks could already be compared to the ones who were at the peak of the star state. Su Ping quickly took action. He gathered 100 laws and formed a sword aura to shatter the monster as easily as before. Then, he frowned and absorbed the broken laws and willpower. The laws contained in that monster were quite profound. Almost 10 of the 100 laws that Su Ping had grasped after being absorbed were improved to the advanced phase of the star state. He would be able to touch the core of the laws. Why do I feel like this is a gift? Su Ping thought. He felt that the climbing was already beneficial enough. Even if he couldn't win the championship, he would be significantly strengthened. Su Ping looked up. There was a considerable distance from the young man with a divine constitution, who was at the 180th handle at the moment. It's been a day and a half. Only half of the 3 days are left. I can't catch up to him with my current speed. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He wasn't tempted to attain the championship title, but he was definitely interested in the prizes, which belonged to a celestial being. They were beings that were actually a level higher than Joanna's original self. I need to figure out a way to store my understanding of laws, to then digest them after the contest is over, Su Ping thought. Chapter 909, Sprint. In the blink of an eye, 3 federal days had almost passed. Only the last 5 hours remained. The young man with a divine constitution was shivering slightly while currently holding onto the 198th handle. It would seem that he was fighting something fiercely. He had always been above everybody else, as expected by the ascendant state experts and the top 100 contestants. Still, they were shocked to see that he had reached the 198th handle. It had to be noted that the others were mostly between the 70th and the 90th handles. He was 100 handles above them. The person who ranked second was a young man with golden hair who was as handsome as an elf. Still, he was only at the 173rd handle. The third person was at the 165th handle. Their gap was quite obvious. Their achievement would have been more eye-catching if the young man with divine constitution wasn't there. The other geniuses with ascendant potential were mostly around the 150th handle. Sue Jenner was at the 157th handle. She had a solemn look, as opposed to her casual self. She seemed to be already exhausted. She would at most reach the 160th handle. Apart from geniuses who had the hope of rising to the ascendant state, Dragon Emperor, the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady, Linghu Jian and the others who were in the third tier had also crossed the 100th handle mark. I've only passed 90 handles, but I can't climb any further. Our limits are just their starting points. I don't know what to say. This increase in difficulty is unbelievable. He's 100 handles above us. Damn it. I thought I would be the green leaf to highlight their flowers, but they've left me so far behind that I'm the root at most. Many were complaining. They were devastated after seeing the appalling height reached by the young man with a divine constitution, while they also questioned themselves. Looks like he's going to be the champion this year. In the balcony, many ascendant state experts focused their attention on the current first ranker, the young man with a divine constitution. All of them became hopeful as he approached the 200th handle. The one in second place seems to be the reincarnation of a phoenix. I hear he has pure inborn phoenix blood. What a shame. He has encountered a reincarnation divine constitution, which is extremely rare. Interesting. The game is almost over, yet one of the kids is still enjoying it. Huh. Someone threw a hint, then many shifted their eyes to see the young man who was grasping the 110th handle. It was an unremarkable height. However, the young man had shown enough strength to reach the 150th, if not the 170th handle, with ease. Why is he still lingering at the 110th handle? Is he concealing his strength? But it had already been exposed earlier. The purpose of participating is to show off. Why come here if he wants to hide his strength? Many ascendants were puzzled. There were only 5 hours left. Even if the kid were to sprint at full speed, how far could he go? He didn't have enough time. What is he thinking? Cyro rubbed his hands anxiously while sitting at the edge of his seat. He regarded Su Ping and Su Jinner very highly, but he had felt really pissed because of Su Ping in the previous 2 days. Why is he not climbing? He's capable of making it to the top 10 or even the top 5, but he'll hardly reach the top 10 now. He won't have a chance for a do-over if he misses the opportunity. Does he think he can reach the top by sprinting in the end? He's being overly confident. Cyro almost wanted to go and give him an earful. He realized that Su Jinner was more obedient. If both of them were that confident and didn't reach top 10, he would surely vomit blood in fury. Greetings. On the ladder, Su Ping saw Linghu Jian and Dragon Emperor catch up. He was slightly surprised to see those two love birds who were very close back in the mysterious realm, and now there. Huh, you're still here. Both of them were stunned to see Su Ping. It's already this late in the match, yet Su Ping is still in this place. They had been too focused on resisting the latter's attacks to pay attention to Su Ping. They thought that he would have surely rushed to the top, even though he had lingered in the beginning. Yet Su Ping was still at their height when the game was almost over. Brother Su, don't you want to compete for the top 10? Linghu Jian could not help asking. He had always been proud and taciturn, but he could not stop himself from asking Su Ping. Su Ping shook his head. You're giving up, Dragon Emperor was also shocked too. Why would he give up when he's so strong? I want to be the champion, said Su Ping. Both of them were lost for words. I'm mostly prepared. I'll be taking my leave now. Su Ping smiled at them. They smiled bitterly. It would be impossible for him to catch up when he was left so far behind. However, they weren't as strong as him, so they couldn't teach him anything. They could only nod and say, good luck. Su Ping smiled again and then climbed further. After doing some experiments, he figured out a way to store the understanding of laws in his body. He could contemplate them after the match was over. There was indeed not a lot of time left. No more words were said as Su Ping quickly started climbing. Whoosh! Su Ping quickly jumped to the handle right above him. The power of laws had instantly attacked him, but Su Ping unleashed an enormous force with widened eyes before the law-based attack was fully gathered, destroying it with violent willpower and his attained laws. Su Ping caught the power in the destroyed attack with a hand made with laws before it was dispersed, then moved it to his body. After that, he continued climbing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Ping climbed up like an agile monkey. Even though he didn't jump over multiple handles like others did, he was still shockingly fast. It had to be noted that all the attacks he endured at such a height were in the advanced phase of the star state. Su Ping stayed for no more than 10 seconds at every handle, resuming the climb after a brief pause. Su Ping reached the 120th handle in the blink of an eye. There were several meters between every 2 handles. He was dozens of meters away from Linghu Giant and Dragon Emperor. Well, the pair looked up, dumbfounded. The Thousand Leaves Holy Lady and several others who were on another ladder were equally shocked. It was extremely difficult for them to climb higher. They had to try their best to deal with the attacks. Still, Su Ping had resolved them easily. Su Ping's rapid sprinting caught a lot of attention. Some people higher above looked down and took notice, seeming surprised for a short while. They were at first surprised to see that Su Ping was still underneath them, when all of them knew he was capable of climbing to the 150th handle. This guy. Su Jinner noticed Su Ping too. She had paid a lot of attention to him. After all, he was much more talented than the others were. He didn't start sprinting until the game was almost over. He's too confident of himself. Su Jinner frowned. She didn't feel that Su Ping was arrogant when they met. She had found him rather approachable. She didn't expect that he would become as cocky as the other geniuses. That was a fatal weakness that caused the deaths of many geniuses. Look, the kid has started sprinting. In the balcony, some ascendants noticed Su Ping, who had performed magnificently in earlier battles. He was definitely one of the top 3 players apart from the unreasonable young man with a divine constitution. He didn't start running until just now. It's a bit late. The other ascendants noticed this too and could only shake their heads. He was being overly confident. That was not a good thing. After all, overconfidence meant stupidity. Su Ping would have had the chance of making it to the top 10 had he tried his best since the beginning, but now he would hardly make it. Cyro had almost burst into tears of joy when he saw Su Ping move, but his heart became heavy when he heard that. He knew they were right. He regretted not teaching the kid a lesson earlier, which would have prevented him from being cocky. He really shouldn't have gone easy on the geniuses. He blamed himself. He was planning to teach Su Ping a good lesson after the competition was over, or he would surely suffer in the future. Su Ping had just reached the 130th handle at the moment. His fast pace continued, reaching each handle in 10 seconds. It only took him a minute and a half to cover 10 handles. He's truly capable of making it to the top 5. Alas, he started too late. He's still moving really fast. He's truly gifted. The unfortunate thing is that the difficulty above the 150th ladder is way higher. Many ascendants shook their heads even harder. They felt that it was a shame that a man with such great potential had been too confident. At that moment on the ladder, Su Ping was attracting more and more attention. All the geniuses down below were shocked. They were approaching their limits, climbing with everything they had. And yet, Su Ping was climbing as if it were a normal mountain. It was brutal. He's about to reach the 140th handle. It's only been a few minutes. Dragon Emperor, Linghu Jian and the others stopped and gazed at Su Ping. He was moving so fast that they couldn't take their eyes away. They had thought that it would take hours for Su Ping to reach the 150th handle. However, it was already within his reach after only a few minutes passed. They looked at each other and suddenly realized why Su Ping had dared to linger. I wonder if he has enough time. Linghu Jian seemed worried. He had not spoken a lot with Su Ping, but he regarded him as a friend. He would surely prefer that he won instead of someone from another galaxy. After a long silence, Dragon Emperor suddenly whispered, "Have you noticed that he's climbing even faster than that guy?" Linghu Jian was stunned by the revelation. His pupils narrowed afterwards. Su Ping slowed down a bit after the 140th handle. It took him half a minute to pass each handle. Even so, it was still a shocking speed. Many ascendants stopped making assumptions. They seemed to be genuinely surprised. He's so fast. How long has it been? Judging from his speed, will he manage to reach the 150th handle in 10 minutes? He dawdled for too long and yet he's catching up so quickly. He's truly. Cyro was stunned. Su Ping was too fast. He thought that Su Ping didn't have enough time, but the young man was already catching up to the progress he should have made under normal circumstances. Is this the reason why Su Ping is so confident? He suddenly became both anxious and eager. Considering the speed, there was a good chance for Su Ping to make it to the top 10, if not the top 5 or even the top 3. 10 minutes later, Su Ping reached the 150th handle. He ran into a few geniuses who had ascendant state potential. Still, he ignored them and continued his fast-paced climb. Su Ping realized that the air of laws around him was even more exuberant there. He felt as if he were in the fifth space, where the atmosphere of laws was similarly rich. Anybody could be easily inspired. Su Ping's eyes glittered. It became increasingly clear to him that the test of the Heavenly Path Mountain was actually a prize. However, only those who were worthy could claim such a prize. The attacks at the 150th handle were even more powerful and assorted. Some were based on pure laws, with some almost being complete paths. Their might was at the top level of the star state. Some were mental invasions and a horrifying external pressure that could cause significant damage to the body. Su Ping took a deep breath, unleashing his astral power and activating the astral painting to melt the unparalleled aggressiveness into his mental power. It cut everything apart like a sharp sword. Whoosh! Su Ping didn't slow down at all, simply unleashing more and more abundant power. The other participants on the ladders sensed his radiating astral power. It felt like a furnace. 10 minutes later, Su Ping saw Su Jinner. However, he was fully devoted to climbing at the moment, so he didn't greet her like before. Su Jinner's eyes were glittering. She was stunned as she saw that Su Ping had turned a blind eye, mainly focusing on the ladder. The guy didn't even see girls when he's fully focused. She curled her lips, not angered by his actions. She actually admired him even more. Very soon, Su Ping reached the 160th handle. It had only been half an hour since he started his mad run, and he was already in 9th place. Good Lord, he's in the top 10. How long has it been? He's unbelievably fast. He's moving that fast even after the 150th handle. He's a little monster too. In the balcony, many ascendants showed surprise. They had at first thought that it was too late for him to reach that spot, and still he accomplished this in only half an hour. There were 4.5 hours left to go. Considering Su Ping's speed, there was a good chance that he could make it to the top 3. Chapter 910, The Golden Crow Divine Constitution. The young man who had been kicked out of the top 10 by Su Ping, currently grabbing the 159th handle, was looking at Su Ping's back in fury. The 10th and the 11th were very close, but their prizes were vastly different. But very soon, he saw that Su Ping had caught up to the 9th, who was at the 163rd ladder. It had only taken the guy 10 minutes to pass over those handles. That's fast. The young man's pupils were constricted, and he eventually let go of his fury. Although still angry, he knew he only had himself to blame for not being strong enough. The young man at the 163rd handle was also shocked when he saw Su Ping as he brushed past him. His expression changed after recognizing him. Su Ping had left a deep impression on him, since he had protected many fellow contestants in the earlier battles. However, what took the guy so long to surpass me? Su Ping continued his climb without looking back. The attacks were even more powerful after the 160th handle. He had to try his best before he merged with his pet. That was the only way he could maintain such a high speed. Bang! A bone dragon made of laws roared and swooped close. Its bones contained the profound air of laws. That beast had been formed by dozens of deep laws. However, the next moment, Su Ping's astral power radiated a golden light. He then struck the bone dragon and slashed it apart. Su Ping climbed again. The geniuses who had reached their limits down below had stopped climbing at that point. They looked at the nimble man up above, too shocked to say anything. It had only taken an hour for Su Ping to leap from the 110th handle to the 160th. He was still moving forward at a high speed, passing one handle every few minutes. He was absolutely unstoppable. An hour later, Su Ping had reached the 180th handle. He was already ranked second at the moment, only behind the young man with a divine constitution who was currently at the 199th handle. The second and the third places who were below Su Ping were looking up in shock. Su Ping was still shockingly fast after passing the 180th handle. Unlike the others who were held back for a long time, Su Ping took 3 to 5 minutes per handle. Good Lord, he's already in second place. This is unbelievable. How long has it been? 2 hours. There are 3 hours left. Considering his speed, is he really going to make it to the top? What a shame. 3 hours is still too little. He slowed down. It's going to be hard for him to catch up with the other kid. What a monster. He would have been first place if he had moved at such a speed sooner. It's useless. He couldn't have stayed at the very top. The balcony was seething. A lot of ascendants were shocked by Su Ping's high speed. Their casual comments became heated discussions. Many hoped that Su Ping could reach the top. Maybe the kid could really work a miracle. However, many felt sorry for Su Ping, thinking he would have undoubtedly been the champion in previous competitions, since he wouldn't have run into the young man with a divine constitution. He would have amazed a lot of people. However, he was destined to be eclipsed by an even more talented individual. That was the horror and charm of the brilliant existence called the universe. There were always unimaginable wonders. He's the second now. Cyro was also shocked, given the strength Su Ping had unleashed. Shock then became thrill. It didn't matter whether or not he could rise to the top. Second place was already enough to brag about. Not even Lord Haichuo could have foreseen the appearance of such a genius in his galaxy. He may become even stronger than me if he rises to the ascendant state. Cyro was delighted by the thought. His dissatisfaction with Su Ping's arrogance was long gone. A man as strong as him should be proud. He could have been even more overbearing. Su Ping had climbed further than 180th handle at the moment. He slowed down again. It took him 10 minutes to pass every handle. The attacks he was enduring became increasingly powerful. He glowed like a deity above everybody's heads. He also fully activated the aggressiveness of the astral painting in his body, unleashing his most powerful attack with all his astral power. Break, break, break. Su Ping shattered the obstacles and absorbed the fragmented laws. His strength would grow significantly once he digested them. Su Ping found that battles were even more difficult after passing the 185th handle. Calculating the time he had left, Su Ping then chose to summon the Inferno Dragon and merged with it. Roar! The Inferno Dragon roared and flew into Su Ping's body. Surprisingly, the pet wasn't visible this time. However, Su Ping became much stronger. His body changed too, with scales and horns growing out. He merged with his pet. The climbers behind him were stunned, eyes wide open. Su Ping had been climbing so fast that a lot of people had yet to realize such an important fact. Did Su Ping reach the 185th handle with his own strength? He truly is a monster. The contestants behind him were lost for words. They had merged with their pets when they approached their limits and had already resorted to all their abilities. Still, Su Ping had been hiding his ability all this time. Su Ping's power became even more abundant after the merging, and his control over laws was even more accurate. His speed increased so he could handle a handle every 3 minutes. 15 minutes later, he reached the 190th handle. Su Ping immediately detected that the pressure was much greater than before when he reached that point. The intense air of paths was disseminated everywhere. The pervading laws seemed to be complete paths. Su Ping narrowed his eyes. He saw a shadow that seemed to be a reflection of himself, standing in the void but with a lifeless feel. The shadow raised his hand. Countless and horrifying fiery blades slashed at him, setting space on fire. A complete path of fire. Su Ping was truly shocked after noticing the attack at the 190th handle. Such a move was comparable to that of a Star Lord, except for the lack of the power of faith. However, it wasn't flawless due to the missing power of faith. "Little skeleton," said Su Ping, to summon the little skeleton and merge with it. Bang! His aura was significantly enhanced. His scale-covered body was further reinforced by bones. He suddenly accelerated and slashed forward. The shiny blade of laws was able to cut the void apart as well as the shadow did. Su Ping created an illusionary hand with astral power and transferred the energy of the now broken body into his own. Then, he resumed his climb. The scene left the ascendants and the other contestants in a stupor. Su Ping's speed had increased while being at the 190th handle. It had taken him a couple of minutes to pass one handle, yet he only stayed for 1 minute on this one. Whoosh whoosh! Su Ping charged unstoppably like a ferocious tiger, as if he was going straight to the top of the Heavenly Path mountain. He's so strong. Does he have one of the 9 divine constitutions? He must be using some sort of secret technique that has side effects, or he wouldn't have waited until the 190th handle, speculated the Ascendant State expert. Many others agreed with him. Su Ping would have used it a long time earlier if it were a regular method. He's not really going to the top, is he? A monster that even a reincarnation divine constitution can't eclipse. It's unbelievable. To the Ascendant's amazement, Su Ping became stronger and stronger, arriving at the 195th handle in a mere few minutes. He was only 4 handles away from the young man with a divine constitution. Everybody felt suffocated by his impressive speed. Ling Hu Jian and the others trailing behind were completely dumbfounded. Su Jinner was also stunned. Her alluring eyes glittered with amazement. Huh! The young man with a divine constitution, who was currently at the 199th handle, felt an immense pressure coming from his rear. He looked down and then saw Su Ping. The guy was really catching up. Interesting. The young man became solemn, but soon his competitive edge came forth. He knew how difficult the 195th ladder was. It was beyond his expectation that Su Ping would manage to reach that place. Solely relying on constitutions wouldn't have been enough to get there. His secret techniques and pets were among the very best too. He had been born with an unusual divine constitution, and he was very talented when it came to his training. He quickly grasped every technique he saw, having mastered laws while in the ocean state. He had been able to fight early star state experts with an ocean state cultivation. He became horrifyingly strong the moment he reached the fate state. It seemed that his level could hardly be further improved. And yet, when he was already that strong, he was only 4 handles above Su Ping. He could not help but feel curious about that competitor. He suddenly changed his expression when he lowered his head, since Su Ping had climbed yet again, reaching the 196th handle. He was only 3 handles ahead. "Do you remember our bet?" Su Ping sensed something and looked up, chuckling. The young man with a divine constitution changed his expression yet again. He had only made the bet because he didn't think the guy could catch up to him. Su Ping was only 3 handles away at the moment. He knew he couldn't sprint to the 206th handle just to leave him behind. The guy was clearly an unparalleled genius, yet he accepted such a bet. "Catch up if you can," said the young man with a divine constitution with a gloomy demeanor. Su Ping smiled. "I've already caught up. Didn't you say that you would admit defeat if I managed to be within 10 handles of you?" The young man said with a face showing discomfort. "Did you take it seriously?" "Yes." "You? Why do you want to go back on your word?" "That's impossible." The young man gnashed his teeth and said, "I will admit defeat if I can't leave you behind. But the game isn't over yet. Don't be confident so soon." Su Ping chuckled and said, "You should have said that to yourself." The young man clenched his teeth. He ignored Su Ping and vented his fury with the weird creatures he was facing. Su Ping smiled and continued climbing when he saw the other act. He had slowed down at the moment, even though he had initiated a dual merging. The attacks made with complete paths were very hard to crack. 10 minutes later, Su Ping climbed to the 197th handle. 20 more minutes passed, and Su Ping reached the 198th handle. He was only 1 handle away from the young man with a divine constitution. He looked at the ladder and said, "Hi." The young man was almost scared off after hearing that greeting, which was only a few meters behind. He looked back and asked Su Ping in shock, "When did you get here?" "Just now," replied Su Ping with a smile. The young man was dumbfounded. He remembered that Su Ping was at the 196th handle a short while back. Still, the guy had already caught up with him. He had also lingered for a long time at the 198th handle. It wasn't easy for him to pass. "I'll surpass you soon if you don't hurry up," Su Ping teased with a smile. The young man had marked wariness in his eyes. Fury burst out in his eyes as he declared, "You want to surpass me? In your dreams. Nobody has ever surpassed me in my entire life. You're forcing me to do this." He then ignored Su Ping and devoted his attention to the battle. If anyone were to notice his pupils, they would have found that his eyes seemed to have turned into bottomless black holes. It was a secret technique related to his reincarnation constitution. Su Ping smiled and climbed on. This time, he made use of the power of his force field. He found that force fields were mysterious powers. It was properly documented by the Federation, stating that it was the concretion of one's mind, but Su Ping had noticed that they contained deep secrets. Soon after, Su Ping reached the 199th handle and was parallel to the young man with a divine constitution. Su Ping was currently encountering similar attacks, which were performed by a devil with 2 opposing laws. Su Ping's attained laws collapsed and were suppressed the moment the attacks collided. He then focused his attention on fighting the devil. He first tried to melt the power of laws into the force field in order to create a field of laws. Unfortunately, his attempt had failed. He could only fight the devil in a brutal manner. Su Ping felt gloomy when he noticed his inability to finish the enemy off after a long time passed. He didn't hide his strength any longer. His god of blood's divine blood boiled, and he then activated the god of blood's divine constitution. Chapter 911, Recruitment. Boom! A burning stream of flames burst out of Su Ping's body. His blood seemed to be turning into a rising fire, unleashing a burst of horrifying astral power. Red wings appeared behind his back. Su Ping felt that he became faster and nimbler as he activated his constitution, filling him with strength. Die! Su Ping quickly gathered all his laws on his fist and punched out. Like a burning meteorite, the punch caused a ghastly onslaught of destruction with a special torrent of flames. The devil was instantly shattered, but it was soon reconstituted. Su Ping punched in a consecutive and brutal manner without hesitation. 100 fist auras were launched, and the devil was completely obliterated. Nothing remained aside from the dense flames in the air, whose heat permeated all the way to the fourth space. Whoosh! Su Ping climbed upwards again. Boom! He was suddenly overwhelmed when he barely reached the 200th handle. As in a trance, he saw countless laws and spaces spinning right before his eyes. Things that looked like particles were changing and being reassembled into something uncanny and indescribable. Although Su Ping had never seen this before, he had a vague inkling that it was a path. The overwhelming power of that path rushed at him. Su Ping felt that his head was shaking, making him feel that he was in the middle of a vast ocean. Everybody in the outside world exclaimed when Su Ping reached the 200th handle, which was later followed by complete silence. Everybody was completely dumbfounded. The young man with a divine constitution was still at the 199th handle at the moment, and Su Ping had managed to reach the 200th. He had officially reached the top position. The contestants down below were overwhelmed by disbelief. They could not believe that Su Ping would catch up and surpass the top contender that quickly. In the balcony, the ascendants were shocked too. Su Ping seemed too strong for his level. He had truly worked a miracle. He's in first place. Cyro held his breath and widened his eyes as he gazed at the scene. He thought it would be really fortunate if Su Ping could make it to the top, yet Su Ping had pulled it off. Even the revered reincarnation, divine constitution, had been surpassed. This is impossible. At the 199th handle, the young man with divine constitution had just finished off the devil and was about to climb again, but then he saw a man one step above him. He was absolutely astounded. Su Ping, who was parallel to him moments earlier, had surpassed him. How long was the guy at 199th handle? He already resolved the attacks. He suddenly blushed and trembled in fury. However, in the next moment he stopped shaking and his eyes turned cold. His aura changed too. He was no longer as cocky as before. He thoughtfully looked at Su Ping's back with a gaze as deep as the sea. Then he focused on climbing. At the 200th handle, Su Ping sensed pride and disdain rising in his head while being under the suppression of the path's overwhelming power. The feelings didn't belong to him. They were induced by the instincts of the golden crows in his blood. The golden crows that would feed on dragons were too proud to be suppressed. The flames all over Su Ping's body became more and more exuberant. Infinite flames seemed to be circulating in his head. They belonged to the path of flames in his blood, which the golden crows were born to control. Phew! A stream of golden divine flames gushed out and tore apart the path's power. That was the golden crow's special skill. The path's power tore apart and flooded into Su Ping's head, giving him a sudden epiphany. A huge river appeared in front of his eyes, with laws being mere grains of sand in it. The scene flashed and disappeared. Su Ping returned to reality before he could further think about it. Since he wasn't entirely satisfied, Su Ping heaved a sigh and looked back, only to find that the young man with a divine constitution had also reached the 200th handle. He smiled and climbed on. At the 201st handle, Su Ping encountered another attack, which was in the shape of a sharp-pointed and long spear. The spear seemed to be sentient. It attacked Su Ping destructively, mincing Su Ping's secret techniques and laws the moment they were hit. He was caught in a long battle again. Su Ping was finally able to win the battle once half an hour passed. He continued climbing. Time flew. There were only 20 minutes to go. Su Ping had already reached the 204 handle at the moment. Su Ping was ready to climb again after finishing the battle. He thought of the young man with a divine constitution and found that he was still at the 200th handle. He was greatly relieved, as he wouldn't need to expose more of his trump cards to win the championship. They're already in the path section, a place where even Star Lords have to exert their utmost. What two monsters! In the balcony, the ascendant experts had passionate looks, all glittery-eyed. This time, they fixed their attention upon Su Ping instead of the young man with a divine constitution. There was a chance that Su Ping would also have one of the 9 divine constitutions too, or something even rarer, able to surpass the reincarnation divine constitution. After all, anything that could make up for the gap between him and the divine constitution had to be very precious. He's firmly set in the top position. Cyro became completely relaxed upon seeing that. He then wore an excited smile. He almost couldn't wait to send the news to Lord Hai Chu. He's the number 1 at the top now. The other contestants were stunned too, feeling how surreal everything was. Su Ping had jumped all the way to the top from the former 110th handle in only 5 hours. Probably no one would be able to look at his back from up close again. Horrifying. Is this his real combat ability? I didn't know he was strong. No wonder I was defeated so easily. It isn't embarrassing to be enslaved by him, is it? Does he have a rare constitution? The other geniuses with ascendant potential had glittering eyes. Su Jinner was squinting. There was no telling what was on her mind. 20 minutes passed quickly, and Su Ping eventually stopped at the 205th handle. The young man with a divine constitution, on the other hand, lingered at the 200th handle. He was still unable to resolve his opponent there. All the illusions were gone once the competition ended, and everybody went back to the heavenly path mountain. The young man with a divine constitution snapped back from his stupor. Then he looked up. He instantly narrowed his eyes. The 205th handle. The man was 5 handles ahead of him. He clenched his fists and looked awful. Su Ping's head became clear again. He then lowered it and found that he was still at the top. He felt relieved, and then eager to find out what Lord Supreme's prizes would be. The trial is over. Whoosh! A majestic shadow appeared. He was an ascendant state cultivator from the celestial court. His face was concealed. Only his glittering armor was visible. He looked like a god. The champion of the Golden Star Zone this year is Su Ping of Sylvie. The second is Diaz of the Woody Galaxy. Third place is William VII of the Blood Shadow Galaxy. The Ascendant Cultivator announced their rankings until the 10th. The following rankings would be announced elsewhere. Still, they weren't as important. Bezizing tilde. Suddenly, the void trembled. To be more precise, the entire universe, including the deeper spaces in the region, was trembling. Next, everybody saw something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. A splendid figure emerged at the sacred celestial court. It was an illusion as big as dozens of planets. The illusion was a solemn yet peaceful middle-aged man who wore a golden robe and a crown. He looked both like an emperor and an ancient god. It's Lord Supreme. In the balcony, the ascendant cultivators wore slightly changed expressions, not daring to sit any longer. All of them bowed in the direction of Lord Supreme. The contestants climbing the mountain looked at the scene with unmasked dumbfoundment. Is that the aura of the celestial state? Su Ping's eyes glowed. Is that man on par with the superior gods, who were stronger than Joanna's original self? The man would have been an elder among the Golden Crows. He doesn't feel as suffocating as the chief elder, Su Ping thought. He wasn't really anxious. After all, he had seen a lot of creatures that were even more horrifying. The celestial state illusion slowly opened his mouth. You're all geniuses of the Golden Star Zone. Many of you are endowed with ascendant state potential. I hope you can reach that step. His gentle voice echoed in the universe. Su Ping detected that his voice had penetrated deeper spaces. No wonder the whispers of ancient creatures had been left in the 5th and 6th spaces. It was impossible to contain the will of such an extraordinary being in the primary surface. All the contestants were in awe. They were very respectful after hearing that. Even the geniuses with ascendant potential were acting obediently. Their potential had made them act proud, but none of them would dare to put on airs before a celestial. After all, there were only a few celestial experts in the entire Federation. You two have entered the path section as Fate State Cultivators. This shows how gifted you are. There's even a slim chance for you to enter the celestial state. Human beings have dominated the universe for many years, but many aliens invade us every now and then. Our country will be at peace if we have a few more celestials." The illusion smiled and said, "Here's a little something for you. I hope it can help you grow faster." Pills emerged from deeper spaces right before Su Ping and the young man with a divine constitution, named Diaz. Each received 5 pills. They were black-colored and gave a refreshing feeling. "Path pills?" Diaz seemed shocked, not expecting Lord Supreme to be that generous. Path pills were so precious that they could allow advanced Star State warriors to break into the Star Lord state. Every pill contained a complete path. The 5 pills equaled 5 paths. Both contestants merely needed those pills to break through. After all, normal Star Lords only had one perfect path. In addition, there was a strange stone next to the pills. It was red-colored, with black patterns on the surface. Many ascendants in the balcony showed faces with shock and greed. The Blood Source Stone. Both were rewarded with a Blood Source Stone, which can lay a solid foundation on a small world. It can strengthen them significantly when they reach the ascendant state. This is such a generous reward. Some ascendants were indeed greedy. The treasure was still unusable for Su Ping and Diaz. It had to be noted that it was normally used by ascendants. Lord Supreme had obviously given them such a prize because he was certain of their advancement to the ascendant state, unless they died by accident. Well, Cyro had a lot of mixed feelings too. He took a deep breath and also became greedy, but he soon let go. After all, nobody would dare steal Lord Supreme's gift. Even if someone assassinated those 2 kids, nobody would dare to take the stone away. At that moment, the illusion of Lord Supreme asked again, "Would you like to respect me as your master?" Well, in the balcony, everybody looked at each in bewilderment, not expecting such a development. They knew that Lord Supreme's disciples would surely reach the ascendant state, as long as they weren't downright stupid. Su Ping and the other geniuses had ascendant potential, but many geniuses such as them had died by accident during their growth. Becoming Lord Supreme's disciple would mean to receive his protection. They would be able to reach the ascendant state in a safe and steady manner. They could hardly be killed, as long as they weren't too reckless. Su Ping was somewhat at a loss, another disciple seeker. He hesitated. It wasn't bad to take a celestial as a master, but he didn't want to expose the system, nor his store. At the 200th handle, Diaz replied excitedly, "Yes." His eyes were full of passion. He didn't want to let go of such a rare opportunity. His goal was to reach the celestial state, but he had to reach the ascendant state first, to ensure that his life wouldn't be threatened. Then, he would have the hopes of cultivating all the way to the celestial state. "Sure." Lord Supreme nodded, and then looked at Su Ping with a smile. After hesitating for a moment, Su Ping asked prudently, "Lord Supreme, what will I need to do as your disciple?" Everybody became silent after hearing that. The excited Diaz was also in a daze. He looked at Su Ping. "You still have concerns when a celestial is willing to take you in." The other ascendants thought the same, as they were lost for words. They found the kid was truly unusual, even they felt tempted by such an opportunity. After all, becoming Lord Supreme's disciple would mean to gain access to the top secret techniques in the ascendant state. Lord Supreme seemed to have noticed Su Ping's concerns. He thoughtfully said with a smile, "All you need to do is cultivate. I won't impose many restrictions on you." Su Ping thought for a moment, realizing that he had to accept it after hearing such conditions. He felt that it would look too weird if he rejected the offer. Chapter 912, Ascendant State Senior Brothers. The young man who ranked third, the reincarnation of an ancient phoenix, looked at Lord Supreme with hopeful eyes. Both Su Ping and Diaz had been taken as disciples. Would he also have a chance? However, Lord Supreme didn't invite him. He simply said, "The rankings of the Golden Star Zone have been settled. The top 100 will participate at the finals on my behalf. Whoever makes it to the top 10 in the finals will be rewarded with an additional treasure. Next, you will have a 2-day rest. Then you'll set off to the Divine Sea mysterious realm, where the finals will be held. Once the announcement was made, he looked at Su Ping and Diaz, then said, "You too, come with me." Then the enormous illusion was gone, and so were Su Ping and Diaz from the Heavenly Path Mountain. Su Ping felt that he had been enveloped in a gentle force as he traveled through the darkness. He later found himself in a splendid palace when he opened his eyes. Outside the palace was a fragrant garden, where rare, precious grasses and flowers were being grown. A man was seated in a pavilion located inside the garden. He was none other than the majestic celestial state expert. Next to him, 2 ascendant state experts who had concealed their auras looked at Su Ping and Diaz with smiles. Diaz quickly realized who they were and fell on his knees upon seeing them. "It's an honor to meet you, Master." Su Ping had to kneel too. "It's an honor to meet you, Master." "Both of you rise," said Lord Supreme with a smile. "Do you know my name?" Diaz quickly replied, "I've heard a thing or two about you. Master, you are Shen Huang, who reigns over the Golden Star Zone. You've slain countless demons and aliens, making great contributions." The 2 ascendants present smiled when they heard the answer. "It is our responsibility to slay the beasts and defend our borders," said Lord Supreme with a smile. "You'll have to go to the border too, in order to polish yourselves and protect humankind when you reach the ascendant state." "As you wish, Master," replied Diaz solemnly. Su Ping bowed and nodded. "You have a reincarnation divine constitution. You may be able to rise to the celestial state if you discover its secrets. Once the competition is over, you'll be free to advance to the star state and even the Star Lord state. Your quest to the ascendant state will be smoother if you get anything from the Divine Sea mysterious realm." Lord Supreme looked at Diaz and said with a smile, "You're destined to encounter a disaster at the end of the matches, but you'll rise to a new level if you make full use of the situation." Diaz was stunned by this revelation, making him feel alarmed. He quickly said, "Thank you for your enlightenment, Master." Lord Supreme looked at Su Ping and remarked thoughtfully, "The aura of the primordial creature in your body belongs to the golden crows, which did not exist on the planet where you were born. It may be an atavistic phenomenon." Golden crows, atavistic phenomenon. Diaz gazed at Su Ping in surprise. Su Ping didn't change his expression, but he began to feel really anxious. He didn't expect that his secret would be found out that easily. Countless people have been born in this universe. There are always unimaginable things. What has never happened may happen in the future, said Lord Supreme with a smile. Both of you carry a fair amount of secrets. I will not pry into them. Su Ping breathed in relief. Diaz was greatly relieved too. He too had a lot of clandestine secrets, including his cultivation methods. All you need to remember is that you will be the warriors of the Celestial Court, so you must stay loyal to it. Any other matters are irrelevant, said Lord Supreme solemnly. Yes, sir, both of them replied. You have taken the fruits of laws before, and your understanding of laws is shallow. However, you have mastered the law of fusion and combined the power of those laws. You must have benefited a lot from the climbing. You'll become even stronger when you fully digest your new knowledge. Lord Supreme looked at Su Ping and said with a gentle tone, I look forward to your performance in the finals. Su Ping quickly nodded. However, he sighed to himself as the man had detected what he was thinking. Diaz could not help but look at Su Ping after hearing that. He finally realized that the latter had been painstakingly slow at the beginning, because he was trying to gain a deeper understanding of the laws with the help of the Heavenly Path Mountain. So to speak, his combat ability could be further improved. Diaz felt angry when the thought crossed his mind. He was already hitting the bottleneck, yet Su Ping still had room for improvement. Should I try to comprehend multiple laws too? These 2 pieces of armor, known as Soul Divine Armor, have been personally made by me. Lord Supreme took out 2 mist-like objects and said, they can resist ascendant state attacks for 10 minutes, but they won't be triggered by lesser attacks. These are 2 bracelets of faith. which can take on Star Lord's attacks for you. A pair of purple bracelets appeared in his hand. As for any attack below the Star Lord state, you're more than capable of dealing with them on your own. They would not pose a threat to you. You can always escape if you can't win. Your opponents in the following next selection round won't trigger the Soul Divine Armors nor the Bracelets of Faith. They're meant to protect you from assassins. The purple bracelets and the Soul Divine Armor flew to Diaz and Su Ping as he spoke. Diaz's eyes glittered as he stared at the Soul Divine Armor. It was a secret treasure that could resist Ascendant State attacks for 10 minutes. More importantly, they could make use of such treasures even though they were only in the Fate state. It had to be noted that even the Star Lord's weapons of faith were intangible for those below the Star Lord state, not just the Ascendant treasures, which couldn't even be touched, as if they were in another dimension. "Thank you very much, Master," Diaz said excitedly. Su Ping was quite surprised too, suddenly feeling that it wasn't bad to have a celestial state expert as his master. That Soul Divine Armor alone could ensure his safety. That was the benefit of working for a celestial. "Okay, Yulong will tell you the other things you should know. Work harder and try to reach the Ascendant state within 1,000 years, said Lord Supreme before he disappeared. The two Ascendants who were next to him bid goodbye respectfully. Then a tall and handsome young man said with a smile, "Junior brothers, I'm your 7th senior brother. You may call me Senior Brother Yulong." "Senior Brother Yulong," Diaz quickly said, feeling flattered. The man was an Ascendant state, and still he had become his senior brother. Su Ping called out to him respectfully too. "This is your 9th brother, Yilan," Yulong introduced the other young man. Yilan seemed somewhat cold, as if he were born that way. He nodded at them and said, "You're rather talented. Work harder. I'll take you to the Star Tower domain when you reach the Ascendant state." The Star Tower domain, Diaz was slightly puzzled. Yilan replied casually, "It's a mysterious realm hidden in deeper spaces. There's a strange tower there. It is said that you may find out secrets to reach the celestial state at the top of the tower. Apart from that, you may find countless treasures too. However, you have to reach the Ascendant state first before you go there, or you will only get killed." Diaz was shocked. The secrets to the celestial state. Su Ping asked curiously, "Can our master go there? He can claim all the secrets if he reaches the top of the tower, right?" Yilan glanced at him and said, "There's a special boundary in the Star Tower domain that bars the entrance to all celestials." Su Ping instantly got it. Diaz seemed regretful too. "Your priority is to take a good rest and try to make it to the top 10 in the finals, which will give you the privilege to visit the Divine Sea Mysterious Realm. You can easily reach the Ascendant state given your talents. Once you reach the Ascendant state, you can cultivate and exploit your potential until you reach higher levels," said Yulong with a smile. Diaz said respectfully, "Of course, Senior Brother." Su Ping asked curiously, "Senior Brother, how many disciples does our master have?" Yulong smiled and replied, 83 in total, 85, counting you too. Our master will hold a formal recruitment ceremony for you when the competition is over. A lot of big shots will send their congratulations, including other celestial experts. The ceremony will be postponed because you're still in the middle of the competition. 83. Both Diaz and Su Ping were stunned, not expecting such a large number. Diaz could not help but ask, "Senior Brother, are all our other senior brothers and sisters in the Ascendant state?" "Mostly. Only a couple of new disciples are still Star Lords, but they're invincible when confronting other Star Lords. It's only a matter of time before they reach the Ascendant state," Yulong chuckled and said. Su Ping slightly changed his expression, feeling shocked. So to speak, he had more than 70 Ascendant state senior brothers and sisters. That was a horrifying number of supporters. He didn't expect that a celestial state expert would have that many Ascendant disciples. "Your other senior brothers and sisters will show up with gifts for you when you're formally recruited," Yulong chuckled. "Junior brothers, just take the Soul Divine Armor and have some rest. Tell me if you need anything. Also, keep these 2 divine warrior badges. He threw 2 golden badges to Su Ping and Diaz. Not just in this star zone, you will enjoy the privileges you deserve in any part of the Federation as soon as you show this golden badge. Not even the lords of your original galaxies would dare to disrespect you, said Yu Long. Su Ping seized the badge and detected an immense divine power from it. He didn't expect that his position would soar to such a degree after that part of the competition, or that he would receive a treasure like the Soul Divine Armor. The Divine Warrior Badge is similar to the Lord Badge in many ways. You can enter a virtual world where you can do a lot of things. Now, let me take you to the Mountains of Cultivation where we always train. It's a place with abundant astral power. Right, the Heavenly Path Mountain used in the competition is also there, Yu Long said with a smile. Both of them were stunned for a moment, and then accepted the arrangement. Yu Long raised his hand and enshrouded them with his aura, disappearing together with Yi Lan. Once they reappeared, Su Ping found himself at the top of a splendid mountain that was in the middle of a boundless mountain range. However, that was still a tiny area on one side of the celestial court, which was still glowing sacredly at a relatively close distance. This one is yours, junior brother Su. Junior brother Diaz, I'll take you to yours shortly, said Yu Long with a smile. Diaz was stunned. Each of us will have a mountain. Yes, these mountains are known as the Mountains of Cultivation. The Heavenly Path Mountain will be located at the center when it returns. You can easily enter a meditation state if you cultivate here and understand laws like drinking water. However, it's not as easy to comprehend paths, which requires wisdom. Of course, it's not really challenging for the likes of us. All in all, you only need to focus on cultivation. Whatever resources you need, no matter how precious they are, you can apply for them as long as they're useful to you, said Yu Long with a smile. His attitude was never condescending. Yi Lan casually stood next to them in silence. Su Ping had a jumble of mixed feelings. Even a pig from a powerful background could fly to the sky. It was just like kids from rich families who received allowances that were more than what most people could earn in their entire lives. Then Su Ping and Diaz both absorbed the Soul Divine Armor. According to Yu Long's indications, they touched it with their mental power and bound it to themselves. Su Ping sensed that the misty armor was covering his mind like a spider's web, and that it would be automatically triggered if he endured an ascendant state attack. After that, Su Ping put on the purple bracelet. Once he finished equipping them, he would be able to withstand attacks from Star Lords and Ascendants. As for the Star State attacks, he could deal with them on his own. This is exactly Lord Supreme's method. He ensures that we won't die as long as we aren't too reckless. Su Ping was still feeling at odds. This was the lofty dream the other geniuses had. Yu Long spoke more about cultivation tips for the Fate State before he took off with Diaz and left Su Ping alone. The mountain had just been created. It didn't have any cottage nor houses. Su Ping would have to build them on his own when he had the time. I wonder where Green Lady is. Su Ping looked up at the sky. His celestial state master felt as immeasurable as a deep ocean or an unfathomable abyss, giving him the same impression as the Golden Crows, especially the Chief Elder, did. Chapter 913, Improvement. Su Ping slightly shook his head and focused his attention on cultivating. He had gone all out during his climb of the Heavenly Path Mountain, moving one handle after the other even at the last moment, and shattering a lot of attacks as he went. The law fragments stored in his body were then released. The overwhelming shards emerged, making Su Ping's mind go blank. His nerves were spread out like a spider's web as they connected to the universe. Mysteries, nature's evolution, and laws of the universe were quickly flashing like mist and water. Su Ping was devoted to contemplating. Lightning and fire rose around him. There were also collapsed black holes, twisted spaces, and winds that looked like shadows. Laws were manifested around Su Ping. They became clearer as he contemplated. Fire flawless. Space adept. Su Ping closed his eyes. The golden crow fire appeared on his back, and the special thoughts it carried had given him a deep understanding of flames. His understanding was already flawless. He had integrated plenty of fiery laws, such as burning, heat, destruction, erosion, and the like. He derived and grasped the essence of fire laws from many laws. It all came down to destruction. He perceived it after being inspired by the laws of lightning. It had occurred to him that he could be inspired by extrapolating from different laws. Of course, an impasse would be reached if the cultivator wasn't smart enough and practiced multiple laws. Their time would be wasted as they tried to grasp them one by one. Su Ping began to work on the laws of lightning after perfecting the laws of flames. He had previously taken the fruits of laws and grasped 100 of them, but only at a shallow level. Such attainment was merely comparable to the early star state. This time, the law fragments enabled him to push the 100 laws all the way to the advanced phase. The laws of flames had been perfected thanks to the Golden Crow divine constitution. Had Su Ping wanted to, he could advance all the way to the Star Lord state and become a dominator. The 100 laws I knew were not my best attacks. I was only able to fight against many geniuses because of the abundant astral power brought by the Chaos Star chart. I had 100 times more astral power than the others did. They're all geniuses, and they have much more astral power than the average Fate State warrior, and it has been purified with special techniques. If I were to compare against the average Fate State warrior, I'd say I have 10,000 times more astral power than they do. The astral power inside Su Ping's body had been purified by heavenly tribulations hundreds of times. The Chaos Star chart had also allowed him to store it in his cells, giving him a horrifying power storage capability. He could easily perform ultimate techniques that would have exhausted normal Fate State cultivators. My astral power and secret techniques were the real reason why I defeated the other geniuses. The 100 laws only allowed me to offset their attacks, so that I could overwhelm them with my astral power repositories and secret techniques. I can now route the whole lot of them with laws now that I've gained a deeper understanding. Su Ping was excited as he continued digesting those fragments. Once he was done with training, he felt that he could suppress the unparalleled geniuses who had ascendant potential with only one hand. While Su Ping cultivated, the outside world was a mess. A tremendous number of spacecraft carriers sent by various galaxies were gathered in space, outside of the celestial court. The media representatives from lesser planets hadn't been cleared to be there yet. Once the competitions in the Golden Star Zone and on the Heavenly Path Mountain came to an end, the result was quickly spread throughout all the galaxies in the Golden Star Zone. After all the competitors' home galaxies had paid a lot of attention to their rankings. Yes, that is correct. Cyro reported the matter to Lord Hai-Chu on the phone. On the other side of the phone, in his office, on Sylvie's biggest planet, Hai-Chu felt that his ears were deceiving him. First place. Are you sure he won first place in the entire star zone, not just our own galaxy? Yes, first place of the entire star zone. Results will be officially announced soon, said Cyro with a smile. He too was quite excited. There had never been a #1 holder of the star zone from Sylvie. Considering past performances, it would have been already something to be proud of if anyone made it to the top 10. Hai-Chuo was stunned for a few seconds. He naturally knew that Cyro wouldn't lie to him. The man was an ascendant state expert. He could ensure the validity of the message. It meant that the news was real. The kid he had sent off had won first place in the Star Zone competition. It was an entire star zone. There were only 12 star zones in the entire Federation. Since Su Ping was at the top of one of them, didn't it mean that he had the chance to rise to the finals top 10? If that was the case, Su Ping would surely reach the ascendant state with the help of the Divine Sea mysterious realm. Once he broke through, he would become a renowned genius in the ascendant state across the universe. The ascendant state cultivators were different too. Hai-Chuo himself was a rather tough ascendant state expert, but he knew he could not compare when it came to real geniuses. Such experts were absolutely invincible, unless the celestial state experts took action. Su Ping might become one of them once he reached the ascendant state. Ha ha ha. Hai Chuo laughed excitedly and said, "Whenever you have a chance, tell him to come to my place after the matches. I have a little something for him. No, I'll give it to him in person after the competition." Ha ha. Sure. Cyro nodded with a smile. Well, a lot of warships had been docked at the periphery of the celestial court. At the inner circle, the media of various galaxies had gathered to observe the competition. At that moment, in a warship by the edge, Xingyu Shenner and the others on board, they were dumbfounded due to the final result and the illusion of Lord Supreme that was manifested in the end. They had been far away, but they had watched the game via special equipment. They had also seen how Lord Supreme admitted Su Ping as a disciple. BBBB Brother Heaven Destroyer has become Lord Supreme's disciple. A young man was so shocked that he stuttered. The others were equally stupefied, finding it hard to believe. Let alone celestials, even star lords were experts in their eyes, and those in the ascendant state were big shots that they rarely saw. As for celestials, they were real legends of the universe. There were only a few of them in the entire universe. The whole universe trembled when they stomped a foot. Su Ping was as renowned as an ascendant just by being Lord Supreme's disciple. Furthermore, even the normal ascendants would treat him respectfully. After all, Su Ping's path to the ascendant state would be a lot smoother with such a master. He would be much stronger than normal ascendants, so no one could simply regard him as a junior. Oh my God, he has truly changed. He will soar in the universe. Even Xingyu Shenner was somewhat dazed. She did hold high hopes for Su Ping. Still, it was beyond her expectation that Su Ping would go that far. He was truly horrifying. What a strong young man. The ever-reticent deputy leader also looked solemn. Well, time flew. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ping was devoted to contemplation. He was gaining a deeper understanding of laws. He wanted a flawless grasp of them all, but he knew that it was very difficult. I'll ask my master to grant me access to the Heavenly Path Mountain after the matches. My contemplation will be faster there, Su Ping thought. He woke up from his state of contemplation, then saw senior brother Yulong stepping out of nowhere. "Hello, senior brother," Su Ping called out respectfully. Yulong laughed and said, "Junior brother, no need to be so courteous. How are you? I'm here to take you and junior brother Diaz to the Divine Sea mysterious realm. It's time to go." "Okay," Su Ping nodded. Yulong glanced at him and softly exclaimed, "You seem stronger than before. Have you made progress in the past days?" "More or less," said Su Ping with a smile. Yulong remarked with mixed feelings upon hearing that. "What a genius. Good thing that our master met me sooner. He wouldn't have been interested in me if he would have met you first." Su Ping said quickly, "Senior brother, you're being too kind." Yulong waved his hands and said, "Let's go." Su Ping felt that his body became light. In the next moment, they disappeared as they were transferred to another mountain where Diaz was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. "Junior brother," Yulong called out to him. Diaz opened his eyes and saw Su Ping and Yulong. He quickly rose and paid respects to Yulong. "Glad to see you, senior brother. Is it time?" "That's right." Yulong smiled and stared at him. He found that Diaz was also stronger, but his improvement was not as significant as Su Ping's. There's still a gap between them. Junior brother Su is truly a talent to have surpassed the reincarnation divine constitution, Yulong thought and concluded. Wearing the same smile, he said, "Let's go." Well, a moment later, Su Ping, Yulong and Diaz arrived at a high platform. It was exactly the balcony of observers. In the balcony, a lot of ascendants were seated at the quaint tables. They were accompanied by servants with weaker cultivations. Some were star state warriors, while others were in the fate state. They seemed to be disciples who had been taken there to learn. Everyone fixed their eyes upon Su Ping when they arrived. Then they looked at Diaz. In the beginning, Diaz had attracted everybody's attention with his reincarnation divine constitution. Yet Su Ping later emerged and surpassed him, making the latter even more alluring. What kind of special technique did he use to surpass the reincarnation divine constitution? Whoosh! A man quickly flew over. He was none other than Sero, who looked at Su Ping with delight, having shed all his previous solemnity. "How are you? Have you rested well? Here are 3-star soul pills. Take them. Lord Hai Chu will prepare a celebration banquet for you after the competition." He then handed the boxed pills to Su Ping. Su Ping was surprised, as Siro hadn't been as friendly before. It was a well-known fact that ascendant state experts would never have to flatter geniuses like him. Most of the latter would never go past the ascendant state anyway. However, circumstances seemed to have changed. Su Ping thought for a moment, then chose to keep the pills. He would later find out what they were. "Are you the one who escorted junior brother Su?" Yulong asked Siro with a smile. Siro quickly cupped his hands and said, "You must be Heavenly Lord, you sir. I am Siro, a general from Sylvie. Please forgive me for not greeting you first." "That's all right. Sylvie should be rewarded for grooming such an astonishing figure, this junior brother of mine. Tell Hai Chu that I'll have a drink with him later," Yulong chuckled and said. Su Ping was slightly surprised, as Siro seemed to be all pins and needles in front of senior brother Yulong. Diaz, however, was shocked. "Heavenly Lord." He knew that only the very famous ascendants would be addressed as Heavenly Lords. His ever-smiling senior brother was a horrifying Heavenly Lord. Was it because of their master's teachings? His eyes glittered. He became even more excited and hopeful. Siro quickly promised Yulong that he would deliver the message. Everybody looked at Siro with jealous eyes. Then they looked at Su Ping and Diaz with regret. "Right, someone came to see you earlier, saying that she's your friend. She asked me to give you some things that you had requested her to find," Siro said quickly. Su Ping was surprised. "A friend?" "Yes, her name is Xingyu Shenner, from the lineage of an ascendant state expert," said Siro with a smile. He then took out a bunch of boxes and containers. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He had asked Xingyu Shenner to look for those materials so he could develop his solar bulwark. Did she find all of them? Holding back his urge to examine the materials immediately, Su Ping placed them in the system storage and planned to check them once he found a moment to be by himself. "Please relay my gratitude to my friend," said Su Ping. Siro smiled and said, "I will." Once they were done, Yulong said with a smile, "Since you're all here, let's get ready to depart. Our master asked me to personally escort you to the Divine Sea mysterious realm. He's waiting for you there. If the rest of you are interested, feel free to come and watch too. See you later." Chapter 914, The SSS Mysterious Realm. A leaf-shaped spaceship emerged from deeper spaces, right above the balcony where the ascendants were gathered. It had a thin shape, almost resembling a sharp blade. There was a glowing hand pattern underneath the spaceship. "Let's go," Yulong said. All the ascendants present stood up to say their goodbyes to Yulong. Some of them approached him while taking their winning protégés along, all to ask him to take care of them during the trip. Being a friendly man, Yulong accepted the requests with a smile. Su Ping saw that Linghu Jian was standing next to a white-haired old man, whose beard dangled in front of his chest like a sword. The old man, while observing Su Ping, suddenly said to Linghu Jian in a low voice, "It wasn't your fault that you lost to him." Linghu Jian was slightly stunned by his remark. He smiled bitterly and said, "Thank you, master. He is truly a human-shaped monster with inexhaustible astral power, easily able to shatter your sword techniques." Noticing that Su Ping was looking back at him, the old man smiled at him and then said to his disciple telepathically, "Your sword techniques aren't good enough. You might have been able to chop his astral power apart if you had grasped the 3rd level of the sea-cutting sword technique, no matter how overwhelming it was." "Master, can I really grasp the 3rd level with my current cultivation?" Linghu Jian couldn't help but ask. He remembered that his master was quite satisfied when he grasped the 2nd level, thinking it was a truly rare occurrence for someone of his level to do that. As for the 3rd level, He wasn't quite there yet. It has nothing to do with your cultivation. A higher level will give you a comprehensive improvement so that you'll be smarter and thus be able to understand it with more ease. However, a genius like you still has a chance to grasp the third level with your current cultivation, said the old man telepathically. Ling Hujian was stunned into silence. That young man is the best in the star zone this time. A lot of people were observing Su Ping in the balcony. Many were part of the families backing the top 100 contestants, such as Dragon, Emperor, and Cleesabe. After all, it was a great thing that their descendants would rise to the top 100. Given their familial relations, they were given the privilege to visit them. I didn't know that you were able to rise to the top 100 with his help. My goodness, it's an accomplishment that even your grandfather failed to achieve. You must thank him properly if there's a chance, said a brawny man next to Cleesabe with a smile. Father, keep your voice down. You're surrounded by ascendant state experts, said Cleesabe with a guilty-ridden face. You are part of the top 100, and you also have the hope of reaching the ascendant state. Keep it up, or I'll break your legs. Oh right, you must not touch any women until you reach the ascendant state. Very soon, as per Yulong's instruction, all the contestants bade farewell to their families and entered the spaceship. Those related to the contestants who had qualified thanks to Su Ping's protection were gazing at him. They wore friendly smiles when Su Ping looked back at them. Senior brother, I want to say goodbye to my friends, said Su Ping. Yulong was momentarily stunned, but then said with a smile, fine. Su Ping immediately flew out of the balcony. He went to the space beyond the celestial court, immediately seeing a massive planet at the periphery. It was much more eye-catching than the spacecraft carriers. Therefore, a lot of media representatives from other galaxies were covering the news about the planet's presence, wondering who was using it like a warship. Su Ping soon arrived on Rhea after traveling through deep space. He didn't enter the planet. He had sensed Green Lady's thoughts when he was close to the atmosphere. Senior Green Lady, you don't need to come. The place I'm going to is rather complicated. It's a top mysterious realm in the universe and a few celestials will be there. You might get exposed, said Su Ping via telepathy. Green Lady said, it's fine. There's nothing to be scared of while I stay inside your store. Su Ping was lost for words. He smiled bitterly and said, Senior, while the master backing me is strong, it isn't easy for them to deal with the celestial state experts. My master also dislikes showing up in public. The Green Lady remained silent for a while. According to her perception, the being behind Su Ping was definitely a deity king, celestial state expert, or even a deity emperor who could live eternally. However, since Su Ping had put it like that, that could be the wish of the being protecting him. Not daring to disobey, she said after a moment of silence, okay, take care of yourself. She had already detected the deity king's aura in that place. She could have been exposed if Su Ping's store hadn't concealed her own aura. She preferred keeping a distance to avoid unnecessary trouble. Senior, please move the planet back to where it was. I'll go back when the contest is over. Please take care of the business while I'm away, said Su Ping in relief. Green Lady was lost for words. Why does he still care about his business? She could easily loot all the wealth on the planet if Su Ping truly wanted money. Take care of yourself, said Green Lady, severing the communication. Su Ping smiled and went back. He quickly returned to the balcony. Yulong looked into the distance after he saw that he was back. He seemed to be in deep thought. But then he put on a relaxed smile again and said, Junior brother, your friend seems to be rather extraordinary. Su Ping was really alarmed by this. A heavenly lord like him had already scanned Rhea. He must have sensed that something was wrong. After all, an ascendant was able to easily detect all the areas on the planet except his store, which was as eye-catching as a grain of sesame in the middle of the snow. Su Ping only smiled, choosing not to say anything. It wasn't a big deal, even if his store was blocked. The man was his senior brother anyway. The incident would not change a thing. Yulong remained silent, but he respected Su Ping even more. There was a store on the planet that not even he was able to see through. Whoever was inside had to be a horrifying existence, or invincible even among ascendants. A moment later, Su Ping and Diaz boarded the spaceship under Yulong's lead. The spaceship seemed to be thin, but it was actually quite spacious and luxurious. It will only take half a day for us to reach the Divine Sea mysterious realm, so I won't arrange a training room for you. It's been an exhausting contest so far. Have some rest first. It's not a good thing to have taut nerves all of the time. Yulong smiled at Su Ping and Diaz. Diaz shook his head and said, "Senior brother, I prefer training." Su Ping had a lot to digest. He also said, "Senior brother, training is resting. It would be a shame to waste half a day." "Well, Yulong was stunned. He looked at them, then he shook his head with a smile and said, "Not only you're more talented but also more hardworking than others. How can they possibly beat you? Fine. Diligence is a good thing. Master will kill me if he learns that I didn't let you train." He led them to a training room and said, "This is the special training room I use all the time. It's possible to adjust the astral power inside. I've lowered it to star state level 10, which should be good enough for you." Diaz instantly expressed his gratitude. So did Su Ping. "That's all right." Yulong waved his hand, opened the door of the training room and summoned a Star Lord guard. "Give them whatever they need." The Star Lord nodded respectfully and then bowed towards Su Ping and Diaz. Both were surprised by his attitude. After all, he was a Star Lord. The training room was quite spacious. It had a strong gravity that could temper the body. It also contained dense astral power and a special attraction force. It was good enough to prevent one's astral power from leaking out, let alone absorbing astral power. However, if one was adapted to the environment, training here would be very efficient. After giving the instructions, Yulong left Su Ping and Diaz alone in the room. They were the only two in the enclosed room. Su Ping had planned to check the materials for the solar bulwark that Xingyu Shener sought for him, but since he wasn't alone, he had to absorb the broken pieces first. This training room seems to be special. Su Ping felt that it wasn't as easy to absorb astral power as before while he cultivated. He closed his eyes and fully activated the chaos star chart. The astral power inside his cells began to spin like vortices, unleashing a strong attraction force. The weird pulling force was instantly weakened. Astral power flooded into his body and filled his cells, improving and strengthening him. Su Ping had also sensed a refreshing aura in the room as he cultivated, which cleared his mind and reminded him of a lot of things which had escaped his attention. He found solutions to a lot of problems too. Su Ping could not help but feel amazed by Senior Brother Yu's training room. "Your cultivation technique is really similar to my divine constitution." Diaz's voice was suddenly heard close by. Su Ping opened his eyes, only to find that Diaz was staring at him with a gloomy expression. There was also a vague tinge of disbelief and anger in his eyes. Su Ping saw the black holes which had appeared around the guy's body, attracting the astral power nearby. They were similar to the black holes inside his body, sucking astral power, making his cultivation progress at an equally fast pace. "Junior brother, your divine constitution is really good," said Su Ping with a smile. Diaz raised his eyebrows. "You're calling me junior brother." "Are you not junior brother?" said Su Ping with a smile. Diaz's lips trembled. Their master had recruited them at the same time and he didn't mention who was senior, but Su Ping had won the championship and was evidently the stronger one. Seeing it from that angle, he could really be the junior brother. "I will catch up and defeat you." Diaz snorted and said, "My divine constitution has just been manifested. There are infinite treasures in it that haven't been developed yet. Let's compete again after it's fully developed." "Fine by me, junior brother 10 handles," said Su Ping with a smile. "You?" Diaz was furious. Junior brother 10 handles. The guy was clearly referring to his 10-handle declaration. He was close to blushing as he thought of the outcome, almost going on a rampage when Su Ping stared at him with teasing eyes. However, he would be a real loser if he threw a tantrum. He gritted his teeth and kept quiet. Su Ping smiled once again, but then stopped making fun of him. He closed his eyes and focused on cultivating. The gathered fragments of laws were slowly being released. He devoted himself to understanding them. The laws were deeply analyzed, one after the other. They were inching ever closer to become complete paths. Time flew by, and half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ping felt that he had just started meditating when he was woken up. Su Ping shook his head, feeling that he needed more time. He was wondering why the contest had been conducted in such a rush this time. The system's voice suddenly echoed, "The sky is changing." Su Ping was really shocked by that remark. It had been a long time since the system had spoken. Surprised and infuriated, he asked, "Can you give me a heads up before you decide to talk? What do you mean by the sky changing? The weather?" The system, however, didn't sound as relaxed as before. He said solemnly, "I mean the sky of your universe, which is countless light years above your head." Su Ping was stunned. It was rare to see the system act that seriously. He couldn't help but look up, only to see the dome of the training room. He wanted to fly out and observe the space. However, he didn't do it in the end, as there was no distinction between up and down, even if he were to go out there. There were countless stars and cold space in every direction. Was there even a sky? "Do you know why?" asked Su Ping. The system stopped talking. Su Ping tried asking several times, only to be received with nothing but silence. He was really angered by the system for bringing up the subject in such a vague way. He decided not to think about it further. There would be stronger experts to worry about that problem anyway. It would be better for him to focus on winning the championship prize. Once the competition was over, he would be able to improve his level. He had held back and avoided breaking through for a long time. There was no telling what level he would reach. "I need to accompany Joanna to the Archean divinity too. I've taken too long in fulfilling that promise," Su Ping thought. He felt sorry for Joanna and could only shake his head. Then the training room was opened, and senior brother Yulong was standing by the door. "Come on out, we've arrived." Chapter 915, The Chaos Grass. Su Ping and Diaz left the training room with Yulong and headed to the spaceship's hall, where the other geniuses were gathered by the Star Lords. Everybody was currently looking up at the dome. The metal dome had become transparent, making it possible for them to see the outer space. There was a golden and glittering nebula laying in front of the sea of stars. That nebula looked as brilliant as a galaxy. It also looked like a hazy golden eye from a distance. The golden nebula grew in size as they approached. They saw countless golden stones that flowed like a river when they arrived. There was a deep crack in the middle of those golden stones, which looked like a vertical pupil inside an eye. The crack was multiple light years long. It was no longer a crack but a collapsed black hole. When the spaceship moved closer, it seemed as if it would swallow everybody. There were hidden beings defending the edges of the crack. The golden stones were no longer visible when the spaceship got closer. The only thing visible was the boundless darkness. It made them feel as if they were falling into an abyss. The spaceship suddenly stopped, and Yulong flew out of the spaceship. A majestic shadow thousands of meters long appeared before him and looked down at the spaceship. There was a slight change of expression when it saw Yulong, then said, "I didn't know it was you, Heavenly Lord you. By my master's order, I'm here to escort the contestants of the Golden Star Zone to the battlefield." Yulong chuckled. The shadow glanced at the spaceship and nodded, then it disappeared. Yulong flashed back into the spaceship, which continued moving forward. Many contestants looked at Yulong with awe and admiration, as he was obviously much more renowned as a heavenly lord than the other ascendants present. Seeing that, Diaz clenched his fists passionately. "I'll become a heavenly lord too, and even surpass him someday." However, his passion was chilled for a moment when he saw Su Ping. He was angry, wondering why he had lost to Su Ping, even though he had one of the best constitutions in the universe. Even if the latter also had one of the 9 divine constitutions, they would only be equal in strength. I will surpass you soon, kid. Diaz secretly gritted his teeth. He dreams of me acknowledging him as a senior brother. No way. Not ever. Heavenly Lord. In the crowd, many geniuses looked at Yu Long in a strange way. Su Jinner was one of them. If I get that thing from this trip, I'll have a chance to rise to the celestial state. Even heavenly lords will be nothing to me, Su Jinner thought, and then looked at Su Ping. He's much stronger than before. I wonder what face he'll make when he sees my original self. She put on a smile and looked forward to that scene. The spaceship moved at a high speed for a long time as it traversed the darkness. Then light radiated from its depth as if it were in the origin of darkness itself. The light then became increasingly brighter, and an object was later revealed. It turned out to be a planet that looked like a lucky clover. It had 5 leaves. The planet grew as the spaceship drew near. Every leaf was as big as multiple suns. Very soon, the plant was too big to be seen in full. The spaceship pressed forward and was later docked on one of those leaves, according to a specific trajectory. It was more of a green land than a leaf. Other spaceships had also been docked in the same place. Many temples had been established on the continent-sized leaf. It had a lot of residents, who were actually battle pet warriors that had been given permission to stay. Is that the divine sea mysterious realm? Oh my God, it looks like grass from a distance. It's just a coincidence, like the way clouds may look like animals. How could there be such a huge patch of grass in the world? Are those guys contestants from other star zones? Everybody was whispering on the spaceship. Some were shocked by the look of the divine sea mysterious realm, while others were looking at the contestants from the other star zones in earnest, since they wanted to make it to the top 100 or even top 10 in the finals. Both groups would receive unimaginable prizes. It would also be a great achievement to make it to the top 100 in the finals. Countless organizations would extend invitations to join. They could also choose to learn under any ascendant state expert. After all, no ascendant would mind having more genius disciples or increasing their influence. The system's voice suddenly echoed, "It's the chaos grass." Su Ping was surprised by this. He had his mind elsewhere as he was observing other contestants. Just like the others, he thought that it was just a coincidence. Many planets in the universe had special shapes and patterns when seen from a distance, but it was merely coincidental. "What did you say?" Su Ping could not help but ask. "It's the chaos grass." The system's voice was rather strange and emotionless, yet it gave Su Ping a weird feeling. Born in chaos with the essence of the universe, it bred the original gods. Unfortunately, it has lost too much of its divinity. Countless souls of the gods are still attached to it. They must be hoping that the grass will revive them, said the system. Su Ping narrowed his eyes, as the system had given him too much information. Is the divine sea mysterious realm truly grass? Moreover, was it really the place where the original gods were born? It's a marvelous planet born in chaos. How could it lose its divinity? Also, why didn't the souls of the gods go back to the Archean divinity? Su Ping had to ask. After a moment of silence, the system said, "They wanted to, but they couldn't." Did they not know the way home? Their home was no more. Why? No reason. The system fell silent again. Su Ping, however, was confused. Isn't the Archean divinity home to the gods? Did the Archean divinity cease to be? But it's one of the cultivation sites in the system. Since top planes such as the chaotic realm of the undead were available, the Archean divinity couldn't simply be just a name. He had yet to go there, but he knew that all the cultivation sites he had explored were real. He felt puzzled, but he let the matter rest since the system didn't offer an explanation. After all, the system would tell him everything when the time was right. He had a feeling that the system had a lot of secrets. It would give him real missions sooner or later. He wanted to be strong enough before that came to pass. "Let's go and greet the opponents you're about to confront," Yu Long chuckled. Everybody rubbed their fists excitedly upon hearing that. Very soon they exited the spaceship. Yulong led them to a relatively close place where a crowd was gathered. He smiled and said, "You must be from the Autumn Deer Star Zone. I heard that an extraordinary genius has emerged in your place. Who is he? Let me have a look." Su Ping looked at Yulong in surprise. The always friendly and approachable man was acting quite arrogantly at the moment. Huh? Prompted by the provocation, the contestants of the Autumn Deer Star Zone looked ahead in askance at their leaders. None of them dared to express anger towards an ascendant state expert. Their leaders, who were also ascendants, changed their expressions. One of the middle-aged men said solemnly, "I didn't know that Heavenly Lord you would personally escort you over. You must be real treasures." "Of course, the geniuses of our star zone will win the finals," Yulong chuckled, revealing his true personality. Both Su Ping and Diaz showed stunned faces as they looked at each other. Was their senior brother deliberately making enemies for them? He seemed to be more arrogant than they had originally thought. It was true that the top ascendant state experts were wild and unrestrained. He. The two ascendant state experts from the Autumn Deer Star Zone sneered but didn't take the bait, as it wouldn't be a smart decision to argue with a heavenly lord. They didn't say a thing, but the contestants behind them looked at Su Ping and the others in surprise. It seemed that extraordinary geniuses had been born in the Golden Star Zone. He wouldn't have acted as arrogantly if otherwise. Su Ping was lost for words. He didn't want to be the center of attention, which would bring unnecessary trouble to him. Diaz was also surprised, but in no way was he infuriated. Instead, he put on a smile and raised his head, with "I'm the most awesome one" written all over his face. Right then the voice of an old man was heard coming from a distance. "Old you, how have you been?" Yulong narrowed his eyes and looked back, only to see a red-haired old man and a group of geniuses in front of a blood-colored spaceship. The old man had a red mole on his forehead and a wine gourd on his back. His eyes were half closed, but they emitted sharpness whenever they opened. "It's you, Heavenly Lord Ju Shen. Why have you been sent here? Have any precious geniuses emerged in your area?" asked Yulong with a smile. The old man said indifferently, "You've been sent here too, right? I heard that someone with the reincarnation divine constitution had emerged but was eventually suppressed. I'd like to find out who did that." Diaz lowered his head in shame as he heard that. He looked at Su Ping while feeling regretful and angry, obviously blaming the latter for preventing him from showing off. The others could not help but look at Su Ping too. Obviously, the old man was referring to him. They felt troubled. They were truly jealous, not expecting that Su Ping and Diaz's names would have already been known in other star zones, and were listed as among their primary enemies. As for them, it seemed that they were only mediocre. "Is it him? Well, there's indeed an ancient and strange aura in his body." The old man narrowed his eyes and instantly noticed Su Ping. Su Ping felt goosebumps beyond his control as he was being observed by a heavenly lord, just like a predator that had locked onto him. Prey that didn't react when a predator locked onto them deserved to be killed. Su Ping was lost for words. It seemed that he had already grown famous, and the other contestants were already regarding him as one of the primary opponents. Was he the one who suppressed the reincarnation divine constitution? Several contestants were observing Su Ping with solemn and hopeful eyes in the Autumn Deer Star Zone group. Many geniuses from the Old Man Star Zone were observing Su Ping too, trying to figure out how he had defeated a person with a divine constitution. "Indeed, those two have just been admitted by my master as disciples. They're my junior brothers. They will definitely be among the top 3. I would go home right now if I were you," said Yulong with a smile. Su Ping began to sweat hard. He felt the urge to pull his senior brother's clothes, wondering if the man was actually working for someone else. Diaz, however, didn't consider it a big deal. He was even excited by the prospect. He had considered himself the de facto champion before he met Su Ping, but he would have to settle for second place at the moment. However, he hadn't fought directly against Su Ping yet. He still had a chance to defeat the guy. Diaz glanced at Su Ping when the thought crossed his mind. Su Ping had just happened to be looking at him too, so he noticed the latter's weird expression and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Damn it. Our competition is already over. Why are you still looking at me? Are both of you working for someone else? More spaceships arrived at that moment. All the contestants of the 12 star zones, altogether 1,200 people, were finally gathered. It was then when a celestial expert arrived, exuding a suffocating pressure. Even those in the ascendant state became solemn. The teasing Yulong also wore a grave expression. The celestial was a silver-haired man with a golden robe. He was as handsome as a god. There seemed to be a sun burning eternally right behind him. All the star zones are here. Let's begin the first trial. The lofty expert didn't even give an opening speech. He simply announced the beginning of the contest. Su Ping then recalled the announcement of the Universe Geniuses contest that had echoed throughout the universe earlier on, as he heard the man's voice. It was exactly the same man who had made the announcement, Mu Shen. A golden vortex suddenly appeared underneath his feet after he said that, and his voice echoed again. 100 people will qualify in the first contest. You will try to survive for 5 days in this forsaken area and collect enough divine cores. You will then be ranked according to the number of divine cores you manage to gather at the end of the 5-day period. Everybody's faces changed due to the surprise. The trial seemed to be really dangerous. Do we have to fight to stay alive until the end? Also, 90% of the contestants would be eliminated. Only the top 100 would be selected. It would be like a screening process. Chapter 916, Walking Zombies. Prepare the countdown. An ascendant state expert flew close with an hourglass as massive as a hill after Mu Shen's announcement, then initiated the countdown. Let's get inside. The leaders of the star zones instructed the contestants near them. They had heard a thing or two about the trial. Apart from survival, the contestants had to loot enough divine cores or they would be eliminated. A young man in the crowd quickly asked Yulong, "Senior, should we team up?" He was only as strong as Dragon Emperor. He immediately thought of an alliance since he had witnessed the screening matches in the Golden Star Zone. Being the case, it would be much easier for them to survive and hunt for the divine cores. All the others had glittering eyes too, as they looked at Su Ping and Diaz. Those two would be the greatest supporters if they were to team up. Diaz sneered upon hearing what the young man said. He despised alliances the most. He would always remember how tigers traveled alone and only ants moved in groups. He preferred not to mingle with ants. Yulong shook his head and said, "It'll be up to luck whether or not you can team up. You'll be separated in the Forsaken area, which is immense. You might not see each other at all in the next 5 days. It is also important to know that your enemies are not the other contestants, but the actual weirdness of the place." The weirdness of the place. Everybody was surprised, feeling that their blood was freezing. What thing could possibly make a heavenly lord feel weird? "Let's get inside. Try your best to hunt for the divine cores and survive," said Yulong. Everybody felt uneasy when he talked like that. However, they didn't have any other options at this moment. Junior brothers, zombies walk the remains and the divine cores are found right within their bodies. Attack the marks on their foreheads. It's the only way to destroy them, said Yulong to Su Ping and Diaz telepathically. Both of them were stunned for a moment. Then they nodded. "Let's have another competition." Diaz turned back and looked at Su Ping aggressively. He never fought Su Ping when they climbed the Heavenly Path Mountain, and he never thought he was any weaker. He really wondered how he could possibly fall short when compared to that guy. Realizing that the former wasn't convinced of his inferior power, Su Ping said with a smile, "A bet of 10 again." "Nice try." Diaz was triggered by Su Ping's taunting, touching his scar. He had been fooled by Su Ping earlier, receiving a slap right smack in the face. He wouldn't be fooled again. "Humph, let's find out who hunts more," Diaz snorted. Su Ping merely offered a smile, not saying anything else. Yulong didn't stop them from arguing, as competitiveness was always a good thing. It could help them in reaching the ascendant state sooner. The contestants from the various star zones entered the vortex shortly after. They looked like a swarm of locusts from a distance. Su Ping and Diaz entered the vortex at the same time. The former detected a stream of dense divine power coming at his face. The darkness was gone moments later, and he found himself in a wasteland. The land was blackened, with scars and dents everywhere, as if they were traces of giant beasts having walked in the area. Su Ping looked around and saw a ragged village in the distance. He instantly flew there. A vague trace of divine power is flowing in the air. This truly is a domain of the gods. Unfortunately, the divine power is thin and mixed with the decaying aura of death. Why did they fight? Su Ping took to the skis and observed the environment from above. He didn't see a single living creature. Soon he saw a ruined village. Most buildings had been razed to the ground. Whatever was left was crumbling. My perception range has been minimized. The gravity here is different too, it feels familiar. After checking his own status, Su Ping looked beyond the village and was able to vaguely see a city. It was good that his eyes weren't affected, as he could see objects far in the distance. His eyesight could be significantly boosted when he focused the Golden Crow's divine power on his eyes, allowing him to see a grain of dust 10 kilometers away. Suddenly, Su Ping had a premonition and looked in a certain direction. He saw a man standing next to a dry well in the ruined village. The man wore ragged clothes. He was standing with his back against him, as if he were meditating. However, Su Ping noticed that the man's exposed skin was purple and wrinkled. That was anything but normal. Suddenly, the man seemed to have noticed something, so he turned around. Su Ping narrowed his eyes the moment their eyes met. The man's face was ulcerated. There was a horrifying opening on his chest too, which went through his ribs. All his internal organs had withered. Any person would have died after suffering such heavy wounds. All of a sudden, Su Ping recalled the walking zombies that senior brother Yulong had mentioned. Whoosh! While Su Ping was feeling shocked, the man flashed and lunged at him, roaring. His movements were barbaric and primitive. Su Ping's expression changed a bit. He did not sense any air of a living creature from the man, so he instantly punched. Bang! His golden fist punched the zombie's broken chest, which felt like a rock. The zombie didn't even bother to dodge. The aura of the fist compressed the air behind his back until it became fluid. However, the ferocious punch didn't cause any damage to the zombie, which continued lunging and had quickly grabbed Su Ping's arm. Its fingernails were as sharp as blades. Su Ping wasn't taking any chances. He wouldn't allow himself to be hurt by the zombie. The Golden Crow's flames quickly emerged on his arm, setting the zombie ablaze. Such flames would continue burning until the end of time. To Su Ping's astonishment, the zombie was still attacking despite the flames all over his body, seemingly unable to feel any pain. Remembering what Yulong said, Su Ping looked at the zombie's forehead. He did find something glittering under the divine flames. It was a divine seal. Su Ping quickly gathered laws on his fingertip and poked. The zombie was fast, but unskilled. Su Ping dodged its attack and penetrated the divine seal. There was a crack, and then the divine seal glowed and exploded. The zombie stopped moving and slowly fell down. It fell to the ground in the village. Divine flames spread from his body, burning the rocks into magma. Su Ping waved his hand and absorbed the flames. Then he looked at the blackened body with a mix of suspicion and shock. The corpse was still able to move. Was it the weirdness that Yulong had mentioned? Suddenly, Su Ping noticed divine power leaking from the dead man's chest. It was an intriguing situation, so he turned the corpse over and cut its chest open, revealing a brilliant golden item. That was the divine core, as well as the body's heart. So to speak, I have to fight these creatures if I want to rise to the top 100. Su Ping's eyes became grave. It wasn't hard for him to finish off the zombie, but it was still bizarre. The creature was quiet, inconspicuous, and relentless. It would be truly difficult to get away from a lot of them. Su Ping studied the divine core for a moment and tried to cut it open, but it was really hard. It would break if he continued. He then stored the core and continued examining the body. He thought of something, and then collected some of its blood, teeth, and fingernails. He planned to find a living creature to test if those things were poisoned. After all that, Su Ping left the village and flew ahead. He had been vigilant all the way. Those zombies could hardly be detected remotely, and he had to keep an eye on them, or it would be a nasty surprise if they flashed to where he was all of a sudden. Su Ping saw a giant beast shortly after. It was slowly moving outside the village. The beast was more than 30 meters tall and was covered in wounds and bite marks. The blood on its skin had already dried up. Suddenly, the beast stopped and flashed away, tearing the void open and vanishing. Su Ping was alarmed by this, so he quickly took precautions. However, the beast didn't show up in the next few seconds. An explosion burst out in the distance. Su Ping looked at the source of the sound and saw a rising mist. He then realized that the beast had surely detected a contestant in that location. Just like the first zombie, the beast was also dead. Su Ping looked at the place and considered for a moment, choosing not to go there immediately. It was unnecessary to deal with other geniuses since the trial was about survival and hunting. He didn't want to attack. Indeed, it was possible to rise to the top 100 by knocking out the other geniuses, but that was a rather cruel method. Su Ping didn't want to give such a nightmarish experience to the hardworking contestants. Su Ping turned around and moved in a different direction. He soon hovered above another city. The city wall was already broken. It seemed that some enormous thing had broken in and caused a huge opening. Su Ping looked around and saw a lot of creatures standing on the streets, completely unmoving, as if they were scarecrows. It made for a rather creepy sight. Su Ping was alarmed by what he saw. He slowed down and quietly approached them. That was clearly a dangerous city, but it was also perfect for hunting divine cores. Su Ping moved closer to the city wall. There he saw a couple of men in ragged armor. Most of them had been fatally wounded. Some had lost half of their heads, some had their spines exposed, while others had large holes on their abdomens. They would have been as dead as could be in the outside world. Su Ping lay on the ground, then observed for a few minutes before he threw a stone to the other side of the wall. Bang! The stone cracked on the wall, making a huge noise. The zombies seemed to have heard it since they shook. Still, they soon became immobile again when the noise faded away. It seems that I can't gather them with noises. Makes sense. They would be as busy as bees whenever it rains if they did rely on noises. Su Ping shook his head in amusement as he pictured it in his head. All the zombies in the city will probably come at me when the battle begins if I simply charge at them. All of them are capable of flashing, which would be really scary. Su Ping's eyes glittered. It wasn't difficult to finish off a zombie, but a swarm of them would be a major problem to him. All of a sudden, he remembered the little skeleton. Whoosh! The little skeleton was instantly summoned. It raised its head and looked at Su Ping in confusion. Su Ping instantly sent it a thought, asking it to attract the weird zombies. All of them were lifeless bodies, and the little skeleton was even a dry corpse. All things considered, he wondered if the zombies would notice it. Once realizing Su Ping's intent, the little skeleton turned its head, which almost fell off of its neck, as it looked at the zombies on the city wall. The next moment, it flashed thousands of kilometers away, repeating the action a second time. Soon, when it was only 10 kilometers away, the little skeleton slowly released its aura near the city wall. The zombies on the city wall noticed it just then, disappearing at the same time. They reappeared next to the little skeleton and bit it. The little skeleton was clearly shocked too, and its bones were clattering. It flashed away and ran back to Su Ping. The zombies flashed after the little skeleton, also reappearing every time the little skeleton did. Su Ping, who had been hiding in a deeper space, unleashed his most powerful attack when they moved away. He planned to finish them off as quickly as possible so that it wouldn't attract more zombies. Bang! Su Ping simply gathered a sword aura with laws and pierced the zombie's forehead. However, the zombie seemed to have predicted the danger. It looked at Su Ping with a pair of completely white eyes. It then shattered the sword aura and waved its claws dauntingly. The void was torn open, and its arm reached Su Ping in the blink of an eye, shattering the tertiary space. Su Ping was really shocked, as the zombie was definitely terrifying. It had as much divine power as a Star Lord did. Su Ping felt lucky that the zombie wasn't harnessing the power of faith, or he wouldn't be able to defend himself at all. He would have otherwise needed to use the purple bracelet given by his master so he could survive. Those things are wild and brainless. They don't use any secret techniques. They're gods in the Star Lord state, 10 times stronger than Star Lords who cultivate astral power. Su Ping was determined to fight. He wondered if he was strong enough to suppress such a Star Lord zombie. Whoosh! The Inferno Dragon appeared, and soon merged with Su Ping. Then, the latter asked the little skeleton to keep the other zombies entertained, while he simply charged at the one with Star Lord level. Chapter 917, Overlapping of the Universe. Su Ping felt a mountainous force pushing towards him when they collided. The zombie fell on top of him like a small world. Su Ping's arm felt heavy. He could not help but tear the void and retreat to the fourth space. However, the zombie followed him and approached him from an even deeper space at an astonishing speed. Su Ping was shocked. He instantly unleashed his full strength. He gathered 100 laws into a sword and activated the solar bulwark. The astral painting inside his body was also used. He then attacked the zombie's forehead. The zombie seemed to have seen that move coming, so it raised its head to block it. Su Ping was really surprised, since the previous zombies were incapable of defending. It seemed that the current zombie was indeed extraordinary, since it had an instinct to protect its fatal weakness. The sword cut deeply into the zombie's arm, breaking its armor and then lodging itself in its bones. The sword vanished. It was then reconstituted in Su Ping's hand before he used it to attempt another stab at the zombie's forehead. The zombie blocked the attacks consecutively, while more cracks appeared on its arm. It roared furiously and charged at Su Ping when he paused, seemingly trying to tackle him. Su Ping punched. Both of them were forced back, but Su Ping retreated further. His hands were numb, but his eyes were glittering. Is that the strength of a Star Lord without using the power of faith? He had never fought against god warriors, who were equal to Star Lords in the demigod burial. After all, he had been too weak back then. It would have been pointless to fight a Star Lord. Those god warriors had also learned sophisticated secret techniques from Joanna. They could beat him easily, even without the power of faith. I haven't merged with the little skeleton. I can suppress the zombie easily if I do. Su Ping was quite satisfied with the result of the test. It was beyond unbelievable that he was as physically strong as a Star Lord when he was only in the Fate state. Let's get it over with. Su Ping would never dare to delay in such a situation. He wasn't intending on hiding anymore, even though a celestial state was surely watching. After all, the man was already his master. There was a chance that the former would give him more benefits if he showed strength. Besides, he would train in seclusion after the competition ended. Nobody had been able to do anything about him. Phew! A torrent of black air was spread out of Su Ping's body. His pupils became dark, and his skin emitted black air too. With him at the end, the dark deep space seemed to be turning dirtier. It was exactly the sorcerer's divine constitution he had activated during his visit to the Golden Crows. The zombie was swallowed when the field of the divine constitution was unfolded. The darkness was gone a few seconds later. Su Ping stood where he was, and the mark on the zombie's forehead was broken. Once things were taken care of, Su Ping instantly returned to the outside world. Then he saw the little skeleton fighting against a few zombies. He had to admit that the Skeleton King's bloodline ability was awesome. The little skeleton had recovered over and over, even though its bones were cracked. Su Ping didn't hesitate to offer help. The battle soon came to an end in the fourth space, and Su Ping reaped 5 divine cores. Su Ping and the little skeleton returned to the outside world and saw that there was no one on the city wall. He prudently drew closer and saw dozens of zombies in the dilapidated buildings behind the wall. He then immediately asked the little skeleton to lure them. The little skeleton had always been responsible for reconnaissance in the cultivation sites. Therefore, it was quite good at disguising, detecting, and luring. Making use of its abilities, it soon figured out the sensitivity of those zombies. Right at the edge of their perception range, the little skeleton released its aura and attracted 6 zombies. Su Ping would quickly finish them off in the 4th space after they left the crowd. Su Ping looted more and more divine cores as he cleared the city. Inside the Divine Sea mysterious realm, in the middle of a large area with buildings, on one of the grass leaves, a couple of people were seated and observing. They were hazy, enshrouded in a sort of light. It seemed that they had hidden themselves in the river of time. They were right there, and yet they couldn't be detected at all unless they wanted to be detected. At the center of the temple was a miniaturized illusion of a certain world. I didn't expect that you would purge this mysterious realm. Have you taken care of the 2 celestial state zombies lurking the place? Asked a tall and brawny man indifferently. Up above, Mu Shen, who wore a white robe and seemed like the gentle and approachable sort, said, "They're dead anyway, and only their battle instincts remain. They were indeed smart and strong when they were alive, but they have already died. You didn't summon us here just to check up on those kids, right? I heard that peace in the universe is being lost again, that there's something about to come out. Is that true?" asked an old man in a low voice. Mu Shen nodded and said, "You know that the Divine Sea mysterious realm is the closest to the core of the universe. I heard a rumbling noise when I was training in seclusion not long ago." "A rumbling noise?" "Exactly." Mu Shen narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "It's the noise of a heartbeat. It came from the depths of the universe. My rough speculation is that it came from the 9th space. The heart penetrated many spaces and contained the rhythm of paths. I suspect that it may have been what's recorded in the ancient classics." "Do you mean the heavenly path?" "I heard that there's another level above us, the heavenly path state." "It's indeed in the records. There were heavenly path state experts in the primordial times who mastered the laws and everything else in the universe. They were like supercomputers that managed all the issues in the universe, including advancement, reproduction, birth, death, and so on." All celestial state cultivators narrowed their eyes. They had lived too long, so they were cognizant of many secrets. The entire universe would be shocked if word was spread out. The celestial state was the highest level in most people's eyes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been called celestial. "Have you summoned us here because you want us to track the noise down in the 9th space together?" asked Shen Huang, who was Su Ping's master. He was courteous and elegant in a golden robe, as if ensconced in a throne. Mu Shen shook his head and said, "I've asked one of my reincarnations to look into it. I've called you over because of another matter. Elder Gu asked me to inform you." Elder Gu. Everybody seemed grave when they heard that. Such a name was a real taboo in the Federation. He said that the deeper spaces in the universe were starting to merge. Judging from the trend, all the deeper spaces will soon combine. We won't be able to tear the void open by then, and all the objects located in deeper spaces will be squeezed out too. Mu Shen added solemnly, "You must know about the many items left from the primordial times that are hidden in deeper spaces, and how dangerous they are." "Is the merging real?" asked someone in shock. He could not help but continue, "I thought it was my imagination. I visited a place in the 9th space earlier and found that it had connected to the 8th space. I thought it was a special case. If all the spaces are combined, won't all the primordial relics and beasts appear in the Federation?" Everybody's expressions changed. They were the strongest beings in the Federation, entities who were more respected than actual emperors, but all of them felt chills at the possibility of the universe merging. They had explored too many places in the deeper spaces. They knew how many horrifying things were hidden in the universe. Has Elder Gu inferred how long it'll take until the spaces are combined? Asked one of them. After a moment of silence, Mu Shen said, 10,000 years at most. Everybody in the temple was silent. 10,000 years was a long time for ordinary people. For them, it was just the length of a training session. No wonder the center of the Federation has been pooling in resources and developing technologies. They must be making preparations for this. If the spaces indeed merge, our territory will be seriously destroyed. Humankind might be in danger too. Has Elder Gu summoned us here because he has a solution? Mu Shen said, no, but he has a way of slowing it down. He has made 12 sky fixation divine sticks. We need to send them to 12 places in the ninth space, which aid in extending the merger of the universe to 100,000 years, giving us more time to think. Sky fixation divine sticks? Asked someone in astonishment. They must be ultimate treasures if they are able to slow down such a grand merging, right? Why, are you interested in those treasures too? You can't steal them, said a female celestial and sneered. Junior sister, it's been 1,000,000 years since that incident. Why are you still holding grudges? I'm a celestial now. I don't need to steal anything, said the man helplessly. The woman was still sneering. I know fully well what you've been doing these days, and mind you, we are not related at all. We did learn from the same master, but we walk on different paths. Don't call me junior sister. The other celestials glanced at them. Only them shared the same master. However, their master had died a long time before, and they had advanced to the celestial state with the combination of loot from relics and their own hard work. After all, reaching the celestial state had a lot to do with relying on one's effort. Each of you will take care of one of the sky fixation divine sticks. Do not lose them. They are of critical importance to our universe, said Mu Shen indifferently. That's true, an old man nodded and remarked. Elder Gu is truly awesome. We wouldn't be able to prepare anything if we only have 10,000 years. 100,000 years is still a short span of time, but we should be able to groom many ascendant state students to deal with the catastrophe. No wonder you've summoned us to this contest. Do you want us to recruit more disciples? Mu Shen nodded and said, exactly. Talents with ascendant potential emerge in every Universe Geniuses contest. They can easily reach the ascendant state with proper training. We will need to train more of them in the future. It would be even better if 1 or 2 of them reach the celestial state. 1 or 2 celestials in 100,000 years. Well, it's challenging but not entirely impossible. It's been almost 80,000 years since Zhu Wang reached the celestial state, right? As far as I know, a celestial emerges every 100,000 to 300,000 years. A seemingly young man chuckled, but everybody knew he had been a celestial for a long time. He was an intimidating being, even among celestials. Huh. Suddenly, the brawny middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and looked at the miniaturized illusion of the world at the center, where a battle was in progress. He asked in surprise, what's the constitution used by that kid? It doesn't seem to be one of the divine kind, but it's still very powerful. Everybody looked at the battle too, and were also shocked by what they saw. Shen Huang was stunned for a moment, then put on a big smile. Just let it be, everybody. He's my new disciple. He seems to have hidden himself really well. He was also stunned by this. He had originally thought that the Golden Crow divine constitution used by Su Ping was his main constitution. He didn't know that Su Ping had another constitution, which was as good as the Golden Crow divine constitution. Dual constitutions. It wasn't unprecedented. There had been triple and even quadruple constitutions, which had been activated by hybrid bloodlines or artificial methods. However, single constitutions were always stronger. Multiple constitutions weren't strong because of their number. Rather, they would weaken each other, making it hard for an expert to reach the top. Shen Huang was delighted because it was obvious that Su Ping didn't have dual constitutions. This meant that one of his constitutions was not an actual constitution, but his own physical build. It was just like the orcs who had the build of beasts as well as constitutions that were activated by their genes. Those were two different concepts. That kid actually has the blood of golden crows, Shen Huang thought in delight. The golden crows had gone extinct since primordial times. They fed on dragons and would eventually attain Star-Lord strength when they reached adulthood. They could easily reach the ascendant state, and might even advance to the celestial state if they were talented. Their cultivation was far easier than that of humans. Chapter 918, Eyes. On the battlefield, a man and a skeleton were quietly approaching a dilapidated city. The skeleton would look around every now and then to examine the environment. Those zombies aren't equally strong when compared. The ones in armor seem to be city guards from the past, who are as strong as Star Lords. The other zombies are mostly in the Star state. I haven't seen many of them in the Fate state. They must have already been corrupted by that weird power. Su Ping had gained a lot of experience after hunting more than 30 zombies. He soon reached the city and asked the little skeleton to explore the area. The city was desolate, with collapsed walls and buildings everywhere. Su Ping noticed a lot of zombies inside the houses, which were the most dangerous, as they could hardly be detected when they were as lifeless as rocks. Blood. Su Ping had already figured out a way to hunt them. The zombies were indeed dangerous, but they were even dumber than beasts and easy to hunt. To allure the prey into a trap was the most primitive and effective way to hunt. Su Ping smeared his blood on the inferior skeletons that the little skeleton had summoned. He would then let the inferior skeletons wobble forward. The zombies in the buildings would instantly flash over and shatter the inferior skeletons. However, more inferior skeletons emerged close by, due to the aura that Su Ping deliberately released. The zombies flashed over again and executed them. More and more inferior skeletons crawled out and lured the zombies from further and further away into action. Once there were no more zombies around, Su Ping showed up and killed them in the deeper spaces. Su Ping continued to collect more and more divine cores as the hunting proceeded. The area was gradually cleared. A lot of zombies in the sector outlined with Su Ping as the center had been destroyed. Su Ping suddenly had a premonition when he entered the city. He saw a zombie on the top of a dilapidated building. The zombie wore a broken armor, seemingly having stood there for millions of years. The creature seemed to be terrifyingly dangerous. Su Ping had goosebumps all over his body. He could not help but narrow his eyes and retreat in haste. That zombie was absolutely daunting. It could have ascendant-level power. It could easily shatter him with physical strength alone, even if it wasn't able to use any ascendant techniques. After evading that zombie, Su Ping continued exploring other places. He didn't even try figuring out the zombie's combat ability, as it would be unnecessary. He was moving in the real world, where death would mean game over. He would have plenty of chances when he returned to the cultivation sites, where he could fight ascendants or even stronger creatures. However, such fighting was of little significance. Instant death would hardly bring him any improvement. Soon, Su Ping cleared 90% of the city. He frowned, since the city was absolutely dead. There was not even a living rat in the place. Are there no living creatures in this region? Su Ping thought. He left the city and moved on. He then found himself on a desolate plain. There were weird beasts on the plain, apart from zombies. Su Ping had collected more than 3,000 divine cores after hunting on the plain. There was a river beyond the plain, but the river wasn't flowing. It was as dark as ink, seemingly frozen like black ice. However, black water splashed out when he tossed a stone over, and the river made ripples. Said ripples would quickly settle, and the river would go back to its dead state again. Just like before, Su Ping sent out the inferior skeletons as scouts. Horrifying creatures would quickly crawl out of the river and attack the inferior skeletons. Su Ping lured them away from the river and ambushed them. He looted more than 20 divine cores from the river. Finally, nothing else came out again. He flew across the river and continued searching for zombies. Time went by quickly. Su Ping ran into other cities very quickly after going past the river. The cities were crumbling and were actually built close together. He cleared them carefully. He no longer dared to be careless after seeing that intimidating zombie. After all, he would have to use up his master's armor to save his life if he caught the attention of an ascendant state zombie. The second city was even more badly destroyed. It was cleared after Su Ping took down more than 1,800 zombies. The other areas were too dangerous for him to approach, so he simply moved on to the next place. With 9,000 divine cores. Su Ping had collected almost 10,000 divine cores by the time he cleared 5 cities. He thought he was a fast hunter. After all, it wasn't easy to deal with the zombies. He had to lure them over and kill them quickly. He was almost surrounded by zombies once during the hunting. All the zombies had flashed over. He was horrified, as he had realized that the black air lingering on the zombies' teeth and fingernails could quickly contaminate his flesh. He would simply cut off the wounded parts whenever he was hurt in battle. Fortunately, with his cultivation and control over his body, he could easily regenerate his arm if he ever needed to cut it off. Suddenly, Su Ping saw a mountain in a city. The mountain seemed to have been destroyed in a violent manner. There were multiple pits at its base. Some buildings had also been reduced to smithereens. Su Ping had a weird feeling when he saw the mountain for some reason. Some memories seemed to be flashing back. He found that the mountain felt familiar, as if he would have seen it somewhere before. Soon, Su Ping saw that a lot of zombies were standing still at the top of the mountain. He instantly asked the little skeleton to summon the inferior skeletons to hunt them. Some of the zombies were quickly attracted and executed. Those zombies had been heavily wounded. Some of them had ruined cheeks, while others had mutilated bodies. They must have gone through unimaginably brutal battles. Su Ping's heart became heavy as he hunted them down. All those zombies had been gods when they were alive. What happened here? What were the gods fighting against in such a brutal way? He remembered the Twilight Deity King, Green Lady's master. What was hidden in the sky that the man tried to hold back? The zombies on the mountain were generally strong. A couple of them were Star Lords. Su Ping was truly astonished. Obviously, the mountain used to be some sort of holy land, which was why so many strong gods were there. Su Ping slowly approached the mountain after hunting a dozen zombies, and the inferior skeletons moved on. A zombie suddenly came out right then. The zombie flashed to meet the inferior skeletons and squeezed them. Afterwards, it returned to its motionless stance. Su Ping found that the zombie was well preserved. The other zombie's skin was purple, wrinkled, and covered in dust. Even so, that one was quite clean. It was obviously a girl when it was alive, its hair still fluttering in the breeze. Su Ping had goosebumps, as this zombie felt even more horrifying than the one he met earlier. Fall back. Su Ping made the decision to make a quick retreat. He suddenly saw that the zombie moved as he made his escape. However, it didn't flash to reach him. Rather, it slowly turned its head to look in the direction he was retreating to. Su Ping had a chance to see the zombie clearly. Its cheeks were rather dirty too, but still, they were much cleaner when compared to other zombies. There were 2 fatal holes on its throat and chest. A divine seal was glowing bright with a passion on its forehead. Su Ping saw its face, which was so fascinatingly beautiful that not even dust could bury her impeccable beauty. However, the face was numb and gray. Su Ping's heart shivered. He had a weird sense of familiarity. He had never seen that face before, and he clearly didn't know her. Still, her dead, gray eyes, which seemed to be staring at something, gave him an odd familiar feeling, as if he knew her from somewhere before. Who is she? Su Ping was quite perplexed. Did I see her in one of the cultivation sites? However, on second thought, he had been to a few divine cultivation sites. He didn't remember seeing the woman in any of them. Su Ping had not seen a lot of pretty women either, even when exploring other cultivation sites. After all, his main targets were beasts. The pretty, slim girl became distant and vague as he was retreating, but he had the feeling that she seemed to be staring at him too. However, she was already dead. She would have charged and attacked him if she would have indeed been gazing at him. Who was she exactly? Su Ping was at a loss. He didn't stop until the girl was nowhere to be seen. He frowned and thought hard on a high building for a moment. He then asked the system in his heart. The system didn't respond after he waited for a long time. Su Ping truly felt helpless. He thought for a moment longer, finally giving up the idea of returning to continue investigating. The risk wouldn't be worth it, just to return because he had a certain sense of familiarity. Odd, considering my current cultivation and sensitivity, my instincts can't be wrong. If I feel in danger, dangers must indeed be lurking about. I must have seen her before if I found her familiar. Su Ping frowned. He simply couldn't figure out why. A long time passed, but he could only let the matter rest for the moment and focus on completing the trial. Su Ping continued traveling after leaving the city. In the palace, the old man said to Shen Huang with a smile, "That was a really close one. Your young disciple nearly ran into the zombie with nigh celestial state power." Shen Huang was relieved to see that Su Ping had retreated far away. He would have felt embarrassed if Su Ping were to be eliminated that early in the competition. Moreover, the armor he had given to Su Ping wouldn't only resist the zombie's attacks for a while. Mu Shen would have needed to take action in order to save him. "That zombie seems capable of thinking," said Shen Huang, frowning. The image showed how the zombie was staring in the direction Su Ping had left, still unmoving. Mu Shen furrowed his brow in surprise too. He had already purged the remains and suppressed the celestial state zombies found in that place. Some of them had indeed developed intelligence, but they were quite childish and bloodthirsty. Why did that zombie let Su Ping go after spotting him? Weird, what secret does that kid have? Mu Shen became curious about Su Ping. Considering the unrecorded divine constitution and the strange incident a moment earlier, that kid was definitely hiding great secrets. Mu Shen, did you control the zombie just now so it would let that kid escape? Someone chuckled and looked at Mu Shen, with vague dissatisfaction in his voice. Mu Shen frowned and said casually, "That's beneath me." Those 4 words had already indicated his attitude. The celestial who had questioned him slightly raised his eyebrows, but he didn't add any other comment. After all, Mu Shen had convinced all of those present that he hadn't done anything with his short remark. That kid is truly a bold and experienced hunter, a true talent. He currently has the most divine cores. Some of the others have suffered losses because of their recklessness. Haha, are you referring to the kid who's the reincarnation of a bird? He thought his fire could burn anything. He didn't know that it wouldn't be a solution when dealing with ancient poison. I think it isn't bad. He is reckless, but his character befits his path of cultivation. He might be able to create a path of his own, remarked another celestial state expert. The others offered silent smiles. It was indeed a possibility. Everybody had their own standards, so there was no need to argue. How are you going to arrange the competition after this trial is over? Are you planning to send them to the void battlefield? That place is not a joke. We might not be able to rescue them in time if anything happens to them. Since the trial was halfway done, they already had a rough speculation on the kids' performances. Mu Shen said casually, "They can't be sharpened without weathering through storms. It's time they see the real appearance of the universe. They should be respectful of nature and the universe." Still, all those kids seem decisive and relentless to me. None of them seems immature, someone disagreed. Mu Shen replied, "They've only killed beasts and a few enemies of humankind. However, they won't be facing beasts in the void battlefield." Is there any difference? Those enemies might look and feel different, but any man with blood-hardened hearts can kill them. I, for one, agree with Mu Shen's arrangements. The void battlefield hasn't been very peaceful as of late. Those kids are supposed to train there at the end of the contest, which will be a good thing for them. But now the training will be conducted in advance. We should shorten the unnecessary processes now that the universe is about to merge. Chapter 919, Soul Sea. Time flew. The trial was coming to an end in the blink of an eye. Su Ping had run into a couple of contestants from other star zones during the hunting. Some of them were attacked by zombies, but he didn't lend a hand. After all, he was in great danger too. Some of them intended to rob Su Ping of his divine cores, but all of them were preemptively knocked out. Just as Su Ping had expected, all those contestants were relocated when they were about to die, just like the eliminated players before. I have 32,000 divine cores right now. I wonder what my ranking is. It shouldn't be a problem for me to make it to the top 100, Su Ping thought. He had been hunting diligently and effectively. He didn't think he would get eliminated. With any luck, he could even make it to the top 3. I need to ask my master or senior brother, you long about that weird zombie in this place, Su Ping thought as he remembered the familiar zombie earlier. He had never seen the zombie before, but its eyes gave him a strong sense of familiarity. He had certainly seen them before. Soon the trial was over. Su Ping was fighting a zombie when he suddenly became light. Then, he was shrouded in a magnificent force and relocated from the deeper space. He found himself back in the chaos grass when he reappeared. Su Ping looked around, finding that there were much fewer people around him. Only a couple of familiar faces remained. Su Jinner was relatively close to him. She glanced at him. There was dust on her pretty face. She smiled when they made eye contact. Aside from her, the young man enslaved by Su Ping earlier, who had golden wheels in his eyes, had passed the trial too. Su Ping also saw Linghu Jian, the sword god's disciple. Dragon Emperor and the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady were both gone. Kleesabe, Ibataluna, and the others whom Su Ping had protected had also been eliminated. Su Ping felt sorry for them, but he knew that they could have hardly survived in those ruins. Even someone as strong as him could have been knocked out in advance if by a stroke of bad luck he would have caught the attention of an ascendant state zombie. There are altogether 294 survivors. A majestic ascendant state cultivator flew over and looked down at him with the gravitas of a god. You've met the requirement of ensuring your own survival. Now, we'll count your divine cores and rank you accordingly. The top 100 may participate in the next round. Every Star Lord's divine core equals 5 normal ones. Now, please present your divine cores to make the proper calculations. Only 300 of the 1,200 contestants from the 12 star zones remained. Everybody took out their divine cores after the Ascendant's announcement. Some carried several hundred, while others presented thousands of them. As he was presenting his divine cores, Su Ping checked the other people's results. He felt greatly relieved when he found that most people had no more than 1,000 divine cores. It was actually quite understandable. After all, it wasn't an easy task to hunt 1,000-star state zombies in only a few days. Soon, many Star Lords descended and tallied the divine cores in front of them. The counting was done at a very quick speed, simply scanning the divine cores with their minds and immediately deducing their number. Those Star Lords wrote down the results. Those around Su Ping exclaimed when he presented his divine cores, a veritable mountain of them. Even the geniuses nearby who had looted 1,000 divine cores were wide-eyed, thinking they had collected enough to reach the top 100, if not the top 10. However, they had underestimated the real geniuses. Apart from Su Ping, a few others had taken out a tremendous number of divine cores too. The divine cores piled up in front of Su Jinner were as high as her own height. There were 10,000 of them. However, she was stunned by Su Ping's divine core loot and could only smile bitterly. She never expected that she would be dwarfed by him in the end. It would be embarrassing if her real identity was exposed. Humph! A young man in bloody clothes, who had a mountain of divine cores in front of him, gave everyone an aggressive gaze. His expression changed to a colder one the moment he noticed that several others had almost as many divine cores as he did. He thought he was unique, but it turned out that he wasn't. Soon enough, all the divine cores were calculated. Luo Wying of the Black Eye Star Zone ranks first. He has 43,292 divine cores. Su Ping of the Golden Star Zone ranks second, 39,201 divine cores. Stephen Rillo of the Sword Tide Star Zone ranks third, 39,200 divine cores. Dragon Shepherd of the Heavenly Dragon Star Zone ranks fourth, 31,382 divine cores. Fifth place goes to the Ascendant State Cultivator announced the top 10, while projecting the rankings of the rest with a holograph. Everybody started looking for their names. Some would simply look at the 100th place at the bottom. They became desperate when they saw that he had collected 8,209 divine cores. They knew their own divine core harvest. They had already been eliminated. I failed to advance. Linghu Jian felt bitter when he saw the number of divine cores of the 100th position. He had only collected 2,000 divine cores, which wasn't nearly enough. Is this what the top geniuses of the universe are capable of? Ever since he was born, he had been ahead of his peers, becoming the most brilliant star on his planet and his galaxy. However, he couldn't even make it to the top 100 in the vast scope of the universe. It wasn't hard to imagine what kind of monsters had made it to the top 100. Second place. Su Ping was slightly surprised by the ranking, but he soon accepted it. It was similar to what he had anticipated. He was among the top 5 and fairly close to the very best. The man collected 4,000 divine cores more, quite the fast hunter. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He hadn't wasted any time hunting, and his method was quite effective too. He had tried his best, even making use of the sorcerer's divine constitution. And yet, his loot still fell short by 4,000 when compared to the other guy. I was only short by 1. On another part of the crowd, a young man with a chiseled face was stunned. It was a rather amazing situation to only be 1 divine core behind the second place. He could not help but look at Su Ping in the crowd and observe. Su Ping, on the other hand, was observing Luo Wying, the overall winner. He was a slim young man in black clothes. There were vague scales emitting purple light on his exposed skin. Luo Wying was also observing the high rankers. He looked back at Su Ping when he noticed the latter's gaze. They stared at each other, neither taking their eyes away. Luo Wying suddenly put on a smile, and his eyes looked strange, implying that he was waiting for Su Ping's challenge. Su Ping smiled, then turned to observe others. Even if Luo Wying was the only one ranking above him, it was unadvisable to underestimate the others. After all, other players hiding their real prowess was a possibility, while some could be better at fighting than hunting. The top 10 will be given an opportunity to visit the Soul Sea. You will stay there for 10 minutes. The top tree will stay for 30 minutes. The champion will stay for an hour. The rest of you take a good rest here and prepare for the contest 2 days later. By the way, the Celestial State experts have made a decision regarding the new content for the next stage of the contest. The battle to be held in 2 days will be extra cruel. I hope you prepare yourselves well, because you might really perish, said the Ascendant expert casually. Everybody's hearts became heavy when they heard that. They knew it wasn't a threat to increase their vigilance. Death was a clear possibility. What is the Soul Sea? Su Ping was feeling curious. The champion was given twice as much time to stay there when compared to the ones in second and third place, while the rest of the top 10 could only stay there for 10 minutes. It was obvious that the Soul Sea was precious. You 10 come with me. Right after giving the announcement, the Ascendant expert waved his hand and took Su Ping and the other top 10 to a vast temple. There were 2 Ascendant experts at the gate, seemingly appointed as guards. A vague yet overwhelming sacred air was radiating from the palace. It became evident that a Celestial State expert was inside. The Ascendant State cultivator bowed and said, "My lords, I've brought them here. I'm now taking them to the Soul Sea." "Okay, let's go," said an indifferent voice coming from within the temple. It belonged to Mu Shen, who had addressed the audience earlier on. The Soul Sea is the central area of the Divine Sea mysterious realm. It's a special place where you can absorb magnificent divine power. There are also a lot of thoughts and ancient whispers left there. You must stay focused on cultivation, as you may find an opportunity to reach the ascendant state. Shen Huang's voice echoed in Su Ping's head. Su Ping was stunned by the message. He then nodded at the palace. The ascendant cultivator then returned and flashed with Su Ping and the others in tow, who then found themselves in a golden world. Vague red shadows were flowing inside. Get inside. I'll bring you back when the time is up. All you need to do is cultivate wholeheartedly while you're there. This is a rare opportunity. The ascendant state cultivator looked at the top 10 contestants and put on a smile. Although they hadn't fully grown up yet, they were geniuses that would clearly become ascendants in the future, the best in their level, with the possibility to be distinguished as heavenly lords. That was why their ascendant chaperone wasn't acting arrogantly when he addressed them. Those kids could grow up quickly. All the others seemed to know what the Soul Sea was about. Their eyes glittered. The next moment, everybody flew inside to seize the day. Su Ping felt as if he were in the middle of an ocean of divine power the moment he entered the place. It seemed to be even denser than Joanna's lake of divine power. Apart from divine power, he also detected great paths that flowed around him like tangible ribbons. Paths. There are more sophisticated things above the paths. Is that the feeling that the ascendant state experts pursue? Su Ping felt like his mind was touching what seemed to be dust, but inside the dust was a vast universe. He was shocked. Then he had an epiphany. Laws could be developed to become paths, and paths would turn into worlds. So, what could worlds then become? Why did he have to understand the truth? Gods. Invisible but omnipresent, that's what gods are. Su Ping felt that his mind was blank, as if in the process of being polished. The unimaginable beings he had seen in cultivation sites were surfacing in his heart again, with even more detail, allowing him to see them with more clarity. He was even more awed and shocked by their existence. I feel so lonely. I'm dead. You should come to the other world with me. Gu Zhanshan, what are you doing? Are you planning to slay the heavens on your own? All of a sudden, voices invaded Su Ping's head. Some were cries, some were sobbing, and others were furious roars. Su Ping was in a trance. He saw a man in white holding a marvelous void in a fragmented space. The man turned around with everlasting determination in his eyes, then said, "What I'm about to slay are the heavenly paths, so that those things won't be able to arrive." "You can't go," someone roared, but the man in white became even more daunting and brilliant. "I have to." He was drowned in the fragmented space, and even more cries moved closer. Suddenly, a voice resounded, "Time is up." Su Ping felt that his body was light. Then, all the voices were gone. He found himself standing in the place he originally was when he opened his eyes, outside of the golden world. Luo Wang was the only one left inside the golden world at the moment. The other contestants had been taken out earlier. Some of them had closed their eyes, as if still in contemplation, and others seemed to be wallowing in misery. The ideas and thoughts in there are too mixed. There are a lot of disturbances. It affected my understanding of the ascendant state. Damn it. I heard that it's a special ninth space, and a forbidden land at that. Even people like us were given the opportunity to enter that place, all thanks to some special reasons. Su Ping was really surprised. The ninth space was a very deep space. He didn't know how many layers the universe had. However, he was only capable of tearing into the fifth space at the moment. He would often run into many horrifying void creatures that were mostly in the Star Lord state when he ventured into the sixth space. Even Star Lords could be caught in dangerous situations when to that depth. As for the seventh space, Su Ping didn't even dare to imagine. He had not realized until then that he had been inside the ninth space. He would have been instantly killed if he entered in the ninth space with his own capabilities. The images I saw were they legacies left in the ninth space. They must have happened in ancient times. The man who swore to slay the paths of heaven was surely an unparalleled hero back then, Su Ping thought. Chapter 920, Condensing a Small World. Su Ping actually learned a lot, even though he only stayed in the Soul Sea for half an hour. He managed to get in touch with something with the essence of the ascendant state. He was certain that he could reach the ascendant state if he could stay there for a few more days. I might get another chance to go in there and stay longer if I win the finals, Su Ping thought. The first ranker, Luo Wang, was still inside the Soul Sea at the moment. He was also relocated half an hour later. His hazy body was covered in purple light, which seemed to be lightning or some special energy. He slowly opened his eyes, golden light flashing in them. You could see a temporary confusion, but they soon became sharp. Senior, I heard that some of the great powers in ancient times could be etched in deeper spaces. I saw heroes dying in battles while I was there. What were they fighting against? Luo Wang looked at the ascendant state cultivator. Everybody else was slightly stunned too. They turned their heads and looked at their protector and guide. Those were things from the primordial times and secrets that you're too weak to know yet. However, all of you have a chance to break through and become ascendants, so it's fine for you to learn them now. It is said that catastrophes happen after certain fixed time cycles. Some catastrophes were human wars, while others were wars against beasts. In addition, there were special things in history that have already gone extinct. All in all, you only need to remember that this universe isn't as peaceful as it seems. Beasts invade our borders all the time. Your galaxies are uneventful because someone else has been defending them in your place. All of you need to train harder. That way you can defend your countries too in the future, said the Ascendant expert. There was a slight crease in Luo Wang's brow. That was not the answer he wanted. He saw a lot of things back there, and felt that great dangers were hidden in this universe. Otherwise, why would the unparalleled heroes in those images fight so relentlessly? Su Ping glanced at Luo Wang. The latter had obviously seen the images left by the powerful minds of those heroes. Unfortunately, the Ascendant State Cultivator had simply said that they were fighting beasts. It wasn't the answer that Su Ping wanted to hear. Maybe it's a secret that the Ascendant Cultivator can't touch yet, Su Ping thought. All of you experienced the Soul Sea. Even if you only stayed for 10 minutes, that experience alone will be a seed of the Ascendant State in your heart. Go back and get prepared. The upcoming contest isn't easy, said the Ascendant Cultivator in a casual manner. He then took everybody out of the palace, where the celestial state resided. The guides of all the star zones were staying outside the palace. Su Ping saw Yulong, who flew towards him quickly. The latter said with a smile, "Junior brother, good for you. It's incredible that you ranked second. I'm sure you enjoyed your visit to the Soul Sea." Su Ping suddenly thought of Diaz. He didn't find him among the top 10. He was rather surprised by this. The next moment, he remembered Diaz's look. The man would have probably gnashed his teeth after seeing him win second place. Su Ping smiled and said to Yulong, "Thank you, senior brother. I am planning on entering secluded training. I heard that the upcoming contest will be cruel." Yulong nodded and said telepathically, "You're going to the Void Battlefield, a deep space battlefield in the sixth space near the Divine Sea mysterious realm. It'll be dangerous there. You won't be protected by the astral arrays, so you have to keep your eyes peeled for any weird thing that might drift your way." Su Ping showed a slight change in his expression, not expecting the contest to be that dangerous. The sixth space was a place where even the Star Lords had to be cautious. "I understand." Su Ping nodded. He had fallen to the sixth space through a crack in the fifth space back in the cultivation sites, so he knew how dangerous it was. "There are about 2 days left. I'll take you to a place so you can rest," said Yulong. Su Ping nodded. The guides of the other star zones also ushered their contestants too. Very soon, Yulong took Su Ping to a palace. The palace was covered in an astral array, and there were small enhancement arrays inside. Yulong chuckled and said, "This is my residence. You can stay here for now. Rest well, no one will disturb you." Sensing the abundant astral power inside the palace, Su Ping took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, senior brother." "That's all right. Our master is very happy because of your achievement. He will probably award you later." Yu Long smiled and left. Su Ping entered the training room, and then asked the Star Lord servants outside not to disturb him before he closed the door to start with his training. He took out the materials that Xing Yushener had found for him. All kinds of smells filled the room as he opened the boxes and bottles. There was the smell of blood from some hearts and a refreshing grassy smell. There were also red feathers and sharp claws. Su Ping examined them and found that they were exactly the materials he needed. All of them were genuine. I owe her a big favor, Su Ping thought. He extracted all the materials with his astral power. He set his own body ablaze when he activated the Solar Bulwark's secret technique, quickly making the temperature of the room soar. However, the training room was blocked by a powerful astral array, which prevented it from being burned down. Su Ping melted the materials, which then turned into a golden-red fluid, then directly swallowed it. Su Ping felt that something was awakened when the hot fluid flowed into his body. His blood boiled and burned, as if his body would have turned into a furnace. The burning lasted a long time. Su Ping's blood was dried and thickened. The weird feeling inside his body became increasingly clearer, just like when the bottom of the lake is revealed after the water is pumped away. Phew! Suddenly feeling an excruciating pain, a pair of burning wings unfolded behind his back. They were glowing brilliantly. He felt extremely comfortable, as if just having broken free from a cocoon. He suddenly opened his eyes, which flashed with gold light and fire. Su Ping stood up, feeling that his body was overflowing with power. His cells became tensile and condensed, which were currently on fire. His senses were significantly sharpened, and his fists were surrounded by a powerful aura. Su Ping took a deep breath, sucking up the air in the room before breathing it out. He then unleashed all the pressure in his body as he exhaled. Su Ping closed his eyes and gradually relaxed before he examined his own body carefully. His body had undoubtedly been significantly improved. He was invincible in the star state with nothing but his physical strength. It's a shame that I haven't mastered the power of faith yet, or I'd be able to fight the Star Lords, Su Ping thought. Su Ping knew his condition fully well after having dealt with a lot of Star Lord creatures in the cultivation sites. Unfortunately, the power of faith was on a completely different level, and Star Lords could defeat him easily with that. Perhaps I can try condensing a small world. The idea suddenly popped up in Su Ping's heart before it gained further momentum. Star Lords kept their power of faith in their small worlds. Otherwise, no matter how talented they were, their power of faith would quickly fade away, unless they attached it to some special treasures. Condensing a small world requires a complete path. My path of flames is already complete. It requires a tremendous amount of astral power, as well as a complete path to construct a small world. I also need to have enough mental power to control it. Su Ping took a deep breath and got started. He wasn't short of anything except for being below the minimum cultivation realm. The first path that Su Ping chose was the path of flames. As for the small world, Su Ping chose to compress it in his abdomen. He melted 100,000 cells to accommodate the small world with the vast space inside the cells. As the path of flames laid the cornerstone, a tremendous amount of astral power filled the space. Su Ping's chaos star chart circulated crazily and absorbed the astral power inside the training room. All the astral power stored inside Su Ping's cells was poured into the proverbial black hole found in his abdomen. Light gradually appeared in the black hole. Su Ping had the vague inkling of a special feeling that he was in control of that unique space. He could create anything there. After a long time passed, a small world took shape in Su Ping's body. The astral power in Su Ping's body was fully drained. His mental power was also depleted. He had been forced to constantly send his mental power to stabilize the small world. I have to create an inner circle. Otherwise, the small world will be a monster forever sucking me dry. Su Ping's eyes glittered as he did his best to speed up the construction. He didn't construct a complete small world immediately. There wasn't enough time for that. He was planning to create a seed first. The seed of a world. Soon, the seed of a small world sprouted. It was very small, but it already had an inner cycle. Next, Su Ping could fill it with astral power to expand it. Now I can absorb the power of faith too. However, my small world is too small to absorb a lot. I need more astral power. There's abundant astral power in this room, and my chaos star chart is fast too. However, it'll take at least a month for me to create a complete world. Su Ping slowly opened his eyes. It was then that Yu Long's voice was heard coming from the outside world. "Junior brother, it's time. Have you rested well?" "I'm ready." Su Ping ended the training and donned a new set of clothes from his storage before he walked out. "Huh!" Yu Long exclaimed in surprise the moment he saw Su Ping. He detected an obvious difference in Su Ping. While only 2 days had passed, there was a different feeling in his aura. However, he didn't have much astral power. Was there a failure or something in my training room? Yu Long couldn't help but ask. Aura aside, Su Ping seemed to be weaker than before he entered the training room. Su Ping was amused by this. He shook his head and said, "No, I tried a different cultivation method. It consumed some of my astral power." Yu Long was lost for words. His junior brother was truly reckless, exhausting his astral power with such a dangerous method right before the contest. "Here you go. This is an astral source fruit. Half of it should be able to replenish your astral power." Yu Long took out a purple fruit and tossed it over to Su Ping. The fruit had an elegant appearance. Su Ping was stunned. "It restores astral power." Throwing courtesy to the side, he quickly took a bite. It only took 2 mouthfuls for Su Ping to feel that the pulp had turned into a magnificent dragon of astral power filling his body, soon replenishing his astral power reserves. He ate faster, soon finishing the entire fruit, core included. The astral power inside its core was even denser. Su Ping felt as if his astral power was overflowing, all his cells completely full. Su Ping's body had been strengthened after having cultivated the 3rd level of the solar bulwark. His cells were now able to accommodate many times more astral power. To put it simply, his astral power was tens of thousands times more when compared to a normal fate state warrior. If I hadn't constructed the small world, the astral power would have been enough for me to fill up my astral power twice, Su Ping thought. He looked at Yu Long and asked, "Senior brother, do you have more of these fruits?" Yu Long was shocked after seeing that Su Ping was able to finish the entire fruit without suffering from indigestion. It was scary to see that his junior brother, who was merely a fate state warrior, had finished a whole astral source fruit. Even a Star Lord would have been satiated. "What kind of body do you have, junior brother? Why do I feel that you have an even better appetite than junior brother Dias?" Yu Long couldn't help but ask. Smiling awkwardly, Su Ping replied, "Having a good appetite is bliss." Yu Long put on a bitter smile and said, "Fine, here's another one. You're going to the void battlefield. This will replenish your astral power if you're ever exhausted." Su Ping accepted it with glittering eyes. "Thank you, senior brother." Yu Long waved his hand. His monstrous junior brother was still weak. He would remember this favor well. That was why Yu Long wasn't too regretful. He said, "We're running out of time. I'll take you to the rendezvous point." "Okay." Hardly had Su Ping said that when both of them disappeared. They soon arrived at the palace of the Celestial State experts, where the other top 100 contestants were gathered. Su Ping turned his head and found Dias, who was staring back at him in the crowd with a gloomy mood. Dias ranked 12th in the end. He could have collected more divine cores. Unfortunately, he encountered 3 Star Lord zombies, which took him a lot of time to get rid of. That was why he didn't have much time left to find divine cores, thus failing to make it to the top 10. Chapter 921, Group Hunting. Once everybody was gathered, the awe-inspiring illusion of Mu Shen appeared above the palace again. He looked down at them with the palace in his arms. "Your resolve will be tested in the 2nd round. You will have the chance to experience the void battlefield in advance. Whoever hunts Lord-level void beasts in the 6th space will advance. Now the channel is open. A vortex appeared above the palace after Mu Shen's announcement. It had a purple and black edge, emitting an evil aura and a murky light. "Let's go in," said the Ascendant State expert who was responsible for the competition. "Be careful while you're there. Don't go too far away from the base," Yu Long said to Su Ping telepathically. Su Ping's eyes glittered, then he nodded. The others were gradually moving towards the void channel at the moment. Luo Wang and the rest of the top 10 had already moved. Su Ping wasted no time entering the channel either. Hardly had he entered when he was assailed by tremors and dizziness. However, the feeling was soon gone. He saw an island in the void when he opened his eyes again. There were palaces, buildings, and high walls on that island. The place was surrounded by a bright energy layer. An ascendant expert was hovering in the sky above the island. He glanced at Su Ping and the others who had just arrived, then said indifferently, "Open the protective layer and let them in." An opening soon appeared, and everybody got inside. The island floated in the void quietly. There was nothing but desolate scenery in the surroundings. There wasn't a sun, but it wasn't dark. The void was like an enormous cave. The sky in that place had a murky blue color. "Geniuses, listen up." The Ascendant State expert, who was as brawny as a bear, said coldly and sharply after everybody came in, "I don't care how rarely talented you are. You'd better drop your arrogance here. This is the 6th space, a place where Fate State cultivators such as yourselves shouldn't be. Void beasts invade this place all year long. Your task this time is to hunt them down. We will help you, but remember, you have to fend for yourselves. There are invisible dangers in addition to the void beasts. Not even Star Lords could possibly survive them. You'd better be fully aware of the situation you're getting into." Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment after such a speech. Some seemed to be taking it casually, not considering it a big deal, but others were worried about the invisible dangers. If even the Star Lords were as helpless, wouldn't the Fate State kids like them be doomed? It's just a part of the competition. Do we really have to risk our lives? I felt that I was almost torn apart in the void. I have to try my best just to stand on my feet here. Lord Supreme said that we can't advance if we don't hunt Lord-level void beasts. That's too hard. Some geniuses kept whispering to the others. They were the best from their respective galaxies, but they had shed all condescension after having seen the other competitors. A woman suddenly asked, "Senior, may I know how strong the Lord-level void beasts are?" Many were quick as they turned to look at the Ascendant State expert. Some people didn't bother, as if they already knew the answer. "Lord-level beasts are as strong as Star Lords," said the Ascendant State expert, glancing at the woman. "However, void beasts don't have the power of faith. They only have physical strength. So it is possible for you to kill them if you're talented enough. You're free to join your hands if it's too hard. Of course, you'll have to decide amongst your teammates who would claim the kill." As strong as Star Lords. A lot of people gasped after hearing that. Was it really just a test, and not a trap meant to kill them? The beasts didn't have the power of faith, but they were still as physically strong as Star Lords. Many of them were masters of planetary systems in the Federation. Could anyone really cross the gap of 2 major levels? While everybody whispered, the Ascendant State cultivator said indifferently, "The test will last a week. You'll be enlisted in the local garrison during this period. You must listen to my orders in the event of a void beast invasion. As for hunting Lord-level beasts, that is up to you. You may also apply to leave the main cover and search for them in the void. I hope you can seize this opportunity and find out how honorable the warriors who defend the border are." The whispers died down. Someone asked, "Senior, if we leave to hunt Lord-level void beasts, we're not obligated to stay and resist the invading void beasts, right?" The Ascendant glanced at him and replied, "You won't need to heed the summons if you have left the island before the void beasts invade. But if you're still on the island when the alarms are sounded, you must obey." I have to remind you that you may die at any second when you're outside of the protective cover. Some of the powerful void beasts are absolutely unpredictable. Also, like I said earlier, there are invisible dangers in addition to the void beasts. Your seniors would surely teach you that any accident might and can happen in deeper spaces, right? The person who voiced the question didn't speak again. He thought hard. All the others had considered how they should react to the situation too. Being top geniuses, they were good at solving problems. Seeing that there were no further questions, the Ascendant expert asked the Star Lord General to register the whole group. Su Ping was making plans while waiting for the registration process to be completed when someone called out to him. He raised his head and saw Su Jinner walking over. "Are you interested in teaming up with me?" said Su Jinner with a smile. "You may be much stronger than me, but I have special experience when it comes to hunting void beasts. I don't think you have that." Su Ping was stunned for a moment. He smiled and said, "It just so happens that I'm not short of such experiences." Su Jinner frowned and said, "That's impossible. You are merely in the fate state. It is virtually impossible for you to tear the sixth space open on your own. Even if you could, you won't be able to stay for long. There's no way your seniors would accept the offer. Taking chances won't necessarily work. How would you gain any experience in hunting void beasts?" "I'm not lacking in such experience," Su Ping reiterated with a smile, "but I do need a tank for myself, although I don't think you qualify as a tank." Lost for words, Su Jinner rolled her eyes and said telepathically, "Are you kidding? Fine, I can work as a tank for you. It just so happens that I left something that can lure void beasts. I have specifically prepared it for this test. You don't have anything like that, do you? We only need to lure void beasts to a place of our choosing so we can hunt them." Su Ping raised his eyebrows. He truly didn't have anything like that. How alluring is that thing? What if a swarm of void beasts are lured by this? How could it be precise? It'll be good enough if it entices any void beast. We can always run back to the base if a swarm of void beasts tries to subdue us, said Su Jinner angrily. Don't look down on it. This item is rare. It would be dangerous if we didn't use it when looking for void beasts in their world. You could run into a group of horrifying, dominator-level void beasts at any given moment. After thinking for a moment, Su Ping nodded and said, "Fine, let's work together then." Su Jinner was secretly relieved. She put on a smile and said, "You will soon know how useful I am." Su Ping smiled, although he didn't say anything. "Brother Su." Another person approached him right then. He was none other than the young man who had golden wheels in his eyes. He was the one Su Ping had enslaved earlier on. Su Ping withdrew the sword aura that had been placed next to the man's heart after the round ended. After all, the man also had a powerful background. It would have been outrageous if he continued threatening the man. "Are you interested in cooperating?" said the young man with golden wheels in his eyes, as if he would have completely forgotten the earlier humiliation. Slightly surprised after hearing the proposal, Su Ping asked, "You want to follow me again?" The young man felt awkward after remembering the earlier suppression. He replied, "We already know each other, right? It's better for us to cooperate than to work with people we don't know. You are certainly stronger than me, but an extra hand is always helpful when you're in danger. The first Lord-level void beast will be yours if we hunt as a group. I won't blame you if you don't want to help me kill a second one." He spoke rather sincerely. After hesitating for a moment, Su Ping asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course," said the young man with a smile. "The Lord-level void beasts are so terrifying that Lord Supreme is using them to test us. It would also mean that not many will be able to hunt them down. I can hardly accomplish the task on my own, so might as well try to cooperate with you." "Okay, but don't blame me if the hunting gets too dangerous, and I decide to head back the moment I kill mine," said Su Ping. "Of course I won't," said the young man with golden wheels in his eyes, smiling. Su Ping glanced at him. He knew that the guy was doing that on purpose. It was hard for him to decline such sincerity. "Let's go together then." Su Ping looked at Su Jinner and told her about the young man who had golden wheels in his eyes. Su Jinner said with a slight frown. That's fine. However, the second beast we hunt will be mine and the third will be his. She knew she had to fight for privileges. Accidents might still happen if she was the last one to get the beast. Sure. Su Ping nodded. Once they finished their discussion, a few others spoke to Su Ping telepathically, wanting to join his team. Alas, Su Ping simply turned them down. After all, every new member would require a beast. A team of 5 would mean that he had to hunt Lord-level void beasts 5 times. He would rather go hunting on his own in such a case. All the participants were soon registered. Information was relayed through the watch that was given by the military, such as the location of their assigned residence in that place. Su Ping asked the Star Lord, who was responsible for the registration, about the opening and closing of the cover. The Star Lord was quite courteous when speaking to geniuses like Su Ping. There were about 30 contestants with the chance to rise to the ascendant state. Although the information about Su Ping's second place in the competition had yet to spread out, the well-informed organizations had already learned about him. That Star Lord knew of Su Ping's performance too, so he answered his every question. It takes 5 seconds for the cover to be opened on a small scale, and 3 minutes on a large scale. It takes the same amount of time for it to close. Su Ping noted it down, in case that he didn't have enough time to get back during an emergency. Then everybody dispersed. Many had chosen to team up. Luo Wang, the one who had won first place, had joined hands with a handful of geniuses. Next to Dragon Shepherd, the one in 4th place, the 6th, the 7th, and the 9th had been gathered. All of them were among the top 10. Their team was the strongest one at the moment. Some whose rankings were lower had formed a team of more than 20 people. They were hopping to hunt down a void-level beast too, but the distribution would be a problem. Su Ping ignored them and led Su Jinner and the young man with golden wheels in his eyes to the military department on the island. Su Ping went there to ask for intelligence on the void beasts. There were different kinds. Su Ping read carefully and attained a rough idea about them. He then asked for the defense log of the base. The log was considered confidential, but the man gave it to Su Ping anyway. He actually thought highly of Su Ping for having actually asked to see it. After all, it was possible to infer patterns of their attacks based on the log, which was why it was very important. Su Ping furrowed his eyebrow after reading the entries of the previous 3 years. Battles seemed to be quite frequent. The battles were more difficult than he thought. A tide of void beasts would burst out once every 3 days on average, but most of them would only have small numbers. A massive beast tide would happen twice a year. Only the massive beast tides had to be resisted by the protective cover. The smaller beast tides could be eliminated by deploying legions. "Where are the soldiers here from?" asked Su Ping curiously after reading the log. The general who was responsible for the defense was a Star Lord. He shook his head and said, "They're from military departments of various places in the Federation. You would be appointed to join the military department where there are special divisions to deal with void beasts if you chose to be enlisted. All rookies are trained there first, before they are mobilized." "I didn't know that there were casualties all the time here," Su Ping sighed. The general said with a smile, "You'll get used to it. Maybe someone else will take my place later on. This is just the norm at the border. Casualties are unavoidable unless the Ascendant State Lords join us." Chapter 922, Incoming Attack. Su Ping didn't know what to say when the general talked about death in such a casual way. His galaxy was peaceful and safe from the beasts because a group of them had sacrificed themselves in places he didn't know. The young man who had golden wheels in his eyes and Su Jinner didn't seem too affected by this, as if already aware of the matter. "We will serve here after we rise to the ascendant state," whispered the young man who had golden wheels in his eyes. The general who was responsible for defense replied with a smile. It was very likely that he would have died in battle by then, as all the soldiers would, but he didn't feel regretful nor that the situation was unfair. All of them had their own beliefs. Their reasons to live were different. Su Ping said after leaving the place. Void beasts attack this area every couple of days. A small battle just took place the day before we came. They will probably come again tonight or tomorrow. I suggest we stay and take part in the battle to learn more about void beasts before we set out to hunt. A frowning Su Jinner said, "Have you just turned benevolent, wanting to do your part after hearing what the general said?" Su Ping shook his head and said, "Of course not. Our top priority right now is to improve ourselves. A single move we make will be hundreds of times more effective than one right now when we reach the ascendant state. We will be worth a whole army if we ever reach the celestial state. I made the proposal only for safety reasons." Su Jinner glanced at him and nodded. "That's good. However, you shouldn't have talked like that, especially when it involves the celestial state or rumors may spread out. You should still be cautious, even if you have a celestial state master right now." Su Ping smiled and said, "That's fine. We're alone here. I would have to look for you in case I need answers." Su Jinner glanced at him and the young man with golden wheels in his eyes. Then she said, "In that case, let's meet again when the void beasts come." "Sure." Su Ping agreed. Su Ping wandered on the island after they departed. There were a lot of places of entertainment on the island, but most establishments were hospitals and supply quarters. It came as a surprise for Su Ping to see stores of major brands. He later found out that such stores were there as a sort of donation. Earning money from the people and doing things for the people. They're conscientious corporations. The items sold there were cheaper and of a higher quality than those outside. All of them were special products. All the mecha and pet armor sold there were of top tier. Their prices were low, even though none of them was flawed. The military offered free battle supplies too in some places. Su Ping was too wealthy to ask for such supplies. However, it became increasingly clear to him that other human elites were also doing their part to help in the battle against void beasts. He saw a lot of wounded soldiers in some hospitals, as well as their blood-stained pets. The scene was quite gory, but to his surprise, the hospitals were weirdly peaceful. The wounded soldiers joked about women, warships, and pets. Some were even competing over the number of beasts they killed. Even if death might be right around the corner, so what? They only needed to face it with an open attitude and fight until the last moment of their lives. Then they would be able to die in peace. Su Ping was deeply touched. He had seen a lot of strong creatures and was awed many times when he explored cultivation sites. However, he sensed something truly admirable from those ordinary battle pet warriors who were even weaker than him. A team recognized him while he wandered around. Its leader came forward and asked in surprise, "Brother Su, you're not in a team." Su Ping looked at him and remembered that he was one of the rankers in the top 20. He shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm already in one." The young man wasn't too surprised. Su Ping was so strong that anyone would want to have him as a teammate. He said with a smile, "Brother Su, you're still not leaving. A beast tide will come soon. You'll have to stay for the battle if you don't go. It'll be an awful waste of time." Su Ping was slightly surprised, but then he realized that the guy must have found out about the frequency of the void beast invasions through other sources. He said, "There's not enough time. I'm planning to stay until the end of the battle before I go hunting." "You're joining the battle." The young man was even more surprised, and so were his teammates. Taking part in the battle was seen by them as a huge waste of time, since they had made the trip for the test, not for the soldiers' sake. "The Lord-level beasts killed during the tide won't be considered as ours, will they?" asked the young man in confusion. Su Ping shook his head. "It has nothing to do with hunting, it's just my personal decision." The young man didn't ask further since he saw that Su Ping wasn't interested in talking. He then simply said with a smile, "Congratulations on passing the test in advance then, Brother Su." Brother Su is definitely capable of accomplishing the task. If Brother Su can't, it would be even less likely for us to accomplish it. The man's teammates chipped in with flattery of their own. After all, Su Ping had performed in an astonishing manner and ranked second in the hunting round. Those people were well informed by their organizations. All of them had learned that Su Ping was the champion in his galaxy. There were altogether 12 star zones. None of their champions were simple. Su Ping smiled and casually said, "Thank you." After all, those people were top talents too. They had the chance to rise to the ascendant state. They were both competitors and comrades. They would certainly be a lot closer when they rose to the ascendant state. The others replied with smiles after seeing that Su Ping was friendly and talked to Su Ping for a while longer. Then, they left in a hurry to search for the Lord-level void beasts. That night, Su Ping was resting in his residence when alarms echoed throughout the island. The humming alarms woke him up. Their sound was rather refreshing. Even those who were deep in their cultivation would be woken up. The beast tide is coming. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He rose, quickly picked up his weapon, and left his residence. A few Star Lords were ready to act. One of them announced, "Everybody, listen up. You have now been enlisted to Team Number 1. Gather in front of me in 10 seconds. Those who are late will be punished and sent to Lord Supreme." All the geniuses still in their residences were shocked. They moved quickly to join the others outside. It would be a great embarrassment if they were punished and sent to Lord Supreme. The first to arrive was Su Ping. He soon saw Su Jinner and the young man with golden wheels in his eyes approaching. The other geniuses were also rushing over. All the 30 geniuses present were gathered in the blink of an eye. The others had already left to hunt Lord-level void beasts. Su Ping saw that only one of the top 10 contestants remained. He was a black-haired young man who had ranked 8th. His skin was bronze-colored, but his eyes were silver. The guy sensed Su Ping's gaze. He looked back and was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded. Su Ping nodded back. "Very good. The others have left the island to continue with the test, while you chose to stay. Personally speaking, I appreciate your spirit. Now you will follow my orders. If not, no matter how proud and talented you are, I will personally maim you as punishment," said the fearsome Star Lord. Everybody's faces changed ever so slightly, but none of them said a thing. "I know you come from powerful backgrounds, but I don't fear any retaliation. Try me if you dare," added the Star Lord with a sneer. Those who were disdainful a moment earlier became solemn. They knew that the soldiers present were no strangers to death, and they might really kill them. All of a sudden, a distant noise that sounded like a dragon roar descended from the sky. Moo! Dark brown shadows emerged in the murky purple sky. They were like giant bees, except that they had many more legs which were very sharp. Some of them even had human faces on their shells. They were hideous-looking, seemingly about to devour flesh. The void beasts all cried and swooped excitedly upon seeing the island, as if they had just seen food. "Prepare to attack." The general responsible for defense announced brutally, "Join me as we kill void beasts in Sector 7. Chapter 923, The Long River and the Coffin. The protective cover around the island was revealed. It turned out to be made of a lot of lozenges. Said lozenges were exactly the sectors the general had mentioned. Su Ping and the others followed him to one of the sectors. The area's cover was open the moment they approached, allowing them to leave smoothly. Hardly had they left that protection when they felt the pressure of the void, as if they were in the middle of a deep sea. There was no oxygen in the void. Fortunately, Su Ping and the others were able to transform astral power into the oxygen they needed. They would be even less dependent on oxygen as their cultivation rose. Moo! Exclamations burst out. A swarm of fast-approaching void beasts shrieked excitedly when they saw Su Ping and the others. Die! The general charged at the invaders, commanding Su Ping and the others as if they were his soldiers. Everybody followed him closely. Soon, they were caught in a fierce battle against the void beasts. Bang! Su Ping gathered 30 laws and formed a sharp sword. Then he slashed at one of the void beasts. Still, the sword aura was blocked by its sharp claws. Su Ping didn't bat an eye as he waved his sword again and paid attention to the circumstances. All the other geniuses were fighting the void beasts ferociously. Some were rather relaxed, while others were trying their best. Those void beasts were only as strong as advanced star-state beings, but they were extremely fast, perhaps because they were used to the environment. Su Ping and the others were slowed down. They could hardly keep up with the void beasts, even though they had clearly seen them. Su Ping summoned the Inferno Dragon and merged with it so that he wouldn't seem too special. He was significantly strengthened by that move. He was unstoppable as he unleashed his power like a barbaric dragon. It didn't take long for the void beast before Su Ping to be cut apart. A few more void beasts flew over. Su Ping fought them and slowly retreated to mix with the crowd. That way the geniuses at the central area who had yet to encounter enemies would have something to do. Phew! Su Ping increased his sword aura's power output, raising the stakes from 30 laws all the way to 80. It had to be noted that even though he had only grasped 100 laws, his understanding of them had significantly deepened. Some of them were even flawless. The power of the 30 laws was as great as his full strength before he challenged the Heavenly Path Mountain. He was many times stronger than before by using 80 laws. Su Ping was unstoppable even in that deep space. Bang, bang, bang. The sword aura raged in Su Ping's hand and frightened the void beasts. Some of them chose to avoid him. Void beasts were awfully weird and unpredictable, able to quickly disappear into the void and then appear elsewhere. The other geniuses had been gradually hurt in the battles, except for Su Ping. Some were unluckily, as they were being surrounded by multiple beasts. They were extraordinary, yet they failed to protect themselves well. It's a shame that those kids won't stay long here. Otherwise, I could have taught them a military formation to boost their strength. It would have been easy to deal with such a small tide. They would have learned quickly, given their talent. The general observed them while they fought. He seemed comforted, and more or less regretful after seeing that all of them were fighting devotedly. Right after Su Ping slashed a void beast apart, his head trembled as if it would have suffered some sort of shock. He was in a trance for a moment and frightened. It was completely unexpected. Being shocked in the middle of such a chaotic battle was almost fatal. Soon after, Su Ping vaguely saw a coffin floating in a long river. There seemed to be countless stars in that river. Its origin and destiny couldn't be seen. The fuzzy picture shocked and suffocated him. The black coffin in particular, it was so terrifying that it seemed as if something would re-emerge at any time. The picture was soon gone. He was back in the battlefield. A void beast shrieked and lunged towards him. Su Ping was spooked by this, so he jumped and unleashed his full strength. His body was covered in flames, and his sword was enveloped in fire too as it cut the void beast to pieces. The fiery sword aura moved on and executed 8 more void beasts nearby. Such an astonishing attack had instantly caught the attention of the other geniuses. They shot him envious and jealous looks when they saw that it was Su Ping. He didn't care what the others thought. He had simply lost his self-control and used his real strength. Was that image an ancient picture etched in deep space? Who's buried in that coffin? Why is the river etched in deep space? What kind of river would stand the erosion of time? Su Ping was shocked. He had many questions. In any case, it was undoubtedly related to a celestial, if not someone even stronger. After all, aside from the horrifying beings in the system's cultivation sites, Green Lady had mentioned that she followed the Twilight Deity King, a former celestial. There also were deity emperors who could suppress everything, and they were a tier above deity kings. Su Ping had heard about heavens and heaven masters in the Golden Crow world. He was still clueless as to what they could compare to in the cultivation system of the Federation. Good thing that the battle just now wasn't truly dangerous, or the trance would have been lethal. Was that the weird unknown danger mentioned earlier? Su Ping became vigilant, choosing to merge with the little skeleton instead. The little skeleton was rather special, and it kept its own consciousness even while in the state of fusion. This meant that the little skeleton would be able to control his body to fight enemies, should he be caught in a dangerous trance. Of course, if that came to pass, the little skeleton would be unable to make use of the power inside his body, as it could only control his bodily motions. Whoosh! Su Ping was covered in terrifying bones after merging with the little skeleton. He waved his sword, killing void beast after void beast. None of those creatures were able to survive one of his attacks. The other geniuses were shocked to see Su Ping raging among the beasts. They knew he was strong, but not to such a degree. They had then personally fought the void beasts, which were sturdy, agile, and unpredictable. Even they would have to be careful when dealing with such tricky beasts. Experts such as Su Jinner could kill them instantly, but they had to use their powerful secret techniques for that. Such powerful secret techniques would leave them exhausted, and they couldn't be used often. Su Ping, on the other hand, was killing almost as fast as the Star Lord General. That kid. The Star Lord General was also surprised. He knew how tricky they were after having fought them for years. He was killing them with the power of faith, yet Su Ping was crushing them with his horrifying strength. Is this what the top geniuses of the universe are capable of? Normal Fate State cultivators could have hardly endured 30 seconds in front of a void beast, even in a group of 10 warriors. However, not even 10 void beasts could even last 30 seconds in front of Su Ping. The gap in between was so vast, it was ghastly. In another place, the black-haired and silver-eyed young man who was hunting void beasts saw how unstoppable Su Ping was and decided to also speed up with glittering eyes. A streak of silver light dashed through his fingers and penetrated the void beasts easily. Chapter 924, Lure and Kill. Cooperating with him was the right choice. The young man who had golden wheels in his eyes saw Su Ping's performance and also increased his speed. There were fewer and fewer void beasts nearby. They were swiftly eliminated without the need for backup. Very good. Count the casualties. The general put on a smile once Sector 7 was cleared. The void beasts had been finished off even faster than usual. That was exactly why geniuses were so extraordinary. He looked around. A dozen people were hurt, but nobody was killed. Let's head back, said the general. The same cover was opened, and everybody followed the general in. Once they were back on the island, everybody saw that the battles in other sectors were also coming to an end. After all, the soldiers had ample experience in dealing with void beasts. This battle will be added to your dossiers. It'll help you in the future whenever you go to a military place of the Federation, said the general with a smile. He was clearly friendlier after having fought together. However, he knew that the kids were probably not interested in such achievements, as the organizations backing them could give them all the resources they needed. Everybody dispersed, but Su Ping remained standing in the same spot. The young man with golden wheels in his eyes and Su Jinner approached him. The latter glanced at him and said, "You must be exhausted after such a battle. Do you want to have some rest first?" "No need. I have something to help me recover," said Su Ping. As a matter of fact, he could recover with nothing but the Chaos Star chart. The young man with golden wheels in his eyes remarked, "Normal void beasts aren't hard to deal with. On the other hand, Lord-level void beasts will certainly be stronger in every aspect. It's a pity that we didn't meet any during that battle. We could have gained some experience." Su Jinner said, "There's more than one type of void beasts in this place. The void beasts we'll be luring may also be different." Refraining from commenting on the matter, Su Ping said, "Let's go." "I'm ready," said Su Jinner. She had been dawdling earlier, so she wasn't really tired. The other young man didn't disagree. He was also ready to go. Su Ping instantly filed an application to go hunting, which was their purpose on that island, so the general didn't stop him. He even gave Su Ping a map and a few reminders, all thanks to his remarkable performance in the earlier battle. Don't approach the vortex areas. Those are the Lord's habitats. Don't go to the fractured areas either. You might fall into deeper spaces and get caught in unknown danger. Su Ping took note of all the reminders. He then left the island with Su Jinner and the young man with golden wheels in his eyes. He moved to the east according to the map, a direction that few other hunters had gone to. Are we going to lure the beasts in a far place or over to this place? Su Jinner looked at Su Ping. She was obviously hopping to make the beasts approach the base. That way they could return to the island in time if any accident happened, and then kill the Lord-level beasts with the island's reinforcements. Su Ping glanced at her and said, "Is your trap reliable? It won't attract a bunch of beasts, will it?" "It attracts a void beast named Purple Wind, which usually lives alone. The ant beasts we met earlier are common gregarious void beasts." Su Jinner seemed to know them very well. The young man who had golden wheels in his eyes asked in surprise, "Purple Wind? They're very rare and weak." "Exactly. That's why I chose them as targets," said Su Jinner. "This would lower the difficulty of hunting to a minimum." Once he saw that she was fully prepared, Su Ping said, "In that case, let's just lure the target over. Let's find an unappealing place in case anyone is watching us." "It won't be easy to take advantage of us," Su Jinner sneered. Soon, the three of them reached a place in the void according to the map. The island was nowhere to be seen, and the environment was filthy. The occasional wood piece and dry branches, which were already blackened, would be found floating in the void. They were already lifeless, and too worthless to be taken back to the Federation for experiments. Once they decided upon the location, Su Jinner took out a plate and said, "This is an astral array that can be automatically activated. It can detect and resist any creature in the Star Lord state or weaker." Su Ping raised his eyebrows. As he had expected, top geniuses were truly well prepared. The young man who had golden wheels in his eyes put on a bitter smile and said, "I prepared an astral plate too. It's of a different model but has similar functions." He had intended to help too, but Su Jinner had stolen his thunder. Su Jinner glanced at him in silence. She quickly activated the astral plate and opened her hand. There was a purple-red bottle with some fluid in it. She then opened the bottle, and a strangely fragrant smell began to spread. "Let's wait for the fish to bite the bait," said Su Jinner. Su Ping glanced at her bottle but didn't ask. He waited patiently while maintaining his fusion with the little skeleton. He was still wary after the mental shock in the earlier battle. Time flew by, 1 second after the other. An hour later, Su Ping asked, "How long does it take for your trap to take effect?" Su Jinner was also feeling ill at ease. After all, they might encounter unpredictable dangers in the sixth space, even though they were protected by the astral plate. "Normally speaking, a quarter of an hour unless there's no purple wind beasts nearby," Su Jinner frowned and said. The young man who had golden wheels in his eyes asked in confusion, "Is it possible that all the void beasts near the island have been killed?" "That's a possibility," Su Jinner put on a bitter smile. Su Ping thought for a moment and said, "Let's go further then." They were in the sixth space. He would not dare to overestimate himself. Su Jinner thought for a moment and closed the bottle. Su Ping checked the map and moved forward. The area seemed to be devoid of activity, but there were floating items here and there. Also, due to the lack of continents, it was hard to get one's bearings. It was possible that they would lose their up and down reference without the map to guide them after a battle. It would have been impossible to return to the island otherwise. Following the map's indications, Su Ping flew towards the east. He stopped when he was about 300 kilometers away from the island. There were no other hunters nearby. He had a grave look, as he had heard weird roars and whispers as they moved along. The remains from the primordial times made him feel uncomfortable. "Let's try here," said Su Ping while floating in the void. That place was just as empty and dark, looking exactly the same as the one they had tested earlier. Su Jinner nodded. She then activated her astral plate and opened her bottle again. The three of them were vigilant, ready to defend themselves. Half an hour later, the void around them suddenly began to shake. The rocks floating in the void were quickly pushed away by something. "Roar!" A roar came from the distance. Su Jinner turned her head and said with glittering eyes, "A purple wind." A purple bird that looked like a giant eagle was flying over. It was 50 meters long, with bloody feathers that reeked of dead fish. There were 5 eyeballs on its head, and the feathers on its chest were somehow depicting something which resembled a weird human face. The young man who had golden wheels in his eyes glanced at it and shook his head. It's not a Lord-level one. Anyway, let's kill it first. Su Jinner noticed it too and seemed to be disappointed. However, she pushed her scorching aura toward the monster as a way to prevent it from luring other beasts over with its shrieks. There was a bam, then the purple wind cried as it was set ablaze. Su Jinner dashed closer to the beast and pointed with her fingers, penetrating its body with scorching light. The purple wind's struggle was soon stopped, and it was burnt to ashes. Su Ping didn't take action, as the target was only a star-state void beast. Even Su Jinner was able to finish it off with ease. Let's wait a bit longer, Su Jinner said regretfully after she returned. Su Ping nodded and sat cross-legged in the void, waiting patiently. 10 minutes passed and the void shook again. Su Ping was able to clearly detect waves from the void. Even the sticky, oppressing force was considerably weakened. Roar! The next moment, a giant purple shadow swooped over. Su Jinner narrowed her eyes and her expression changed. Oh no! The creature was none other than a purple wind, evidently much bigger than the previous one. It had 10 eyes on its head and sharper claws. There was also a dark shadow on its back which was emitting a cold and horrifying aura. The young man who had golden wheels in his eyes was truly thrilled until he saw the dark shadow. He quickly became terrified as he exclaimed, "It's the black shark." Black sharks were among the most brutal void beasts. That black shark was at the moment attacking the purple wind, also at the Lord level, but it was much stronger than the other beast. Su Ping's expression also changed a bit. He was confident of hunting one purple wind, but he had also seen black sharks in a cultivation site before. He had actually seen an ascendant state black shark, followed by a bunch of Lord-level black sharks. "Run back to the base," cried Su Ping. They could always come back if the hunt wasn't fruitful, but they would never return if they died. Su Jinner was planning to try her luck. She put on a bitter smile when Su Ping retreated in such a decisive manner. She was actually quite confident of finishing off the purple wind. Since Su Ping was stronger than her, he would only need to restrain the black shark. They could escape once she finished the purple wind, marking one Lord-level beast killed to their count. But Su Ping was unwilling to take the risk, and she couldn't change his mind. There was nothing wrong with his choice. The most common cause of death for geniuses was acting recklessly. Hardly had Su Ping given the order when the young man who had golden wheels in his eyes rushed back to the island. The latter thought that they could handle one Lord-level void beast, but it would be suicide to challenge two. Also, one of them was a black shark. Even real Star Lords would retreat unless they were truly strong. The purple wind cried again and gave chase as they moved away. It flashed consecutively in the void, and the dark shadow on its back was right behind it with an unhurried attitude, as if enjoying the chase. "Throw your bottle away, or it'll keep attracting that thing," Su Ping said quickly after realizing what was going on. Su Jinner showed a slight change in her expression as she hesitated. However, since Su Ping was unwilling to fight, she would have to regretfully give up. She would have gone there by herself if she could have foreseen this, to seize the chance of advancing. She quickly dropped the bottle. The purple wind flew towards the bottle and swallowed it. However, it cried after swallowing the bottle. It seemed that Su Jinner had poisoned the fluid. It was all part of her solo hunting preparations. The black shark realized something and, seemingly infuriated, revealed itself and bit apart the purple wind's neck. Then, it turned its head and gazed at Su Ping's team before it charged at them. It was angry since its prey had been snatched. The expressions of Su Ping and his teammates changed. The young man who had golden wheels in his eyes unleashed the power of his constitution and donned a silver armor. He moved even faster than Su Ping. Su Jinner changed her expression too and took out a bottle with some sort of drug. Then, her body turned red and her arms turned into phoenix wings. She flapped the wings and surpassed Su Ping. When 3 guys were being pursued by a ferocious tiger, The only thing to do was to outrun the others. Su Ping was left behind at the moment. He looked at them and changed his expression. The other two had obviously used their last resorts. His final trump cards were the two precious gifts his new master had given him. Would he be forced to use the purple bracelet? However, even the purple bracelet would only protect him for a while, until his master went there to help. He would obviously lose his qualifications to advance if his master showed up to save him. Roar! The enormous shadow of the black shark got closer. It widened its bloody mouth, which covered an area with a radius of 100 meters around Su Ping. Chapter 925, Execution. Damn it! Su Ping changed his expression, becoming gloomy and aggressive. He had intended to hide his ultimate skills until the finals. He wasn't prepared to use them so quickly. Boom! Su Ping unleashed the astral power in his body, right under the giant mouth. A horrifying stream of power began to spread out in an instant, like the explosion of a sun. In the distance, both Su Jinner and the young man who had golden wheels in his eyes were appalled by the sudden change. They looked back while running for their lives, thinking that a third Lord-level void beast had shown up. However, their eyes almost popped up when they saw Su Ping at the center of the energy outburst. Did the guy just break through? No, wait, he's still in the fate state. But this amount of energy is horrifying. Both of them trembled, thinking about the absurdity of it all. They wondered if Su Ping was truly on the same level as they were. Bang, bang, bang. The astral power in Su Ping's cells was released. The astral painting circulated quickly, forming an iron triangle with his chest as the center, facilitating the transmission of energy and increasing his destructiveness. Break! Su Ping waved his arms. His muscles bulged as he grew, becoming almost 10 meters tall. The bones covering his body grew accordingly, turning him into a scary giant. Violent energy was unleashed from his arms, almost tearing the void apart. It was the first time that Su Ping had tried his best after rising to the third level of the solar bulwark. Dazzling light burst out as he launched the Fist of Exorcist. A brilliant aura was pushed to the void as it headed right into the gigantic mouth. Light suddenly radiated in the bottomless maw, like the first ray of light born in the darkness. Then it became bigger and brighter. Roar! A scream wrought with pain was heard, and the black shark wriggled crazily as if in agony. It turned its body and whipped its tail, covering an area of 100 square meters. Su Ping was already determined to kill it. In any case, he had already revealed his full strength, so he made the choice to go complete the task. 100 laws were gathered in the void, turning into a glittering sword that landed in his hand. They released a strong path aura. Flames spread from the point where Su Ping was holding the sword. They were the Golden Crow's flames. Slay! The sword aura was gathered according to Su Ping's bidding. The void sword he had just created was further improved to the path of the divine sword. He also had new creations as his understanding of laws grew deeper. That was the second move from the path of the divine sword, heavenly punishment. Boom! Billions of lightning bolts proliferated in the void. They were just illusions caused by the presence of actual laws. Most of them were Su Ping's understanding of heavenly tribulations. Thousands of sword auras darted out like lightning bolts, shaking the void and eclipsing the huge black shark's tail. An explosion took place as the sword auras moved, and their energy was gathered. The void quaked after a booming sound, and Su Ping was pushed back by the outburst. His hair was fluttering. Far in the distance, Su Jinner and the young man who had golden wheels in his eyes stopped running to look at the scene in shock. Such a magnificent amount of energy, and that powerful sword technique, both were beyond their understanding of the fate state. That guy. Su Jinner woke up from her stupor. She looked at the back of the man with fluttering black hair, vaguely sensing that an unparalleled genius was about to shine in the universe. Roar! A devastating scream burst out as the black shark became even more enraged. It dashed out of the explosion, and its fins grew sharper. Bizarre mouths appeared on them and swallowed the explosive energy. Then it slithered and flashed to Su Ping's back. A black lightning bolt was produced by its fins, slashing and illuminating the void. Su Ping's eyes were filled with aggressiveness. The power of the astral painting in his chest and arms flowed to his palm and formed a triangle with his fingers and his sword. He raised his sword again. This time, the energy inside his body was gathered on his sword like boiling water, combining all laws. Path light. Su Ping slashed again. It was the path of the divine sword's third move. The sword aura destroyed everything like a burst of light. It was a pure sword of destruction. The sword's aura was splendid when the sword was raised, then becoming small and insignificant after it left the sword, flying into the black shark's mouth. The black shark flashed away, intending to retreat from the horror. However, dazzling light burst out of its head in the next moment, which then cracked. Rays were bursting out from its chins and cheeks, until its giant head exploded into a pulp of flesh and blood. Su Ping took a deep breath and waved his sword again, unleashing heavenly punishment that tore the black shark apart and minced its internal organs. The black shark stopped crying when the heavenly punishment's effect faded. Its huge body floated slowly, starting to drift away like a whale. Its iron-like body was already ragged. Part of its spine and the rest of its bones were exposed. Is it dead? Still a distance away, both Su Jinner and the young man with golden wheels in his eyes were stunned. Su Ping killed a black shark lord. He killed it easily on his own, just like that. It may not harness the power of faith, but the beast was as strong as a star lord in any case. Both of them were in awe as they looked at the man who was at the moment 10 meters tall and covered in bones. He was like a god of war. Phew! Su Ping breathed heavily. He quickly scanned the environment after the black shark was killed, not finding other living creatures. So, he closed his pores and stabilized his cells. His body returned to its original size. He felt more or less tired. He had almost tried his best in that battle. The third level of the solar bulwark can indeed multiply the energy inside my body and make me more tensile, Su Ping thought. He stopped examining himself and looked at the floating black shark. He rushed towards it and cut off its torn heart, then stored it. His hunting quest had been accomplished. All he needed to do was wait until the end of the test. Whoosh whoosh. It was then that Su Jinner and the young man who had golden wheels in his eyes rushed back to join him. Both of them felt envious when Su Ping stored the black shark's heart, knowing that Su Ping had completed the task to qualify and advance. It would be very hard for them to forget the short yet splendid battle they had witnessed earlier. Even though he was only in the Fate state, he had finished off a black shark lord with only a few attacks. That was Su Ping's hidden strength. He's a true monster, ascendant state potential. He'll definitely become a heavenly lord in the future, thought the young man who had golden wheels in his eyes. Su Jinner was astonished too and somewhat ashamed. Being a reincarnation, she had the guidance of her original self, yet she couldn't compare to him. She was too embarrassed to reveal her real identity now. Her original self was very talented too, since it had once risen to the ascendant state. Are you okay? Seeing that Su Ping was breathing heavily, Su Jinner realized that he had probably used a forbidden technique that would have other consequences. Unfortunately, she didn't have such a technique. She did have skills that could multiply her strength, but they weren't nearly as good as Su Ping's. The black shark was more than 10 times stronger than them. I'm fine. Su Ping took a deep breath, feeling lucky that he didn't see anything during the early battle. Any distraction could have left him heavily wounded, even if he could survive with the little skeleton's help. On the other hand, the young man who had golden wheels in his eyes looked at the purple wind's body. The other one is over there. The beast's neck had been bitten apart, but its heart was still intact. It was a free pass to qualifying. He didn't take any reckless actions. After all, that heart also belonged to Su Ping since he had killed the black shark. Give it to me. Tell me what you want in exchange. I should be able to satisfy your needs, said Su Jinner straight off, gazing at Su Ping and biting her lips. Su Ping glanced at them, not minding to talk about how fast they had turned tail earlier. It was pointless to mention it. It would only lead to them arguing that they didn't expect him to be that slow. Besides, you could only count on yourself when hunting. He only had himself to blame for being outrun. Brother Su, same here. My master is the lord of the Horus Galaxy. He has a lot of ascendant state friends, and there are a lot of blood tree crystal mines in our galaxy. I also know of 3 A-rated mysterious realms. My master can give them to you if you want, said the young man. He wouldn't have a chance to compete if he didn't offer his terms. Su Ping glanced at them without saying a word. He flew to reach the purple wind and cut out its heart. After that he returned and said, "It isn't safe here. Let's head back first." The two of them looked at each other and saw hostility reflected in their eyes. They could only accept the arrangement. The trio then made their way back. They didn't lose their way thanks to the map. It didn't take long for them to return. The pressure of the void disappeared once they were inside, under the base's protective cover. The whispers and the flashing images were also dispelled. Su Ping was a lot more relaxed. There are still a few more days left. I'm exhausted because of the battle, so I would like to have some rest first. Su Ping headed to his residence and added, I hope you can keep what you saw a secret, at least until the end of the competition. The young man with golden wheels in his eyes immediately said, Of course. Don't worry, Brother Su. Just come to me if you hear any rumors. Right, I have astral blue fruits and blood crystal cores that can restore astral power and heal most wounds. They can also improve your health. He presented many boxes as he spoke. There were roughly 10 astral blue fruits that could restore astral power. The blood crystal cores were of the highest level too, with enough power to kill ordinary people. However, cultivators could raise their strength with them. In the event of losing a limb, a cultivator could soak such crystals in water for an hour and then drink the mix. The lost limb would grow back. It was an alluring specialty of the Horus Galaxy. What an obsequious man! Su Jinner was incensed after seeing how the young man was pandering to Su Ping. She wasn't as good at flattering others. After all, many years had passed since the last time she had done that. I have great items too. Albeit a slow learner in such practices, she also took out a lot of treasures that she carried. They were just as effective as those that the other had offered. The young man glared at Su Jinner upon seeing that, his expression changing. Su Ping was amused by their antics and his anger abated. He accepted their items and said with a smile, It would be impolite to decline your sincere gestures. Regarding the purple wind's heart, there's a couple of things I need. He waved his hand and projected the materials required for the 4th level of the solar bulwark. He also drew their pictures. He had asked Yuan Lishan to search for them, but the man had failed to collect all of them. He could ask his master for the rest if those two could offer some. A celestial expert would probably have enough treasures to cover the rest. These materials. They were dazed for a moment, but then both noted down the materials. Su Jinner said, deep in thought, some of them might be extinct. Do you recognize them? Su Ping's eyes glittered. Su Jinner nodded without offering an explanation. Her original self had heard about some of those items years before. The young man with golden wheels in his eyes was completely clueless about those materials. He felt threatened after hearing what Su Jinner said, so he quickly added, I'll ask my master and see if he has any. Sure, said Su Ping with a smile. Su Ping took out their items and started cultivating after the pair had left. The astral blue fruits could restore astral power, but they were obviously not as effective as the astral source fruits that Su Ping had earlier. Su Ping didn't replenish his astral power until he swallowed 3 of those fruits. He was reminded of his half-built small world, so he ate the rest of the fruits and continued his cultivation. He had to admit that those geniuses were rich. All the treasures they offered were priceless on the market. Su Ping had some of the blood crystal cores while condensing the small world. He wasn't wounded earlier, so they only strengthened his body. Su Ping felt that he was indeed a lot stronger after having them. He had never eaten such things before, and that was why they showed their full effectiveness. The young man with golden wheels in his eyes had probably eaten too many of those fruits to strengthen himself. My body was on par to that of a Star State warrior earlier on. Now it's even closer to the limits of this level. Normal Star Lords wouldn't even be able to hurt me, unless they use the power of faith, Su Ping thought.